really... I did the thing again. There's been an update. Well, I really need to do this more often and check whether there's been an update. So, uh, 42.11 has dropped. Let's look at the patch notes. That's all we can do. It's going to take a very long time for the save to convert, and I just clicked the live stream button. So, whoops. Hopefully, it doesn't break my save. Added the ability to bind a hotkey for toggling the building UI. Oh my god. Okay, I already like this patch. Let's see if they can make me hate it. Oh boy. I feel like I might need to update the thumbnail. This is celebratory. All right, so there's a lot of crafting stuff. I'm going to gloss over that for the moment. Let's look at here we go, new sound effects. Added new sound effects when zombie use claws to scratch on thump surfaces. Okay. New sound effects for microwave, blah, blah, blah. I don't care about microwaves. I never use them. The game directly disincentivizes you from using microwaves. SFX for opening wooden drawers. Oh, wow. Megaphone SFX for whispering. Okay. SFX for mannequin transfer items. Can you actually fix mannequins before you worry about the sound effects? SFX for antique oven, fireplace, and barbecue. SFX for interacting with trauma and other duffel bags. Okay, nothing particularly substantive there. Ooh, well, this probably won't apply to my save because all of my lakes that I care about are already explored. However, we've got an increased chance to find clay near lakes. I'm down for that. Building a butcher hook now requires a large hook. Okay, so that's not too hard. Large hooks are not too hard to find. But that means building a butcher hook is now you can't just do it with nails and planks anymore. Let's see here. We've got increased torch lighting by 20%. Torch? What the fuck is a torch? Oh, they're talking about flashlights. Yeah, flashlights. Cool. Changed herb drying to take 1 in-game day. Changed leather drying to take 7 in-game days. Is that really necessary, Indy Stone? Was that 7 in-game days? Okay. Fine-tuning fall damage. I never take fall damage. It's no problem. Fall damage now proportional. No 100 guaranteed sphere fracture. I don't care about fall damage. Like, this... Yeah, so basically this entire section of the balance notes is all about fall damage. I don't care about any of that. Fixes. Fishing, Hunger Valley for fish, bulk trash, fishing. Lots of fishing fixes. I don't care about fishing. Fixed an error when a bomb with a sensor range is triggered. Well, I've only ever used bombs without sensors. Just the explode on impact one. Fixed eggs laid in a livestock trailer not going into the food containers intended. Fixed tire pressure being set to 0 when uninstalled. Okay. That's cool. That's cool. Eh. I don't know if widgets and character creation UI, adding a co-op player, respawning, whatever. Nothing is jumping out at me as being extremely substantive. Yeah, this does not look like a very big patch. Emphasis on doesn't look like. I never noticed in the patch notes when they added degradation to hammers, and that was massive for my gaming experience. So there's a some significant possibility I've scrolled right past something. The recipe browsing. This is probably have to do with the crafting menu, I'm guessing. Um, Wait, what? Players can now interact with mannequins to manage outfits? Okay, okay. You can either. This is perfect. This is actually perfect because I just spent quite a lot of effort leveling tailoring. So I've got a whole bunch of outfits that I've just finished putting together. So we've got this is looking cool. This is looking cool. We've got outfit management finally making its way into Project Zomboid. This part of the patch notes looks great. So far, I'm not seeing anything bad. I'm sure I'm going to see something bad that didn't make it into the patch. There are plenty of things that changes with an update that does not make it into the patch notes. So, yeah, this doesn't look bad at all. It is now possible to create a hot beverage using metal cup. Okay, but did you actually fix coffee? Did you actually fix coffee so that coffee is no longer more efficient to just eat the grounds than brewing it? I don't think they've fixed coffee. I'm just gonna that's just a pure guesswork. I could be verbally shitposting there. I don't think they fixed coffee. I think I'm not gonna put money on that. But it, hot beverage or hot. Why would they do this? Why would they add a broken and incomplete mechanic to more items? That makes sense to me. All right, we're about a little over halfway done with the save conversion. Remember, we have explored 245,000 map cells, and it is just finished 165,000 being migrated to the next version. So we've got, yeah. Ooh, I sincerely hope that they. So whenever there's a map update, there could always have been a map update. We're gonna have to make a beeline for Muldraugh and see if the map update deleted any of our loot, because that's a possible thing that could have happened. Oh boy. Okay. Um. Some more map updates. That's cool. I don't really. I'm not going to really be able to comment on that until I see what they look like in action. It is now possible to take bricks or gold bars from pallets. Okay, so I brought an entire pallet of gold bars to my base from Muldraugh, from the bank in Muldraugh. So we can theoretically now take the gold bars out of that pallet. I guess we're going to find out in approximately, I don't know, another 2 minutes here. Yeah, we're at about 200,000 out of 245,000 cells being migrated here, so we're getting there, we're getting there. For anybody who's joining, we have had an update. Version 42.11 has come out, so we've spent the entire, what are we at here? The entire 9 minutes of the stream so far, converting our save. It's almost done, but yeah, a lot of patch notes. Well, I say a lot, but I mean really, there's a lot of not overly substantial stuff in here. Some of it looks cool. Like I said at the very beginning of the stream, the most substantial thing I've seen so far is going to be a key binding for the build menu. Finally, it should have been the first build 42 patch should have had that. Like, that was a horrific oversight on behalf of the devs, in my opinion. Controls are everything in a video game. If you don't have good controls, you don't have a good game. And a key binding for something that you have to open all the goddamn time is a pretty important control. That's just my 2 cents on that. 226,000 out of 245,000. We're almost there. So what we're going to have to do as soon as we finish loading, I'm just going to have to run around the map and see what, see if there's been any map tile resets. My primary points of concern are going to be my field base in Muldraugh and the gas station. I mean, really, the gas station doesn't have anything overly important in it. Now, my actual base, here's a screenshot of my base. This is what we're looking at. The crops are already gone. I've already gotten rid of them. So, well, I'm about to find out how this went. 242,000, 243,000, 244, and 245. Now I can finally actually load the rest of the game. You know, the previous patch made it seem like this next one was going to be substantial. That's, I don't know. Here goes. What are we at? 12 minutes. 12 minutes. Okay, my base is intact. Good. Everything in my main base looks intact. Hello, Carnage. Thank you. Good morning as well. I am very much hoping to have a good one. Looking good so far. Okay, so we've got some mannequins here. Mannequins were just like the new patch talked about mannequins a lot. So you can now switch outfits with a mannequin, apparently. What's going on with my... Ah, they changed something that either I missed it in the patch notes. I can't do Control F in Steam because Steam is loose. I was wearing a... Yeah, no, my base is perfectly fine. And probably the reason for that is I built it out in the river. Rukayo? No, the stream should be started. Okay, so, like I was saying before, base is looking good. Cows are looking alright. I need to take a quick look to make sure the calves are not dying. My cows stopped producing milk for some reason, so their calves actually have to hand feed them. Well fed, thirsty. Okay, so Athena, I have to give her water. And Bast the second. Underfed and thirsty. Okay, so I need to go get some milk. I don't have any milk on my person. So basically what's going on with my calves is the mama cows that had the calves stopped producing milk. And so I need to hand feed milk and water to the calves whose mamas are not doing their job. Why did that happen? I don't know. Don't know. No idea. All I know is that it shouldn't have happened, but it did. So. Alright, Athena 2B. Here is your fountain cup of cow's milk. And who else here? I've got Bass the second. Cow's milk for you. Map view of my base. Yeah, give me a second here. I've got a Good morning, Hassan. I'm guessing actually, Hassan, it's probably evening for you. Good day. Good day to you. Let me, so I'm gonna send a screenshot here to homie in chat who wanted to see it. Steam also does not make it very easy to find whatchamacallit, links to your stuff. Okay. There you go. Okay, actually, I should be sleeping right now. So I'm gonna have my character take a quick sleep because I ended the last stream right before I had to go to sleep. So we hit the sack here. And okay, so today is February 28th. I think there's a February 29th this year. I think 1993 is a leap year. I don't remember. But so you see this pallet of gold bars that I stole from the bank in Muldraugh. According to the patch notes, as of 42.11, we can take the bars from the pallet now. Same. We can do the same with bricks too. So there's a couple pallets at a construction site nearby full of bricks. I should be able to take those as well. It does not look like it's letting me right-click on it. So let me try picking it up. Can I do anything after I pick it up? It doesn't look like it. I wonder, do I have to just pick it up and put it back down? Yes, okay, so I just had to pick it up and put it back down, and now I can right-click on it, and it says take gold bars. You know, part of me wanted to just keep this as a base decoration, but, yeah, I'm taking the gold bars from this. There are other banks out there that I can rob for gold bars if I just want to use those as decoration. I now have 30 gold ingots. It weighs 480 encumbrance. Okay, the irony is I can't fit those anywhere. Like, I literally just have to put them all over the place. And remember, you can only put, like, 50 encumbrance on a single tile. I probably should not have done that. I definitely should not have done that, actually. You can only put 3 gold bars on a single tile. That is kind of ridiculous. Again, a gold ingot is so heavy. Okay, there we go. So, 480 encumbrance worth. That was insane. I'll have to figure out something to do with those, I guess. That's a lot of gold. We cut ourselves a lot of gold. Okay. What next here? Cow's looking good. We got about 30 minutes before we go to sleep. I guess I'll see if I can organize these gold bars a little bit. Single gold bar weighing 16 encumbrance is a bit much. Just saying. Okay, I'm not going to do that for all of them. I just passed a few minutes there so that I can get back to sleep. So, for anybody joining, as a quick recap, no, I don't think I did. All I got on that thread were people who, I did get somebody who pointed out that it was intentional. It was changed as of, hang on, post history. Here it is. Okay, yeah. Shit. Post history, winter week, yeah. So it was 42.8. I just completely missed it. 42.8. I swear I planted winter wheat in 42.8. Well, okay, no. So 42.8 was Barb the Builder. Barb the Builder, I died January 18th. So I never would have, I never made it back to Riverside to see that my winter wheat was ready to harvest. So that tracks, unfortunately. I'll post a link to that. All right. Oh, look at this. I lost a blue light bulb. Thankfully, I've got plenty of those. You can find blue light bulbs from houses that have blue lamps. Just remember to take the light bulb out of the lamp before you pick up the lamp itself. For some reason, picking up the lamp will change its light bulb to white when you put it back down. Very weird thing. No idea why it does that. Boom. Beautiful. Okay. We are... You know, I want to take a quick look at these mannequin outfit things. How How about, okay, so here, this mannequin here has got my law enforcement outfit on it. What if I just switch outfits with what I'm currently wearing? Does it work if some of my stuff is favorited? Probably not. I'm going to try unfavoriting my outfit really quick. Okay, that should do the trick. It does jewelry too. Okay. It's literally I don't know if I can show this on YouTube. No, apparently it is the outfit swap is not very well implemented because the mannequin is not wearing a backpack and yet it tried to swap my backpack. So that's a little stupid. But I can confirm that the mannequin outfit swap is sort of working. Okay. Um, it works. I can give you that. It works. Yeah, yeah. It's I feel like yeah. I mean backpacks do, I guess they technically count as part of the outfit. That's now what I do wish would happen, and maybe I should actually post some feedback about this. I'll make a mental note to do that later. If an item is favorited, it should not be swapped. That I think would be a good way to do it. Because that way, what it did is it tried to take off my jewelry, but my jewelry is favorited because I don't want it to be used by the gold scrap recipe. So, because it's favorited, it could not exit my inventory, but my character still unequipped it. So here's all of my gold, my gold rings that I was wearing and whatnot. That's all just chilling on my in my hands now. I do like this outfit though. I think I got myself a pretty cool looking SWAT outfit going on here. It's a shame that it's extremely uncomfortable, and despite how much it seems to have coverage, my upper arms are actually completely vulnerable. Kind of wacky. But yeah, I'm switching my outfit back. So that's cool. Basically, if I want to use this system, I've got to be very thorough with it. Oops. Okay. Oh, that's yeah, not a bad tip. Not a bad tip. I've never had that particular issue, but I could see that being a very confusing thing. Um, One of the things that always bothered me about the keyring is that if you drop it and pick it back up, it permanently changes its place on the list of inventories until you drop everything else and pick it up afterwards, which is actually what I have to do now because when I re-equipped all of my stuff, it did not get put on in the right order. So I need to put on my Alice belt first. If I don't do this, then my hotbar is out of order. So Alice belt first, ankle holster second, double holster third, backpack final. So that gets all 9 of my slots oriented the way it's supposed to be. So one tip about finding key rings, use search mode. Search mode, what it does when you, if you're, you use it for foraging, but if you enable search mode like this, it will show certain items that are on the floor. Keys and key rings are included. So when you're running around in search mode, you can, of course, it doesn't necessarily make it easier when you're trying to cover a very, very large area, But if you know for a fact it's somewhere in the fire department, for example, this is a good way to do it. Actually, let me confirm that. I'll drop my own keyring right. Or no, I don't want to drop my keyring. I'm gonna because my keyring is in its correct place now. I have a spare keyring here. I want to test that. I want to make sure I'm not giving false fake news here. Where's my keyrings? I've got a. I should have plenty of keyrings in here. Ah, keyring, rabbit's foot. Okay, so I'm going to drop that on the floor right here in enable search mode. And look at that. See it, it pops up right here because I'm walking next to it. And then I can just pick it back up. Never assume that search mode is just for foraging. Very useful, obviously, for foraging, but it also helps you find things sometimes that you yourself have dropped. What did I do with that key? Okay, now it goes in there. All of the rest of my inventory is set now. I just got to put my gear back on. Hunting knife, flashlight, and... Did I leave my combat kit in Muldraugh? I think I did. I think I left my combat kit in Muldraugh. I think. That's actually a bit of a slight concern because I need to know where my combat kit is. I don't think I have anything in it that is unreplaceable. Thankfully, they did not change the weight of steel ingot. I was afraid they might have changed the weight of everything. So, I still need to find a home for those steel ingots. I think I do have one here in the second crate in this row. Okay. So, this row right here is for dispenser bottles on the bottom and then steel ingots at the top. So, that means I can carry a whole bunch of steel ingots into my base. And you know what? I'm also going to put these gas cans in with the dispenser bottles for now. Yeah. I've seen people in the reviews talk about them having multiple changes in their life. They played it in high school, and now they're married with kids. That's Zomboid for you right there. Early access. Alright, so I still have some stuff in the fridge that I need to start eating. A bunch of bowls of soup. And these eggs. Now, back in Muldraugh, I should still have a full fridge. But that's what we need to go find out now, because we haven't really left my base area since the patch here. So I'm going to shut down everything here at my base now, and we're going to check all of our most important places. Just starting with the gas station, and then down to Muldraugh. By the time we are back from Muldraugh, we should be ready to plant the March crops. I don't think there are too many, but we will need to do that then. The next GTA 6 situation. I mean, Zomboid is, we're gonna be awaiting things in Zomboid much longer than we ever waited for GTA 6. So it's like, is GTA 6 gonna be the next Zomboid situation? I mean, GTA 6 has a release date. So, I mean, honestly, that's, that meme is almost run its course now. Now, of course, will there be a delay? That's the question, right? There's always a possibility GTA 6 could get delayed again, so... Alright, we are empty in this van except for the spare engine parts, which I just want to drop off at the vehicle repair lot. The vehicle repair lot... Actually, that's the first thing I should check here. Looks like everything is intact here. Good. Now, when I say that, when I'm going around looking at things and saying they're intact, what I'm looking for is map tile resets, because that's the thing that I worry about most when the game updates. The devs make a little change to a part of the map tile, and you migrate your save to the new version, and that map tile gets reset. Had that happen, it destroyed one of my bases, so long ago in the past. So I'm just on the lookout for it now. Alright, okay, we've got our generator here, and everything in the gas station is still boarded up. I do not actually have any mods in this, in the game you're watching here. I don't have any mods that are available on Steam, that I'm currently running. In the past, I would use Draw on Map, which is a workshop mod, but currently the only mod that I'm using is the stat bar. Simple stat bar, that's the name. Highly recommended. It's a great mod, but the one I'm using right now is not the one from the workshop. It's actually a port that I made myself. I probably should be using the one from the workshop. It's probably better updated, but... Okay. Yeah, everything that we left in here is exactly as we left it. So I'm not seeing any map tile resets. That's great. That is a very good thing. Yeah, that is a very, very good thing. We're headed back to Muldraugh. There are no other places here in Riverside that I'm really worried about looking at. Sorry, I lost my train of thought for a second there because I'm thinking about doing a patrol on my way out, but I don't have my heavy weapons with me. I will just use the mace from my weapon kit here in the van, so I can kill. I'm gonna kill zombies on the way out of Riverside. I've already looted the VHS store. Before going to Louisville, I want my aiming skill to be, like, much higher. Ideally as high as I can get it. Now, unfortunately, when it comes to leveling aiming, it's a very slow process when you don't have any innate skill in it. Ooh, there's a machete on this zombie. Neat. I hear a zombie. It sounds like it's to the north. Oh yeah, it walked right past me. Yeah, the VHS store is already in my base. It's kind of near the back. You're for context, you're watching a run that is about we are now 170 hours into this run. Yeah, I mean, the, whatchamacallit. If I had my combat kit, this would actually be a perfect time to use guns, but, that's what I was saying. I left my combat kit in Muldraugh. Not the brightest idea, but also not the worst. I want to take I'm gonna take the south roads out of, so I'm leaving Riverside, going to Muldraugh, and I'm gonna take the south residential roads as opposed to going through the heart of the place. But I am getting out to kill zombies now because on my way back, I'm going to be carrying too much stuff to get out and kill them then. So it's better to clear obstructions on my way out than on my way back. Man, the map of this game looks so much prettier in spring. Prettier than it does in spring and winter. Or, I'm sorry, in summer and winter. Oh yeah, no, that's it's in my long term. I'll be doing supercuts of my of a retrospective of my B42 runs. All the various things I learned, how long it took me to learn it, that kind of fun stuff. I need to steal some water from one of these houses. How's our radio still running? That's a silly thing. Ooh. They slightly decreased font sizes in the crafting menu. That's nice. Alright, bringing the van up a little bit. There's a lot of them back there by the fence. But if me driving through here doesn't pull them, I don't really care about them. Desensitized is an interesting one. I have a feeling that that's going to be something that will impact your ability to interact with NPCs. Whenever you think about the balancing of the game as it's presented to us, you always got to consider that the devs are planning for NPCs in multiplayer. You know, even though NPCs in multiplayer don't exist and won't exist for a while, the devs are still planning for it. I have a feeling that, so I mean that I'm also playing RimWorld in my off time when I'm not streaming. So I'm also thinking a lot about how traits affect NPC interactions. And also the devs have actually cited RimWorld as an example on multiple occasions in the patch notes. I'm or not in the patch notes, but the Thursdoids back when we used to get those. So I am looking forward to them implementing more stuff from RimWorld, because that is a good example of what to do right when it comes to procedurally generated worlds with NPCs in them. Alright, we are out of Riverside. We are heading south to Muldraugh now. We have a base in Muldraugh, but we have not seen that base since the patch dropped. Since it is now 42.11. We want to look at all of our most important bases. I've already been to two of them. So then the third is the last one that I want to go see in Muldraugh. Make sure that I have not lost anything from map tile resets down there. If I haven't, then we can say that we've survived this update unscathed. For reference, whenever I play a character in Zomboid B42, I always, well, not always, but if I'm going to stop and start over without losing that character, it's usually going to be because of a new game version that released. For example, Nora the Explorer, I started her back in 42.9, but I only got like 4 parts into her series. and then I stopped. Started playing 7 Days to Die for a while, but when I came back, there was a update that had changed the way zombie spawning worked. So it was because of that, they posted all kinds of warnings about zombie spawning producing unexpected results when people migrate their save from the old version to the new one. So I just decided to start a new one. That's actually what led to this character's creation. If I had not done that, then this character would be it would be a continuation of Nora the Explorer. Just because she's right in the middle of the street. And she has a leather jacket. And a fighting knife. Fighting knives have the highest crit rate of all knives, and you can't make them. A fun little fact about that. I know, right? Yeah, that's the panic desensitization. Whatchamacallit? There is a mechanic that reduces the amount of panic that you get. Basically, what it does is as far as I understand it, adds like an exponential fall off curve for panic after it's been generated. So, like, if I actually have a trait that increases panic, but like if I look at a zombie, my panic spikes to 20 and then just immediately goes away. Kind of funny how that works, actually. I'm turning here, right? I always want to double check when I'm going to Muldraugh. Yes. And then I'm taking the first turn when it hits a T intersection. I've been meaning to get this thing out of the way. If I don't do it now, I'm gonna never do it. We call this the towing dance. The towing tango, as it were. Kind of wacky. Okay, we're good. It is out of the road as far as I'm concerned. Something that I feel the need to reiterate. I only recently discovered that there is... What the fuck? Okay, so... Something I only recently discovered is that completely independent of engine condition, there is another stat called engine quality. I have never seen this. This van has an engine quality of 100. I'm going to zoom in on that a little bit. Just in case we got anybody viewing on a smaller monitor. Right here. Engine condition is on the left at the top there. Engine loudness, but then over here at the bottom right, engine quality, 100. For reference, the quality of the engine of this step van right here is only 71, despite the condition being brought up to 100. And I did confirm there is no way to change engine quality. I don't think you can make it worse, but you cannot make it better either. I really wish that was a thing. That would make a nice reward for leveling mechanics to 10. Give us the ability to rebuild engines with higher quality, but alas. That just means that I actually do want to recover that van at some point. Having an engine quality 100 van would be nice. Shield your eyes, children. Hopefully that sufficiently discourages them from showing up in the road. I rather doubt it. Yeah, so that's actually a very difficult thing to advise someone on, if only because what it does is, with this game, Project Zomboid, you have to expend a little bit of creative energy in order for the game to be fun. You gotta, I wouldn't go as far as to call it roleplay. I mean, you know, you can roleplay. It is a good platform for roleplaying. However, that's not necessarily what I do. Like, I view myself as a guide for my character. And I just kind of, I put myself into her headspace and I think about, you know, what I would do if I was in her shoes. And then I kind of, you know, I act on that, and I make, you know, crazy goals and stuff like that. You gotta do a lot of making up. Yeah. I agree with Bloody there. The sandbox settings can make it... Oh, we get rabbit leather now. Ooh, that's good. That's good. Rabbits didn't give leather before. Okay, so we didn't just kill a bunch of rabbits and waste their meat for spite just now. We also got rabbit leather now. Excellent. That's great. But yes, I am scattering the flesh of the rabbits on the road like a madman, as a hopeful way to disincentivize them from running out into the road and damaging my vehicle. See, just for reference, the last time I looked at the vehicle, its headlights were at 100%. Now the left one is down to 93 and the right one is down to 98. And the hood is down to 66%. It was 100% at one point too. This I hate rabbits. I hate rabbits so much in this game. They should not cause integer digit damage to your hood, but they do. Oh yeah, thank you. I'm glad I could be entertaining. It's some parts of this game are definitely more entertaining than others, but I do what I can. If I had to like distill combat down to the most important thing, I would always talk about combat as being learn your distances. Learn your distances and learn your limits. Your character's limits are going to be very different based on your traits. It's very hard for me not to proselytize my build right now. I always pick all the traits that give you the best combat capabilities. Strong, fit, whatchamacallit, and then advantages in certain weapon types that are very common. Right, so I'm a construction worker, so I have a +3 to short blunt. That's actually the highest. That's the highest bonus in any weapon class that you can get. I think you can get +2 to axes and +2 to short blunt. I'm sorry, +2 to axes and +2 to long blunts. If you pick fire officer. Yeah. Or lumberjack. I can't remember if lumberjack is a +2 to axes. And that's important because if you pick a if you get a +2 to axes, then you can get +3 because there's a trait. Oh yeah, absolutely. Maces are fantastic now. Now, that being said, maces, despite being almost level 10 short blunt, maces are never going to quite be as good as as other weapon skills, just because maces are they don't have the same crit capabilities as other weapons. Like this machete that I just found randomly in a zombie, it's going to get me many more one-shot kills than my mace is, despite the fact that I am level 5 in Longblade versus almost level 10 in short blunt. And not only am I almost level 10 in short blunt, I'm using best in slot for short blunt weapons. Short blunt is basically a means to an end, right? It's a self-defense thing for building your character up. When it comes to like end game, the best of the best, long blade, axe, and possibly long blunt. I've never done long blunt though, so I cannot speak to the goodness of long blunt. Yes, yeah, machetes are great. Machetes are so basically, once you're able to make swords, I don't think there's anything about machetes that make them. Oh, you know what? Minimum distance, minimum attack distance. If you are like just going hard into long blade, machetes are for close quarter combat. Swords are for open field combat. Because whenever I go inside of a building, right, and I have to worry about tight corners and hitting a zombie that could be really close to me, as opposed to being okay, no trunk damage. Thank God Almighty. So that it felt like that zombie hit my trunk. It did not. We got really lucky right there. That could have been a side hit. That could have been a side hit. That could have damaged my vehicle's pristine trunk. But okay, we're good. This fucking thing right here. Stomp you just for the sake of it. But yeah, machetes are, whatchamacallit, machetes are great for close quarters. If I was just doing nothing but long blade, then I would do, probably a sword in one belt slot and a machete in the other belt slot. And then probably, I don't know, I could have a second sword, but I would do, I would switch it up a little bit. I'd maybe have a spear on the back. So I am about 38 experience out of 3,000. So I'm 1/100th of the way through the next level of Longblade. The reason that's important is because when I get finished with level 6 of Longblade, I can read the book. I have the Volume 4 book for Longblade. I do not have the Volume 3 book. And those are so rare that you can't exactly go out and plan to find another book volume for it, right? I could go hit Louisville State University. I probably would not find Longblade, just because Longblade is so obscure. Oh, that's right, I gotta cut these rabbit heads. Looking forward to the day where they disable your ability to do most crafting recipes while driving. I think I saw a rather large group back there. If I don't deal with these now, they're going to be a problem when I come back. And when I come back, I'm going to be severely over-encumbered, so I'd rather deal with them now. Yeah, that's a rather large group. Speaking of over-encumbered, I actually am relatively high encumbrance right now. Benefit to fighting like that, despite being very vulnerable, is you get more strength experience per kill. That is actually another, since you asked about Louisville earlier, Bloody, another thing that I want to get before I go to Louisville is level 10 strength. There are many ways to get there. Strength training is probably the fastest. Like dedicated, barbell curls and whatnot. But that is also going to put you down with a lot of downtime. Because your character gets a lot of muscle strain from that, and the muscle strain lasts for many hours. And it doesn't show up until hours after you do the workout. Right, so if I did a workout at like 9 a.m., the muscle strain would start hitting me like, I don't know, 10 hours after that. It's kind of silly how long it takes to hit. I do not fully understand the mechanic behind it, but it is, I don't like it. I'll put it that much. It's an attempt to model reality in a way that goes way too overboard. Like, yes, it's true, your muscles will be sore after doing a workout, but there's not like some timer in your body that says, okay, now it's been 10 hours after working out, time to turn my arms into jelly. That's basically what this game does. Because, I mean, you know what? Whoa. I almost drove off into a void there. Alright, we have made it back to Muldraugh, and it looks like the gas station crossroads is nice and clean. I do expect to run into some respawns on the highway going back towards Masgen Fatco, though. For reference, my base is set up in Masgen Fatco at the edge of town on this highway here. Am I going insane? There was one right here. There she is. There's two, isn't there? Is she a loner? She is a loner. Okay. Yeah, there's the respawns that I was thinking of. Get this extra stuff out of my inventory so I'm no longer over encumbered.
Hey.
And here goes. Oh yeah, this whole highway is getting busy. That's right. I don't like fighting this close to the forest, really. There's multiple in the trees there. Or maybe just one. Left, right. Left, and right. Oh, yeah, there's just one in the trees. I'm okay with that. I've always been a little annoyed about how many there tend to be in the forest on this side of the highway. Now, this is a storage unit that is directly next to my base. So anybody in this storage unit needs to die. Look at this. Directly to the north of my base. Where did these assholes come from? Elsa Nickel. At least she gave me some leather gloves. Okay, I already just saw a little bit inside my base. I don't see any tile resets. That's a fantastic thing. Alright, I don't see anything moving in the woods here. Okay. Now, to the south, directly south of the base here, the neighborhood there, I very recently did a patrol through there. So I really want to say there's not going to be any respawns to the south. I really want to say that. I don't know that for sure. Respawns are... a lot of people turn respawns off, I think, not necessarily because they're not... like, they don't want zombies ever coming back, but because the respawn mechanic is just not very good. It really isn't. It's not natural. It doesn't make it feel like the zombies are, coming at you from, somewhere far away and kind of migrating into the base. They're just popping up where they used to be. That's not how it should work. It should feel like they're, World War Z style. Large groups just kind of showing up from somewhere else. I still have the power running here, I think. Yes. Which means I need to go check the generator now because it's been a few days. %, fuel, 88% condition. How long is this world? It's broken. I hate it. That's an interesting take. And it's working for the most part. In the stream title, I mentioned that it is March 1994, and we are our character has survived from the very beginning. It is 7 months, 24 days, 22 hours. Of course, I say March 1994. It's really February 28th. I think 1993 was a... Or, I'm sorry, 1994 was a leap year, I think. I don't remember, though. Okay. Generator is sorted. Now we sort the loot we picked up on our way down here. The devs nerfed leather very significantly. Leather now takes 7 fucking days to dry. I'm kind of mad about that. Basically, that means this rabbit leather that I picked up, the sooner I get it onto a drying rack, the sooner I can actually use it. Yeah, there's the game's got a rather significant learning curve to it, but I would say that once you get past the initial learning curve, the greatest challenge, like somebody mentioned in chat earlier, the greatest challenge becomes making the game interesting in order to want to survive this long. Because there are folks who, you know, that once they figure out how to survive, they wonder, okay, what do I do now? I've survived. I've got provisions for, you know, a little while. Now what? And that's a question that people are going to come to different answers for. My answer is I make up my own goals to the extent where I have so many of them that I don't know if I would ever be able to complete them all. I mean, obviously, maxing out your skills is one thing. Trying to max out your skills when you're playing on default settings like I am, that's you're asking for a lot of pain right there. Not even I am that masochistic. So I don't actually plan on maxing all of my skills. Some of them, yeah, absolutely, but not all of them. No way. No, no, ain't doing that. Okay, we came away with a leather coat and a skirt. The skirt I'm going to pull apart now for tailoring. And the leather gloves that I picked up on a zombie, I'm now going to turn those into bone gloves using some of the bone pieces I picked up from the rabbits that I butchered on the road. There's another 156 tailoring experience. It's great. I love it. And then there is just this leather jacket I picked up. I'll rip this up. Couple dirty leather strips. I should have plenty of water now. I do have plenty of water. If I start going nuts using it to wash leather strips, I will blow through this water. See, for some reason it uses 4 liters of water to clean a leather strip in the sink. But if you use water in your inventory, it only takes half a liter of water. But it's also slower to do it in your inventory. So I don't know what's going on there. That's all I can say is that's a bit wacky. Okay, so I've separated everything that I intend to leave down here. Everything on the desk I'm going to leave. Everything in this garbage bag is coming with me. It is 2300. I should have gone to sleep already. So let's shut off my kitchen lights and get some sleep here. Jeez Louise, I've already had 50 views. That's it's a little more than I normally do for a stream that I just started. Well, it's been an hour, but I mean, you know, relatively speaking, I think the only thing that I've done differently is I've changed the stream title so that it says Project Zomboid instead of Zomboid. Okay, I guess a lot of people are searching for the game by full name, perhaps. Or maybe that's just the algorithm. The algorithm only picks it up if it's using the full game name. Still new to the whole YouTuber thing. I've got a lot of live streaming hours, but, you know, that doesn't necessarily mean that I've learned a lot, because most of the time, it's just set it and forget it, you know what I mean? Alright, so what I'm looking for in these eggs is fertilized eggs. I do have a rooster back here. It should be creating some fertilized eggs, but I'm not seeing any fertilized eggs. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Whatever. Okay, I am now starting a garbage bag of loot to take back with me here. All of my canned food can fit in this garbage bag. Fantastic. As a midnight activity, I'm going to repair the van here. Looks like I lost all of my live viewers. Yeah, sorry guys, not the most compelling content right now. A lot of drive-by viewers today, though. So, something I'm going to do after I have welded repairs onto the hoods is I'm going to make some of my own 2 liters of soda so that I can get rid of some cans, make it easier to transport. I never drink soda by the can unless it's just something that I pick up and I don't want to bring with me. If you drink soda at 2 liters at a time, it actually has a more substantial impact on the amount of fatigue it reduces. That's the only real reason that I drink soda, is either to get rid of unhappiness or to get rid of fatigue. I'm looking for steel sheets. Yes. Grabbing 2 of them so that I can weld repairs onto these hoods. And my vehicles are once more pretty. As they should be. Now this is my combat kit on the floor. I can now put back the mace that I pulled out of my backup kit here. Sorry, okay, so I use some words interchangeably. The passenger seat of the vehicle here is my combat kit. What's on the floor over here are my heavy weapons. I should leave these on the ground just for now because what I'm trying to do next is sleep. It's 4 a.m. I need to sleep really quick. And then I can resume loading up the van for the trip back to Riverside. I think I'm going to take most of the premium technology generators with me. I'll take 3. And the one that I'm leaving here, I will eventually bring to my field base in West Point, which I have not yet established, but I know where it's going to be. Okay, so the trailer is now full. I've filled it with 3 generators and a bundle of wire. That means I need to move this garbage bag into the trunk of the vehicle itself. For anybody joining, we are currently preparing a convoy of loot to bring back to the main base up in Muldraugh. It is March 1st. Okay, so I was wrong about this year being a leap year. That's fine. I'm not too worried about that. But that means that it is now planting season for a couple of crops. Not very many, but just a couple. So when we get back to Riverside, we'll need to do a little bit of planting. A lot of what we're going to plant is actually spices and stuff. Spices and herbs. Herbs specifically. Herbs, most of them don't actually have their own growing season. They just grow pretty much year-round. But the earliest month you can plant them is March. Therefore, I think of them as a March plant. And we've already got a garbage bag full of tailoring materials. I'm going to fill this one with mostly first aid materials, I think. There's some things here that I can box up. Now, when you box something up, you can pack, for example, 12 bandages into a box. That makes them easier to transport. I don't think sterilized bandages count, so swapping a sterilized bandage in my field kit. Now I can pack 12 bandages into a box. Suture needles you can also pack into a box. I think that's everything over here that I can pack into a box. Now, unfortunately, it used up the suture needle that was in my field kit, in my Alice pack here. So I need to put a new one in there so that I always carry around a suture needle just in case, you know, you take a laceration out in the field. You don't want to be bleeding to death until you get to a safe place. You want to be able to suture that as soon as humanly possible. Okay, got that. Bunch of adhesive bandages. I suppose I do want to leave a few here. Just enough for local use, so I'll leave 6 adhesive bandages here. Antidepressants. Just want to leave 1 behind. Maybe just 2 alcohol wipes behind. Alcohol bottles. Respirator filters. I want to take all these with me. Respirator filters are for your half-mask respirator, which will keep you from getting sick when you're around huge corpse piles. In fact, there are a bunch of half-mask respirators themselves here that still have filters in them, so I'm going to pull the filters out. At least the filters that still have at least half remaining. Sleeping pills are kind of a meme. I don't use them, ever. They're really just there if you need to kill yourself or if you need to waste, like, an entire day. Sometimes maybe you have, like, a severe injury and you just want to fast forward a lot. That's where sleeping pills are actually very useful. Because you can just, basically all they do is set your fatigue to 100. But if you're a restless sleeper and you're trying to get back to sleep after waking up in the middle of the night, that doesn't work. You cannot force yourself to go to sleep with sleeping pills. Your character will go to sleep when she wants to go to sleep, and not a second sooner. Okay, that's all the medical equipment that I want to take with me. Everything else can stay, which means I have a little bit of room for, how about a box of batteries? How about another box of batteries? How about a box of light bulbs? And now we have a full garbage bag. I need to be carrying around a few more of these. I got some stuff here that I probably want to dismantle. Value Tech radio, absolutely. Two-way radios, I have no need for. Who am I going to talk to? Everybody's dead. All these watches should be dismantled. Okay, anything that I've not dismantled is something that I want to bring back with me intact. Well, I can take one of these CD players apart. Multiple reasons. The forge and furnace were necessary for rebuilding my weapons multiple times while I was out here retaking the town. Now the decorative, that's just for, you know, there's some decorative effort that I put into it that's just for the sake of making it look pretty. But I'm not going to go too far without that. With that, the paint, I organized that specifically so that I can actually just look at it and see how much paint I have of any given color. The chickens, I created a coop for them specifically because I thought that if they had their own little indoor enclosure, they would actually lay fertilized eggs. They're not doing that yet. I don't know what the prerequisites for them to actually lay a fertilized egg are. There's a rooster in there that's going around doing the business, but it's none of them are hatching, so I don't know what's going on with that. And yes, Hassan, I am at Muldraugh, but I am packing up for the return trip to Riverside. Yeah. We are on our way out of Muldraugh in terms of what we want from here. Okay, I will leave behind a few scrap electronics and a couple of batteries. Nuts and bolts. I'm going to take the vast majority of those with me. I will leave one epoxy and fiberglass tape behind. Multiple trips. Like we're doing one trip. The van is going to be full long before we take everything that I want to take. And I'm optimizing it here. Like these 3 units of duct tape, I'm going to combine them into one just to save a little bit of space. It's not going to be enough. We're still not going to be able to fit everything that I want to bring back in a single trip. That's fine. That just means that we need to do a couple of trips. I usually like to avoid doing multiple trips if I can manage, but this is a situation where there's just way too much to be limiting myself like that. And so there are a few categories of things that I'm leaving behind, just like a small amount of certain resources. just in case I come back to Muldraugh and want a fully equipped base. That's what this is here for. Okay, that should do for small form materials. So the trunk is already more than halfway full, and we've barely gotten started on all this. That's all right. I really need to make one more rope, or just find one more rope. There's got to be one more rope somewhere, because 11 rope. I'm looking at that and I'm seeing one. You need 12 rope to make a stack, and then when you make a stack, it's easier to transport. Most everything that's in the trunk of this vehicle is going to stay here because it's all for local use. This thread needs to come with me, though. I no longer need to be leaving thread here. Sack of sand. Do I really want to leave that here? That's all right. I have plenty of sacks back in Muldraugh. Or, I'm sorry, back at Riverside. Okay, I'm going to start on a couple of garbage bags of low priority stuff now. Well, actually, I'll do food next. I'll do food and then low priority. See these cartons of cow's milk? I really should just leave them in the fridge here. That right now, cow's milk does not expire. Therefore, it makes sense to just leave some behind as local provisions if I need it. Okay. There is another garbage bag filled. Did I do with the feathers? Oh yeah, this is a lazy boy. Fantastic, fantastic thing. My granddad owned this chair. He bought it back in 2010, earlier possibly 2008. He used it for a very long time before he passed, and after he passed, I inherited it, and I've been using it ever since. Several years straight. Never. There is like one part that is broken on it um, on the recline part. But I just used a I think I used a carabiner to hook it back together. Very well built chair. Gaming chairs break so easily these days. Yeah, I don't think I could ever stand using one of those. I am now going to consolidate some of these cans of soda into some plastic bottles here, assuming I still have some. I may have already brought the plastic bottles home with me. I've got two. I got two plastic bottles. That's fine. That can get rid of several cans. That should get rid of the cola and Diet Cola. A little tedious doing it this way, but it works. One more. Yeah. Rather the whatchamacallit, to give an idea of how comfortable this thing is, that I've spent probably, I think my upper limit has been about 18 hours with very minimal breaks. I cannot remember exactly what my marathon limit is. Usually by that point, I'm no longer thinking about it. Okay, so we got a bunch of 2 liters of soda here. That takes up most of this trash bag. The rest of it, see if I can get some of these whiskey bottles here. If I can drink a very small amount of this whiskey, I will be able to fit the bottle in here. So I'm actually going to pour just a little bit of this whiskey into a soda can here, and then drink it. We will do 100 milliliters. That is basically 2 shots. 2 shots of whiskey. And that made the whiskey bottle small enough to fit into this garbage bag exactly. For reference, 100 milliliters of liquid is 0.1 encumbrance. So when you have a bottle that is 0.1 too heavy to fit somewhere, you can always just remove 100 milliliters of the liquid, and then it will fit. Everything else here is another trash bag. Exactly, another trash bag. Sweet. Oh yeah. All right. Enjoy ice cold. Catch it in the future, hopefully. We are. Yeah, I'll take a thing of tomato paste, I guess. Huh. I can't fit. That's this garbage bag is too big. I'm not sure what's going on with that. This stack of garbage bags should not weigh as much as it does. It's like it says every one of them weighs 26.1, except the stack weighs 182.71. So I'm not going to think too hard about that. I'll fry my brain if I think too hard about that. My brain is already pretty close to being fried. Okay. The trunk of the vehicle and the trailer are now completely full. So we are now, whatever we want to bring left is got to be hand carried. Okay. As a recap for anybody joining, we are filling up the inventory of our main transport vehicle here so that we can run a convoy from Muldraugh back to Riverside, where our main base is. I have completely filled up all inventories in the vehicle and the trailer, so now I need to fill up my own inventory. That should not be too difficult. I'm going to leave granola bars, stick of butter, and a can of oats behind. And maybe some jerky. Everything else is coming with me. Oh, actually, no, that's fine. I can take the jerky because, so, if I need calories, I eat the butter. If I just need hunger reduction, I got milk in the fridge. Granola bars, a little bit of both. The oats is both calories and proteins. So if I need proteins, I can eat the oats. So when it comes to hand carrying a bunch of stuff in Project Zomboid, the way you usually like to do it, or the way I like to do it, is I fill up a couple garbage bags first, and then I equip my military backpacks in my hands, and then put the garbage bags into the military backpacks along with a couple of other things, because a garbage bag has, like, I don't know, 30%, or I'm sorry, the two-thirds, that's what I'm thinking of. Two-thirds of the inventory of a military backpack. These need to be going in the garbage bag, not my main backpack. So when it comes to entertainment material, I'm leaving the books and regular magazines behind, as well as a duplicate comic book. Um, Same with the paperbacks, I'm leaving those behind. Photo books, picture books, and RPG manuals. Those are like all pretty rare, so I'm taking those back with me. So that's mostly a full garbage bag with literature. Um, Bath towels are so common, I don't really have to think about those. Alright. So there's 2 garbage bags full of loot. Shit, my voice is getting scratchy. It was way too early in a stream for that. Alright. Let's see. I've got a propane tank on the floor here. These 4 propane tanks are completely full. Ideally, I will take those back with me. Now, if you want to fit, so I've got full garbage bags on the floor here. However, because they're full, they're actually a little too big to fit in my backpack alongside of a propane tank, because propane tanks are exactly 10, and garbage bags are 26 in capacity. However, the garbage bag itself weighs 0.1, so a full garbage bag is 26.1. A military backpack can fit 36. So ideally, I would have a garbage bag that is almost full, and then a single propane tank that will fill it up completely. That should do it. Okay. So I put that back here. Okay, so 1 garbage bag and 1 propane tank. Each of these is a full military backpack. So now I just got to think about my main backpack. I could do the remaining propane tanks here. That would be 10, 20. That would leave me with a little bit of room. Take this other stack of wire. Oxygen tanks, bags of powder, those can all stay. They are so bulky that I would not want to try to bring them back with me unless I had a very specific requirement for them. So I'm not worried. Same with oxygen tanks. To be honest, oxygen tanks, it's better to stash those closer to Louisville, because that's when I'll actually probably want them, if ever. I don't even know if I ever would use them in Louisville, because an oxygen tank goes to an SCBA, which the only reason you would ever wear an SCBA is to escape the corpse stench. I don't know of any other purpose for it at the moment. So we have an entire trunk of clothing items that needs to come back with us. I'm dragging my feet on that for a while because I don't necessarily have a place to store it all once I get back to Riverside. I need to expand my storage capacity for clothing up there. We have another similarly full trunk of firearms and ammunition. Between the firearms and ammunition, we have about 100 encumbrance of stuff. VHSs, honestly, that's really low priority because I already have an entire VHS library back at Riverside. Now, it is 1700. What I would like to do next is actually, what I'm going to do is prep the next trip ahead of time. So, as you can see, we've already got, this is already completely full, and now we've got most of the stuff set aside to fill up our hand carry. I'm going to do the same thing for next, for the next trip, basically. So this red generator and this yellow generator, that needs to go one tile over. So I'm gonna leave one red, one yellow, and one blue here in Muldraugh, because when I set up my field base in West Point, I will stop by here at Muldraugh and take those generators with me. The yellow one will be for the base, the red one will be for the nearest gas station, and the blue one will be for whatever I need it for. Open question, really. These blue ones come back to Riverside with me for now. Or not now, but that'll be, I'm staging these for next trip. Okay, so this is 30 encumbrance right here. That means I have another 100 encumbrance to work with if I'm thinking about the trailer. As fate would have it, 100 encumbrance is exactly what I have for firearms. Perfect. Now, when it comes to what I want to leave behind here, I'm going to leave behind all of the rifles that I've picked up. Because I have so many rifles already back in Riverside that I literally do not need another rifle. I could go the rest of this game without ever touching another rifle. I've got, like, I don't know, 20 of each caliber. MSR 788 and MSR 700. Yeah, I've got too many rifles. Okay, 52 encumbrance. right there. 52 plus 30 plus 30 plus 30. That's actually a little bit too much. Hang on here. That's 90 plus... Oops. 90 plus 26. That's 116 plus... That's a little too much. I need to get rid of 12. $90 plus 26 plus 13.29. Okay, that leaves us with like 0.7. Make that a nice round 0.8. That should do it. Yeah, it's now 39.99 plus 90. And we're going for under 130. Yeah, 129.9. So basically, what we got on the floor here, these 3 generators, those 2 garbage bags, that's another full trailer. That's why we did that. So for our next trip, because everything out here is already full for anybody joining, this vehicle is ready to go back to Riverside with our loot. What I'm trying to do, since I have a little bit of time and then I need to sleep, instead of leaving now, I don't like to leave and drive at night. So instead of leaving now as my overnight activity, I'm just putting together a full trunk and a full trailer for next time. So we've got ourselves a full trailer. Now we've got to do a full trunk. So the trunk is 205 encumbrance at the moment. Basically, what that means, I can actually use this as a frame of reference. I've got 8 garbage bags, but the last one is not all the way full. The last one is only 22 encumbrance. So that's like 8 full garbage bags and then 1 not quite full. Easy enough to fill a garbage bag. It's when I need to know when to stop. That's the important thing. Now, as fate would have it, I'm actually out of garbage bags, aside from these 2 here. So I'm going to go over to... I've got some boxes of garbage bags over here. I'm just going to completely drain one of these boxes of garbage bags. Each box of garbage bags has 20 in it. I usually like to empty them when the time comes, because that way the box's encumbrance size doesn't change as it gets closer to being empty. So it's better to just empty it instead of leaving one halfway full. Because leaving it halfway full will make it more difficult to keep track of its size. So there's 1. I need 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more garbage bags. The rest go back into storage, and they're going to stay here for the most part. So, real easy way to fill up one of these garbage bags would be to take a carton of nails with me. I don't really need most of this stuff, but it's a fast and easy way to fill up a box. Slug repellent might actually be rare enough for me to take it with me. Seeing as I'm not even going to be doing agriculture down here, I don't need it down here. couple of steel bars. I will never say no to those. Alright, there's 2 more full garbage bags. Now, you can only put 1 full garbage bag. If you're organized, you can only put 1 full garbage bag on a single tile. So I've got to do these 4 at a time. Little clusters of 4 at the edges of the tiles. Alright, we've already emptied the entertainment books we want to take back with us. I'm going to start on the epitaph. So the epitaph, if you've ever seen one of those war memorials, where it just has, like, you know, the names all over it, I'm making an epitaph out of ID cards and credit cards and anything that has a name on it. So, and I want to keep them separate from the ones that I have back in Riverside right now, because everything in here is from Muldraugh. So this is the Muldraugh epitaph. So I'm actually going to rename this garbage bag Moldy Epitaph. And then, of course, I got some room left over, so... Now I can get started on stuff in the clothing bin here. But I'm definitely not going to have enough room in this particular garbage bag for all of it. So maybe I'll do accessories. That'll do it. Yeah, actually, that's a perfect fit. Okay. That's 3 more garbage bags we're going to fill up now. Our girl is pretty hungry, so we're going to go ahead and feed her. For anybody joining, we are currently setting up we're staging, basically, a whole bunch of loot garbage bags that we've, full of stuff that we've acquired from here in Muldraugh. And then tomorrow we will run 2 convoys. One with the vehicle that's already full, and then we'll empty it back at base, come back, fill it up again, and then empty it one more time. It'll be a very streamlined experience. And I need to fill up 3 more garbage bags. I'm about to need to sleep. As a restless sleeper, I go to bed at 22:30. So I've got 1 more in-game hour to work on staging some more bags. We've already got, so basically these 3 generators, these 2 garbage bags, that's a full trailer. And 8 garbage bags on the floor here is going to constitute a full trunk. Because we use a step van with a trailer here. We're starting on clothing now, yeah. Clothing collection is one of my hobbies. You gotta have a lot of hobbies for this game to still be fun after, I've been at this for, what are we at? We're at 7 months, 25 days. Probably about 171 hours into this run. If you want to have fun for that whole... you gotta have a lot of hobbies. Otherwise, you're gonna get bored really fast. A lot of people in the chat have asked me to talk about, how do I actually have fun with this game after a certain point, and that's it. You gotta come up with hobbies. It helps to be able to put yourself in the headspace of your character. I don't think I'd be able to develop these hobbies if I couldn't do that. So there's a little bit of LARPing involved, I guess you could say. Beautiful. That is all of the clothing that I've located in Muldraugh here. I have just a little bit of space left here. All right, 2 more garbage bags that are full. And then we've got, so the 8th garbage bag. I can only fill it up to 22 encumbrance because I can do like 7.8 garbage bags in the trunk of one of my perfectly repaired step vans. So the good thing is I've gotten almost all the essentials, all the food, all of the hard to find materials. Okay, firearms. I'm probably going to hand carry those. Maybe I won't need to. So I'm going to leave these rifles behind. So all I really want to take is the Magnum 1911, the M36s, M9s. That actually might be a perfect fit. In fact, I will leave behind 2 M9s. And then take this M625. And that leaves me at 21.7. So basically, the reason I'm leaving some of these behind is I've already got like 20 MSR 788s and like 20 MSR 700s. Shotguns I don't have quite as much of, but I have a lot, so it's actually fine to leave behind a couple of shotguns. I'm not going to miss them. So that just leaves me with a small amount of room left. I can take a couple things here. Why not? That works. Okay, so we have a trunk space of 205 available to us in the step van. And on the floor here, we've got 100.36 plus 104.31. $204.67. So basically what we've got is another full trunk, and over here, like I said before, another full trailer. So we have completely staged loot for another full vehicle. Now it's 22:50. I go to sleep. As a restless sleeper, I'm going to wake up in just a couple of hours here. And then I need to screw around for a couple of hours and go back to sleep at 4 a.m. And then we start our day of convoying. So as my final activity, I'm going to stage a couple of garbage bags of stuff for hand carry for the next trip. So we've got full vehicle, and now we've just got, how about a garbage bag and a garbage bag? Pretty much everything in most of these containers. Seeds. I completely forgot about seeds. I'm going to bring those back with me now. Like, not next trip, but this trip. Vast majority of these I'm not ready to plant yet. However, I want to sort them so that I know exactly how much of every plant that I have. Scrap metal, yes. Scrap metal, I'm taking all of that with me. Because scrap metal is one of those things that's actually kind of hard to make, to find when you need it if you are not welding apart a bunch of vehicles. I'll just leave behind a couple of steel sheets and steel bars. These iron pipes are for welding construction, so I do want to level welding, so I'm going to go ahead and take most of those with me. Yeah, a lot of these steel bar halves too. Oh, oof, there's another full garbage bag already. Okay. Now for the contents of my main backpack here, a lot of that will be taken up by the freezer contents and the fridge contents here. Because after this pickup, I want to shut down the generator up top for the foreseeable future, so that I don't have to turn it back on until I come back here to Muldraugh for whatever reason. The chickens, I could leave them here and they would last pretty much for a very, very long time, because they've got a full trough of food and water. So the chickens, they can stay here for now. Perhaps I'll come back and treat it as a nice, pleasant surprise if they actually lay some fertilized eggs. I don't expect them to do that. On the trunk of this ambulance, I've already got a whole bunch of propane tanks. The difference between the propane tanks in here and the ones that I'm bringing back with me, all the ones in here are already partial capacity. You cannot consolidate propane tanks. I really wish you could if you had, the right equipment. You would need a couple of gaskets and a high-pressure hose, I think, but game doesn't think that far ahead. It just gives you propane tanks with partial capacity, whatever. I leave those in the ambulance. This ambulance is going to be designated as a roadblock clearing vehicle, because there is still a large roadblock of burnt cars between Muldraugh and West Point. So if I put a whole bunch of these welding torches into the trunk of that vehicle, I can use them up and continue refueling them. I've got some wheat sheaths. Those weigh a lot. You just thresh them by hand, and then they become wheat seeds, which hardly weigh anything. So that consolidated the contents of my main backpack here. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and open all of these seed packets. I think the weight is the same. Let me confirm that. So if you open a seed packet of broccoli, the seed packet weighs 0.1. The 5 broccoli seeds weigh 0.1. So I'm neither saving nor gaining. This is not really serving any purpose other than reducing the amount of things I need to keep track of. And it's good that I'm doing this now, because when I get back to Riverside, I'm going to need to plant some of this. Just a couple of them, really, because March plants are few and far between, but there are a few of them, so... All right, there's all the seed packets opened. I can get rid of the empty packets, leave them here. And the seeds themselves straight into my main backpack. Paint is an open question. I think I will take one red and a couple of orange. Reason being, I've already employed some red and orange in my base back at Riverside. But I already also have spare red and orange, so that's not even a thing. I'm going to take some black as well. So I've not started using any black. Okay. I'm a little late getting back to sleep, but I am now fully prepared for the journey tomorrow morning. Okay. I may have been slightly ahead of myself when I said that I was going to be able to shut down the generator this time, because I still have a full freezer, and I do not have enough room in my inventory to carry the contents of the freezer. Okay. So my main backpack is now full. The goal is now to fill up the handbags, which I think I can do. I just need to drop a couple things here. Yes, okay. Propane tank. Propane tank. Butchering book, I need to carry that around at all times as reading material. Okay. Now, this time, I am going to bring my combat kit back with me. So, the spear, sword, mace, my M9s, and the full magazine. And now I shut the lights off. Okay, all those are full. 100% full. I can leave one dispenser bottle here. No reason not to. I've already taken all the rest of them back with me. Or staged them to come back. Jars. I need to take all my jars. Almost forgot about those. And take some of these fountain cups. But I cannot take anything else. I am 100% full. Everything that my character could possibly carry at once, she is now carrying. This is peak Project Zomboid right here. In terms of logistics, I am carrying 130 encumbrance on my person, which is about as much as this trailer. By carrying military backpacks in my hands and on my back, filling them all the way up. Yeah, I'm basically a walking trailer. And that, in addition to the full trunk of the step van and the full trailer, the only way we could possibly carry a little bit more is if I had not lost a small percentage of integrity on the trunk of my van. Lost a very small percentage of integrity, so the theoretical limit, I think, is 208 encumbrance. We are now using, we're down to 205. So we're about 3 off from moving as much as humanly possible. I'm getting frame rate drops, and I don't know why. I have noticed that the game gives you a lot of frame rate drops now if you're trying to, if you stand in front of huge rows of boxes full of loot. I don't know why this is chugging so much. This is a serious problem. I can't take turns when the game is running this slowly. Is there anything that I can do to save a few frames here? Changing the UI rendering frame rate does not seem to have done anything. Damn it. I'm not seeing any other settings that jump out at me as something that could possibly save me a few frames. I don't think there's anything I can do. I think the fact that... So what I think is happening is the crafting menu has had some changes to the way it parses different containers. Well, this sucks. This really sucks. It would be extremely dangerous for me to drive fast like this because I can't swerve properly at a low frame rate. Damn it. I don't know if there's anything that can... you know what? I'll set my cruise control at like 30 miles an hour, and I'm gonna search the Steam discussion forums just to see if anybody else has encountered this issue and is aware of a potential workaround for it. Alright, cruise control is set to 30 miles an hour. Even that feels a little fast, despite the chop. Oh shit, I didn't miss my turn. No, I'm good. Yeah, here it is. Performance issue with large item quantity inventories. I just need to count the garbage bags. 1, 2. Well, maybe it's not even garbage bags. I'll just count bags in general. There's 4 on my character, and then 8 in the trunk. I'm going to test something. I wonder if it is the quantity of items. Well, actually, it would be very difficult to test this. I would have to just drop a garbage bag straight on the floor. That might work. Oh, wait a minute. I'm not carrying the epitaph bag with me. It is back. It is not... No, I'm not carrying it with me. So I can't even say... I can't even reference that. The hell is 36 times 3? You'd think I would have this memorized. So as an update for anybody joining, as you can see, we're getting a rather low frame rate while trying to drive, which is extremely unfortunate. I just contributed a little bit of what I've learned to a Steam forum discussion about this very issue. Thankfully, somebody had already reported it, so all I really did was add the fact that it is it's cropping up in vehicles as well. The bug report that initially was submitted was just talking about crates. This is my turn, right? Yeah, this is my turn. Hello, Bloody. Welcome back. I am unfortunately in a bit of a... well, it's not necessarily the end of the world, but we've run into a bug with the new build 42.11 has introduced a problem with the frame rates when you have lots and lots of containers full of loot around you. So just because I have 8 garbage bags full of loot in the trunk and my character is carrying around a bunch of stuff on her person, that put together is enough to cause a frame rate drop rather significantly while driving around. Oh yeah. Yeah, they definitely have not done very much optimization. I remember I tried to play Build 42 Unstable on my MacBook. My client issued me a MacBook for ostensibly for work use, but they also say I can do limited personal use. So while I was on a trip, I used the MacBook for a while, and I have Steam installed on it already. I usually just use the stream games because it can handle that. But I tried to play Zomboid natively on Mac OS. Build 41, it can actually handle relatively well. Build 42, I don't think I ever got more than 10 FPS. It was quite literally unplayable. It was rather fun though when I was doing Build 41 on my MacBook. My buddy he actually has like a proper gaming laptop, so he can actually play the game properly. We played a local multiplayer game just over LAN. It's kind of sad just how few games you can do that with these days. Across different operating systems. Just fire up a direct connection LAN party. Not very many modern games make room for that. Yeah, Mac OS is... I have opinions about it. I used to be one of those guys who was like, oh no, I don't like Apple. I'm still not the biggest fan of Apple, but they have their place. Somebody that I like on YouTube once called Apple luxury electronics. That's half of it. Apple is a luxury brand, really. But then there's also the fact that it's Apple's for women. I'm just going to go out there and say it. Apple's for women. Bit of a hot take, but you know, and it's a stereotype. You know, there's plenty of women who are perfectly fine with PCs, but the user friendliness of Apple products makes it so that the average woman is going to be a lot more inclined towards an Apple product. Computer wheels. But also, it's not just like a woman thing. It's also a boomer thing. My boomer parents, they love their Apple products because they don't have a lot of inclination towards, spending extra brain power to figure out something a little bit more complex. So the very streamlined experience of an Apple product is great for them. And also, as the resident family tech support guy, yeah, no, I actually appreciate Apple for making life easier for my parents. That's a lot fewer things they have to message me about because they're like, hey, I can't figure out why is my laptop doing this? Why is my laptop doing that? I haven't had that for years, ever since they got they transitioned mostly to just doing everything on their iPads. If you just want something that works out of the box and you trust Apple, it's great for you. Me, I do not trust Apple, and I want something that does a little bit more than what the box says that it does. So Apple's not my thing. It feels like the frame rate drops have gotten even worse. It also feels like these fucking rabbits are going back into the road. It really feels like there's a line of code in the game that just says rabbits.rally on road, parentheses. Yeah, I know. No, that's all right. I don't mind getting canceled. I mean, the also, the funny thing about that is, I don't think very many people would deny it. The only people who would really get mad about a statement like that would be guys who use Apple products. You know, guys my age who use Apple products to be like, "What are you trying to go me?" No, no, no. I'm just saying that it's kind of it's a bit of a it is a gendered thing, but you're not allowed to point that out. Not allowed to point that out. That makes you bad. Everybody's got to be exactly the same. No difference is allowed. Oh, didn't you know it's not called Twitter anymore? It's called X now. And Twitter is a bad place because the Rocket Man bought it. And people don't like the Rocket Man. So everything he's ever been involved with has now got to be completely tarred and feathered. Rocket Man bad. Well, that's the funny thing. I've been very careful not to mention exactly where I work, what my company is, who my client is. But I've said enough things that if people really wanted to cancel me, they could probably figure out who my client was, and then they could figure out which contracting company I work for, and then they could call my employer and start, rah, 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 have you seen what this guy says on the internet? Rah, 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 and then try to get me to lose my job. All of my managers in the mid-level and the lower level, directly above me, they would all take my back, but corporate would never. That's the beast you're dealing with in this day and age. You got people who make decisions on whether someone gets hired or fired, who is so far disconnected from actually knowing that person's quality of work. Just that leads to the rest of the shitification we're seeing in the world. HR departments are the herald's call of mediocrity. Because when the manager is not the one who's making hiring and firing decisions, then you're leaving it to a bunch of people who are completely out of touch with the everyday work. Because all they're focused on is what they do every day in HR. You never know. You see, now, funny thing, I recently learned about live streams. There's a guy, Muldraugh, from Some Ordinary Gamers. He's sort of, I don't know if I'd call it a cancellation. There's people who have questions about things he said on streams in the past. And we're talking like 10-year-old streams. 10-year-old streams that are very, very long. And I looked into how are people finding out these little sound bites where Muldraugh claimed that I'm an engineer, I go all over the world and I did all the... Basically, he's just hyping himself up. He's hyping himself up, and he did this as he was talking, just doing what I'm doing here. He's just verbal shitposting in the middle of a very long live stream. How did people find that? Transcripts. Every live stream recorded on YouTube eventually gets a transcript made, and transcripts are text searchable. And there's actually a couple of things you can do to just pull down the transcripts of like an entire YouTube channel. So basically, everything somebody has ever said on their YouTube channel in text form. You can get that relatively easily. And then once you have that, it's just a bunch of Control F, looking for keywords, looking for naughty words. And that's currently, that is what is fueling the situation with Muldraugh. I don't have a very strong opinion of it, because, honestly, it just sounds like the guy hyped himself up a little too much. I don't usually do that myself. I don't hype myself up. In fact, I have a very self-deprecating sense of humor. I know what I'm good at, and it's a select few things. Everything else, I'm just thoroughly normie at best. Okay, back to Riverside. We're taking the south entrance. I feel confident doing this because we got out and killed most of the zombies that were in this area on our way out. Does not mean that it's going to be perfectly clear, as you can see. Some of them have migrated towards the road since then, but they're not in the road. So, as long as I kill them all on my way back out again for the next trip, I'll be fine. Oh, Richard, yeah, no problem. Very glad that some people could get use out of that. Since the patch just released, I don't think I saw any notes about pianos. So the latest patch, 42.11, it might not have fixed it. I would have to do a search for that to know for sure. Yeah, mods are the HR department for social media. It's all the same people too. The same kind of person who would become a moderator is the same kind of person you would see in an HR job. People who have more social inclinations and like to do the vetting thing. They like to judge people. Not to say that all mods are like that, but I do have I do come solidly from the Jannies do it for free school of thought, because the Jannies absolutely do it for free. And anytime somebody does something for free, there's a reason for that. Always a reason for something being free. And here we are back at Riverside. Look at that. There is a zombie at the police station right over there to the left. That is the closest zombie I've seen to my base in a very long time. I'm going to need to go kill that. But for the moment, I am driving around behind my base and then parking behind it. Okay. First thing I gotta do is get the stuff out of my character's inventory. Now, all these egg cartons, there's not a particular rush to get those into the freezer. I'm just getting them out of the inventory. Propane tanks and garbage bags. I can just straight up drop those. Alright, now all these seeds I gotta go do something with. Black cans of paint can go on the floor right here. Same with the orange and the red, because I've already got some right here. Mace and the sword go right there. Got a bunch of milk in a fountain cup, goes in the fridge for now. Actually, some of that I can drink. How about a 2-liter? Yeah, I'll have a 2-liter of milk. That'll get my proteins up and putting on some calories, because I do want to put on some weight. I'm down to 75 kilo. I have not turned on the lights yet because before I turn the generator back on, I want to go out there and kill that zombie. So, this is where all of my seeds are. As you can see, the seeds are not here by themselves. There's just a bunch of boxes, or a bunch of bags in the box. So what I want to do now, now that I've emptied all of my stuff that was overburdening me, I just want to take the March bag of seeds, and I want to see what's in that. Carrots, lemongrass, onions, and rosemary. So I'm going to add the seeds of those from my Muldraugh expedition here. Carrots, lemongrass, onions, and rosemary. That actually made almost everything into an even number. That's great. So right now it is March 2nd. I can plant 20 carrots, 30 lemongrass, 30 onions, 20 rosemary. I will get started on that in a little bit. What I want to do is leave the March seed bag out here. Hang on a second. Okay, I'm not getting frame rate drops anymore. despite having a backpack full of seeds. So I want to say that that means that quantity of items is not as big of a problem as quantity of containers. But I have a way. I have a way to verify that. In the one of these vehicles, I just got a whole bunch of sacks, I think. Yeah, okay. I've got 5 garbage bags full of sacks in the back of this Spiffo van. I'm not seeing any frame rate drops, though. That's interesting. That might indicate that it is a quantity of item issue. Okay, that's some good information. So basically what we're looking at here is that the trunk of this Spiffo van is almost as full as the other van is. However, the stuff that is making it full is just a bunch of, trash bags full of 18 sacks. So it is technically a lot of items, but it's all the same item, and it's just split across 5 bags. I'm gonna add that to the bug report thread really quick here. I really need to work on my pithiness. Yeah, absolutely. If you're getting a sore hand from moving a mouse, yeah. I mean, I'm currently using my backup mouse because my previous Logitech G600 was damaged. Part 12 of this series, I think it was. I can't remember exactly, but yeah, it was on live stream. I was showing somebody in chat my monitor, and I accidentally spilled one of my pitchers of water on the friggin' mouse. Probably wouldn't have been a problem if I had just disconnected it right away and let it dry. But like a doofy doofus, I continued using it for a couple of hours. Pikachu face when it started breaking down on me. So I've got a couple of those. I had to order them from Japan because they're no longer in production. Frickin' Logitech doesn't know what their audience even wants anymore. are you using a mouse with any extra buttons, or are you just using a mouse as somebody normally would with, you know, right click, left click? Because I've noticed that sometimes I will get, my wrist will hurt a little bit, but that only happens if I'm using the thumb grid extensively. Logitech Pebble. I can't say I'm familiar, but that sounds like one of their smaller ones, just going by the name. These extra generators are actually going to help me tremendously when the spring harvest is done, because I'm going to need to store a bunch of stuff in the freezers. Okay, so that is the trailer emptied. Better and not useless. Alright, I'm going to park the van there. And before I continue emptying loot, I want to be able to turn the generator on and get my light. Before I do that, I need to go kill the zombie that I saw down at the, I saw one down by the police station here. And I'm gonna guess, just a random guess, she's probably not alone. There's probably gonna be more zombies in this area that have respawned. She didn't even have the dignity to spawn with some equipment. No nightsticks, no M9s, whatever. Yeah. I was saying this before, I think you were away at the time, but I think a lot of people who dislike the respawn system in this game probably just dislike the fact that it doesn't feel natural at all. Like, I feel like people would not be anywhere near as bothered by it if it felt more natural. Like, we should not see zombies just appear out of nowhere. We should see them at the edge of town. And they should not be coming into the center of town unless there's a reason. Shit. Let me get some distance. A little too much all at once just for a machete. Machete that is probably past the halfway point of its lifespan.
Hey!
You know what? That should be 6 rounds left. And that should also attract anybody who's in the area. Well, quote-unquote, in the area. All that really did was trigger a large migration towards that area. Three. 2, 1. Reload. I swear they become harder to hit while they're ragdolled. Come on. Yeah. I mean, the ragdoll system is very kind to people who like using their vehicles as battering rams, because ever since the ragdoll system was introduced, a vehicle hit is basically a freaking one-shot kill. One on my 6. Repositioning. I need to do an ammo check. Down to 3 rounds. 1-0. Reload. Alright, I ended up with a loose round. So I insert that in the magazine and then put it back in. Let the fast one get to me first. Alright, I have no idea if that actually... Now, see, look, we've got people coming from the south here. All I can say from this is definitively, I am long overdue a regular Riverside patrol here. Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, you know, I could actually, depending on the way you look at things, I could see people calling this a content farm. It's just a very different one. Ideally, a little bit less content for the sake of content. I mean, you know, I am practicing my live streaming skills here, so there is like it is content for the sake of content to a certain degree, but yeah, I'm also not really doing it in such a cynical way, I guess you could say. I am genuinely just enjoying myself here, and I happen to be doing something that a lot of people a fair number of people also like to see. Mutually beneficial arrangement, as it were. I don't see a lot coming this way, which means the cul-de-sac to the south is probably okay. I usually like to have that cleared out at all times, because if it's not clear, then anytime I turn on the generator to get gasoline will result in zombies coming up through the fence. I don't think I left any food here. You know what I didn't do? I never actually looted the convenience store over here. The convenience store over here has never... I've run past it about 500 times. Never looted it, though. I might have enough inventory space to actually loot this place. Nope. Definitely not. Yeah, way too much large form food there. I'll just clean out the small form stuff and then come back later. Have I already... I think I may have already, Nah, there's a couple things here that I can collect seeds from. Tomato and zucchini. So even if the food is rotting... even if the food is rotting, you can still extract the seeds from it. Okay, we are out of here. Just a pit stop while I'm on patrol here. So I already patrolled this road on the way out. So I'm just going to patrol this road, and then swing back north and then head home. Mostly, Zomboid music. So, the only time I would ever do non-Zomboid music on stream would be if it's either music that I'm 100% sure is never going to get a copyright strike, or music from another video game. I have not done this in a very long time because it was one of the reasons Barbara Butters died, but I used to like to put on 3C2 by Love So Big. It is a kind of obscure Japanese group. They usually do... It's a Japanese group that does Italian opera and, like, you know, renditions of Italian songs. It's kind of cool. But this one was an original by them. And I just absolutely love the violin cadences. They're just beautifully dark. You know what? It's been a little while since I've played it. I'm going to tempt fate a little bit. One of the reasons I've not played it is because this is how Barbara Butters died, listening to this particular soundtrack. And one of the reasons is I got so hyped that I wanted to kill things faster and faster. And, hang on a second. Love So Figgy 3C2. I'm probably not even pronouncing that right. I'll post a link in chat. Yeah, right? Four rounds in the magazine. If I wait until they're getting up, then they're no longer ragdolled. 0. I'm out. Alright, if they don't want to get up. I'm in the middle of a patrol, so I can just, due north? Just one? One left? Yeah, nah. They'll fix it. It's just... It's going to take them a while. They've added a system to the game that it wasn't really built for. Now they've got to monkey wrench everything to make it actually work. Okay. So that should take care of anybody to the south of the convenience shops to the north there. And that should also take care of anybody at the edge of this little pocket development off to the side of the gravel road. And I've already discharged the firearms several times down here, which means that anybody who's here should just be a couple stragglers with good hearing from further back. This guy right here. Basically, in summation, this road should now be considered safely patrolled. And I can now sprint back to my van, which I... Where did I leave it? Did I do this? I think I've done this entirely on foot. I think I did this entirely on foot. Because all I did was run down to the police station and kill a single zombie. And then I saw that there were more. And I've just been killing and killing and killing and killing. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, not just in terms of their stats, but their, whatchamacallit, their skills. A fully maxed out character in this game is like like Iron Man or Batman. Because remember, Batman isn't a hero because of his ability to just, you know, tank bullets and kill a bunch of people. No, it's his skills that make him a superhero. Same with Iron Man for the most part. One last area that I want to hit is just this road to the north of my base. And then I can consider the patrol handled. A little dangerous to do that. Honestly, I was going for the jaw stab, and sometimes the jaw stab just doesn't work no matter how well positioned you are. I'm sure there is a sweet spot for it. What I always thought it was, is I thought you just had to wait for your character to raise their hand. If you're within a certain range of a zombie with a knife out, your character will kind of do this thing where she raises her hand. I always thought that was the prerequisite for the jaw stab. But it seems like there's a little bit more to it than that. I'll try it again with this guy since he's more or less alone here. Yeah, that's right. It's a little hard to see, but she's raising her hand. There it is, okay. Maybe she has to raise her hand, and it's got to stay raised for like half a second or something. Maybe that's the case. I don't know. All I know is that was the only visible one that I had sight of out here. I'll loop back towards the base, see if I catch anybody out here. Yeah, look at that. We got somebody up here at the Riverside. I'm gonna try it again. So pay attention to her left hand. See, the left hand is raised, and I'm even giving it like half a second. I'm not going to give it more than half a second because that's an absurd ask. The stun duration is exactly 1 second. I'm not going to cut it any closer than half a second. At peak, my reflexes are like, I don't know, a third of a second, something like that. So cutting it closer than half a second is just, no, I'm not doing that. Not even for a second. People who main jaw stab are a little bit crazy. Insane population with sprinters is easy. Easy to do what? Easy to get killed? It's that's an interesting statement, to say the least. You know what? Sometimes they spawn out in these trees. I'm just drive around the trees here. See what I see. I've already eliminated a good chunk of the forest where they might spawn. Yeah, I'm not seeing any movement out there. Alright, I now sufficiently feel safe turning on the generator on my base. Now as a nighttime activity, before I sleep, I am going to accrue a large amount of muscle strain by planting, or by picking up a bunch of crop plots here. Ah, too far away. That's alright. That's what I got my other generator for. Yeah, this one is actually for the fridge. That's fine. Alright. Here is our bag of seeds for March. I need to get rid of all of my other seeds right now. Otherwise, I will have a lot of scrolling to do when I try to plant things. So here's my garden box. Let's just dump all of these seeds. We are going to sort them a little bit later. Oh, absolutely, yeah. I mean, remember, Louisville is basically the last thing I would ever do on a character. So if I went to Louisville, it would be after my base was long past the point of perfection. So the second floor is basically a given. Pumpkin seeds are stuck in there too. Some seeds are considered food as opposed to gardening, which make it gardening / food. How about that? Doesn't have to be. It's not mutually exclusive. Okay. I need 20, 40, basically 100. I have 100 crops that I could plant right now. Honestly, 30 lemongrass would be a bit gratuitous. However, lemongrass grows very quickly, and you get experience every time you harvest it. Lemongrass is one of those things you can constantly harvest. So basically what lemongrass is a good way to grind lower level agriculture experience. So I will plant all 30 of those seeds. Alright, 4 a.m., gonna hit the sack. I am in too much pain to sleep. That's what the painkillers are for. I can actually finish off the painkillers in my Alice kit and replace those. $39 boxes of painkillers. Yeah, Tor is, saves you a lot of problems very long term. And the painkillers have kicked in. Let's get ourselves some sleep. Alright, the snow has stopped, so I no longer have any help watering the crops. We've got 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 crop plots dug, so two more double rows, and that will be all of the spring plants. Now some of these, like carrots, are going to take a while to grow. I don't think they're actually ready to be harvested until June, maybe? I forget, it was late May or June, something like that. Which means some of the crop plots that I'm going to take up are not going to be available again for quite a while. That does sound like a lot of work. Hopefully it pays off. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we've got 100 crop plots ready. So basically I'm going to take everything except for 2 of these carrot seeds because I have an odd number. Now the lemongrass I'll do first. Let's take this large bucket of water and put it in my primary hand here. Hey, there's the snow coming back. Snow technically does water your crops, just very slowly. Not enough to be relied upon, but it can act as a top-off. For anybody joining, we are doing a little bit of spring planting. March 3rd is upon us. So we are planting crops that are either... There's a couple that have their optimal month as March. I think onions. Onions are the only thing that actually comes to mind. I'm sure there's a couple of other. But what I'm planting right now is lemongrass. Lemongrass can be planted pretty much throughout the year, starting from March and then like going all the way into late fall. So lemongrass is one of those things that I just plant in March. There is no like best month for lemongrass. And it's also one of those things that can be repeatedly harvested. So it will it'll be great to grind my way through the lower levels of agriculture. Okay. So I'm also going to do lemongrass and then rosemary. So the herbs are concentrated on this side. Yeah. Random map generation is... I would say that probably the most enjoyment I've ever had from a game with random map generation is 7 Days to Die. And probably the reason that I like it as much as I do is because it is procedural generation of handcrafted areas, if that makes sense. So what you're looking at is basically what it does is it uses procedural generation for like all the open world terrain between cities and stuff, and then the cities themselves, all the POIs are handcrafted. Yeah. Handcrafted maps can be definitely the way to go. Alright, so that is all lemongrass and rosemary planted. Next, we've got carrots and onions. I think both carrots and onions are a similar growth time, but let me double check that. So I go to info, character info. 6,864 kills. Survived for 7 months, 27 days. So coming right up on that 8-month mark. And we'll probably be, I want to say we're probably going to be at like 7,000 kills. It's almost 1,000 kills a month. That's not bad. So open my skills and recipes here. Go to agriculture. And onions are... $90 days average growth time. Carrots are 90 days average growth time. So these 5 crop plots, or these 5 rows here, that will be filled with onions and carrots. Those are both, this is all 90-day crops. So basically all these in this chunk here, this little square, all 50 of these will probably be harvested right around the same time. So I'll start with carrots first. I need more water containers. How about I get my secondary backpack out? Drop the current ones on the floor over here. And I got a bunch of water containers out front here. So that's 4. 2 left in my main inventory. Alright, that's all the carrots. I think I got just enough buckets for everything. I've got 2 left in my bags and then 2 left right here. Oh no, I'll be just short. That's fine. I mean, all this is just me emptying buckets that I did not have to go out of my way to fill because they just filled over time with rainwater. Darkwood. I have not tried Darkwood. I'll have to take a look at that at some point. I'm assuming it's a survival crafting game? That's basically all I ever play. I have heard the name before. I just can't remember exactly where. Alright, so these last 2 buckets here will be enough to finish off these 2 rows. And then I will need to manually refill the large bucket. The large bucket gives me 20 liters, so that constitutes 10 crop plots. That means, yeah, okay. that'll be all I have left after that. Stand by just a moment. I've got to help one of my teammates with something at work. It's been a quiet morning today, but when duty calls, I'm going to sit down and read a book here. Shouldn't take too long, just a minute or two. All right. Tab over to my other computer here. Alrighty then. Hopefully that's sorted. I'll find out in a minute if he still needs help. Great guy. I love everybody on my team, but every once in a while they ask me questions that I could usually just answer with, "Have you tried turning it off and on again?" And of course, he did not try that before reaching out to me. I mean, I gave him a couple things to try other than a reboot, but you know, sometimes just turn it off and on again. That's fine. So I left some magazines on the floor, firearm magazines. I'm going to reload my M9s because I completely expended the ammunition when I was out doing patrol. And then I got 2 left that are loaded. Now I do believe in my containers I should have a couple of M9s that are M9 magazines that are loaded with bullets, right? No, I don't. Okay. So what I like to do with M9 when I am loading magazines, well, first I'm going to top off these ones that because the one in the chamber was gone, now there's 14 in the magazine. I like to top them off. And since I had a couple of loose rounds, I can do that. Okay. So what I like to do with when I'm reloading weapon magazines is I do it in bulk. So the boxes of 9mm rounds have 50 rounds in a box. Your magazines have 15. So if you just open a single box, you're going to be left with a bunch left over. I don't like that. So what I'm going to do is take 10 magazines out of the box and take 3 out of the crate, rather, and then take 3 boxes of 9mm rounds. The reason I do that is 3 boxes of 9mm rounds is exactly equal to 10 full magazines. So I'm basically just I'm not leaving any leftover rounds is what I'm doing here. So I open up these boxes. My actual literal kingdom, or a button that says reload all magazines. I know there's a mod for it. I just whatever. Most of these I'm just going to turn right around and put back into the crate because there's no need to carry all of them at once. All right, 1 into my Alice kit. And the rest into the accessories bin here. I keep the M9 box at the bottom here with the ammo and the pistols. I keep that only empty magazines in there. Full magazines I'll keep elsewhere because, generally speaking, as a rule of thumb, I want to keep magazines empty unless it's a firearm that I'm actively trying to level. Well, I mean, you know, all firearms are the same skill, but I use M9 for the first 5 levels, and then I mean, I've never done this in Build 42. I think I do rifles after that. I don't know. We're gonna find out because I don't know exactly whether whether that's the efficient way to do it or not. Marketing can be very deceptive. Marketing can be very deceptive. All right, let's get this. I picked up a bunch of crap. Let's get some of that out of my inventory here. Canned foods. Yeah, this is interesting. I've got a lot of stuff in these containers, but most of what's in these containers is not used in crafting recipes. So, it's not causing lag. That further reinforces my theory about what causes lag when it comes to large containers. Anytime you have, so let's, in the corner here is where I have my canned foods. Anytime you have 6 of any canned food type, go ahead and box it up in a crate. So I'm now putting together a box of canned fruit cocktails. And then I put that in a separate container for my boxes of cans. I've not yet seen the, I don't think you can put canned food into a carton. That'd be cool if you could. Alright, I picked up some soda. That goes into the soda bin. Everything else is small form. So I small form food. I do, wait a minute. I have some coffee and tea bags? No, just coffee. Okay. So I use the little display case here. Sweets on the left, savory on the right. So the candy, fruit jam too? Nah, that's an ingredient. So the hard candy is the jelly beans on the left, the Snick Snack bar on the left, savory, the chips on the right. Does granola bar count as sweet or savory? I don't really think it falls into either category. I'll just put that in the small form. So most everything else here is straight into the small form. In fact, all of it. Yeah, all of that right into the small form. Okay, and that everything else that I have here is miscellany. So the map for Riverside, which I don't actually think I have yet. Oh, no, I do. I have 3. A necklace, or the necklace god. And I don't know why I picked up a belt. I'm a little bit beyond the point of needing individual leather strips. Oh, actually, no, I'm maybe not, because leather is harder to get now. Because now it takes days to dry leather. Thanks for that, Indie Stone. I hate it. Now, at the very end of my previous stream, which is a few days ago, I took a couple days off there. At the very end of my previous stream, I said that I was going to redo my leather strip protection on my gear. But I had a couple of things come up, so that was actually not a feasible thing to do. Right away, at least. Strafing looks like the character was doing jumping jacks. That's pretty funny. Yeah, I have no real opinion on B40. I did not actually start playing until B41 was already in full-on stable. Okay, so I've got the spring crops planted and watered. Now what I want to do is start getting some of this compost out, because I would really like to start getting a churn on the compost. There's a lot of cow poo in the cow pen that needs to go into a composter. So this spiffo van right here has all of my bags of compost. I'll start from this side and work my way down. Compost is optimally carried 5 in each military backpack. Or 6? Was it 6? Seven in each military backpack. So actually most of this I can just straight up carry. So I'm just going to start using this until I use up all of it, and then refill it from the compost bins. I do it 6 at a time. Because that's how much a character can reach. And then those 2 left over. And there's a bunch of empty sacks right there. Alright, so this row is done. On to the next. 6. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. And last 2. That should only leave me with, yeah, 1 compost bag left. I'm just going to drop that for the moment. Yes, absolutely. ADHD is one of those, now is it hypo or hyperactivity? Mine is hypo with an O. I cannot say I've ever met anybody with hyperactivity disorder. I'm sure I have. I just never actually, like, you know, had somebody say, oh yeah, I got hyperactivity disorder. So what I'm doing now is grabbing 4 sacks and filling those up at the compost bin. So that will result in another 5. 5 sacks is 20 crop plots. And here we go. So that is another 20 crop plots there. Which one needs to start? So this one and this one are both composted. So I start here. Okay, and that just leaves me with another, I need 5 more sacks, and then I've got all of my crops composted. And what that comes down to is 25 sacks of compost equals all 100. I mean, I really should have known that, because each sack is 4 crop plots. I have 100 crop plots, so that's 25 bags of compost. It's simple math, it really is. But my brain did not fully register all of it. Is my suspicion correct about these compost bins? I think... no, not quite. Yeah, so I used to think that the older compost bins, or the lower quality ones, would continue to fill right after you took the stuff out of it, but nope, it doesn't. That's the way it was in build 42, or build 41 rather. Okay, we have a couple of births, I think. Oh, look at that. We've got text that shows the names. Fantastic. Okay, so this one right here does not have a name. Who is this the daughter of? It is a daughter, thankfully. Is this, although it looks like it's broken. Or at least there's something weird with it. Was that Doris that gave birth? No, Doris is gestating. Was it Cersei? Yes, it was Cersei. So this calf needs to be named Cersei II. Holstein, Cersei II. Okay. Got it. And while I'm here, I should probably check the other calves. Not currently underfed. Have to keep an eye on them because they are liable to be underfed because their mothers stopped producing milk. Okay, compost going out on the last row here. Okay, there we go. So all of our crops are composted. What I need to do now is make it so that I have 25 sacks of compost ready to go for the next growth phase. So each time you want to add compost to them is when they're at their next growth phase. Right now they're just seedlings. When they start to sprout, that's when they're ready for another round of compost. So for that next round, what I want to have is 25 sacks of compost chilling in the van here. Speaking of the van, it's still running because I'm a doofus who leaves his vehicles running all the time. I'm going to park it right over here, right in front of the compost bins. And it is almost 2200, so it is just about time to sleep again. I have 20 sacks on me right now. I'm going to go take 5 more out of the crate so that I can have the correct number. Alright, and I will just read for the last hour after I get some food in me. And 2230, we hit the sack. I can't explain it. I'm sure the devs are hard at work making it so that items have bad smell. So they'll probably... Because right now, basically, bad smell only comes from corpses. What that tells me is that they don't have a mechanism yet for individual items to irradiate smell. I'm sure they're working on it, and I'm sure they will... Because remember, it's something that makes our life miserable. So they're definitely going to do it. That's not a question. It's a question of when, not if. Oh yeah, Weyland-Yutani is just an accurate representation of long enough a company that gets to be a monopoly long enough. Doesn't matter what industry, they'll eventually become just like it. Okay, we are emptying the compost bins that are ready to be emptied. I think that will get us part of the way there. I'll just do them 5 at a time, toss them into the trunk. Not my daughter, you bitch. I'm actually probably going to run out of room here. That will probably cue me changing the... I'll move the garbage bags full of empty sacks to another vehicle. Gonna have to move at least a couple of these. That is okay. This one looks good. So these garbage bags, each one of them has 18 sacks in it. Reason for that, 18 sacks is a full military backpack if each of those sacks are full of gravel or sand, right? So this custom driveway that I built, that was very heavily optimized by knowing the fact that I can, you know, carry exactly 18 bags at once in a military backpack. Having 3 of them, that's a lot that I can carry at once. I also don't want to be shedding health the whole time, so that was also a factor. So I need 5 more sacks of compost, but I don't think I have any more bins. Or if I do, this bin over here is only going to have like one more pull, isn't it? Yeah, it's only 10% full. So I've got one more bag of compost coming up here. That means I need 4 more bags. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take up 20 encumbrance of cow poo. Just pick it up off the floor here and move it down to my my compost bins that I just emptied. If you need a turd, just look around. I don't know why that came to mind. That would be all of the poo from the Holstein bin. The Holstein, whatchamacallit? Holstein pen. Okay, that is 20 encumbrance of poo. Now I go toss that into the compost bins over here that I emptied. So I got kind of a rolling system here. These two right here, these 2 compost bins, they had stuff added to them a while ago. So these 2 here. So basically they will, they'll be ready to produce compost sooner. So I got kind of a rolling production. And you want to put 10 encumbrance at a time, because 10 encumbrance will decay into a 100%. Basically, 1 encumbrance equals 10%, regardless of how much you can fit into the box. So if you have many boxes and not enough to fill all of them, then just fill 10 encumbrance of rotting or poo or whatever. And that means this van can get parked next to the compost here. Now there's fertilizer. I'm saving that for the tobacco. I have a theory that if I fertilize the tobacco and compost it at every single stage, I might be able to shave an entire month of growth time off of it. Maybe. I don't know. I have no idea, but I'm going to try. Because right now, tobacco, and again, I know anybody who's watched my content before, you'll have seen this, but I just want to stress this for anybody who's watching who hasn't seen the last time I talked about this. I'll pull up Microsoft Paint here, and I'm going to paste this little screenshot here. Tobacco. Average time of grow, 180 days. Planting season, April, May, June, July, August. That's 5 months. 180 days is 6 months. So, what happens when it's outside of its planting season? All the crops fucking die. So tobacco is literally fucking impossible to grow right now, because the time to grow exceeds its planting season. This has been a bug for the entirety of Build 42. Not a single person who used growing seasons has successfully grown tobacco, and yet the devs have completely ignored my bug report on the issue and I'm guessing some other people may have reported. I don't know. All I can say is tobacco. The devs don't care very much about smokers. They really don't, because that is the tobacco growing is far from the only problem smokers have had in Build 42. From their the perk itself being nerfed to only 2 points, that's bad enough in and of itself. Because I mean, it is smoker is devastating to your action economy. Same as hemophilia. People are like, oh, it's just free points. No, it is a degradation to your action economy. You've got to take a whole bunch of... You got to make room for stuff. You got to make room for cigarettes. You got to make room for lighters. You got to allocate it so that you have plenty. You've got to take time out of your day to smoke it, which thankfully is not that much time. But the amount of time that you have to spend to make sure that you have something to smoke at any given time, that is an action economy detriment. Rather significant one, if you ask my opinion, but I'm sure some people can live with it. It's not as bad as hemophilia. Hemophilia is worse. You got to spend a lot of time washing yourself, or have a laundry machine everywhere you go. Either or is a very... I mean, it takes a lot of water to wash your clothes, so you generally want to just hand wash clothes next to an infinite water source. But hand washing clothes takes a lot of time. There's no getting around the fact that it is absolutely detrimental to your action economy. But most people don't even think in terms of action economy. They just think, oh wow, this helps me in the first couple of weeks. Great. The game is about a little more than the first couple of weeks. But the most popular mod for this game right now is called Week 1. So there's a little bit of poetry there, in my opinion. Alright, the March seed bag needs to go away. Okay, now I can turn the lights back on and do my, do some seed sorting. I'm not seed sorting, sorry. I'm not doing that just yet. I'm doing, whatchamacallit, loot sorting. So I still got these 8 garbage bags of loot back here. Wait a minute, hold on. This compost box is 100% full again. What the hell? Why did it fill up so fast? Maybe I was right. Okay, so the difference between this compost bin and the other one. The other ones, they didn't fill up so quick at all. This one is the older one. The lower quality one. There's basic and craftsman. For some reason, the basic one seems to fill up faster. I should probably just make all of them basic. Fascinating. That's unbelievable. It's probably an oversight by the devs. They probably intend for them to all behave like the advanced one. Or vice versa. I genuinely can't tell. Starting to think I have too many cows. The mooing is getting out of hand. I need to fill up those other bags. So that's 4 more bags of compost here. Okay. I never even needed to park the van here, but that's okay. So that just means that I now have 25 compost bags in the back of this van. So basically, when the crops that I'm growing in this 100 crop radius over here, basically all these crops, when they are finished with their first growth phase, this van has all the compost they'll need to get them composted for the next phase. And I'll refill it at that point. I'll probably need a second van when I get there. What I'm going to do, though, is I'm going to move the animal trailer. Move the animal trailer and its towing vehicle here so that I can just have a parking lot of Spiffo vans right here. It's all so tiresome. But at least now I know. I know exactly what the mechanic is behind the Yeah, well, give me just a second here. Yeah, if anybody is familiar with Microsoft Teams, yeah, that is the sound of Microsoft Teams. Fortunately, I'll log out in approximately 15 minutes. Alright, there we go. Out of the way. I won't need to be moving animals with this for... I don't even know if I ever will need to move them again. Possibly when I set up a base at Louisville, I'll bring a few cows down with me. But yeah, give me a moment. I'm gonna sit down and read butchering for a minute, and then I will be right back. All right, one moment. Oh, well, he's actually good to go. He was basically just letting me know that he is good to go. Okay, I'm going to actually step away IRL really quick, hit the head, and get a refill of water, and then we are continuing. So that'll approximately be in a minute and a half, maybe 2 minutes tops. Here's my note here. Back in 3 minutes. Less than that, most likely, but my upper limit. Alrighty, we are back. For anybody who's joined, welcome. We have, I just took a short break there, and we are currently emptying loot in Riverside into our main base in Riverside after a large convoy from our field outpost in Muldraugh, and also after doing some spring planting. So it is currently March 4th, and we planted about 100 crops over here. Lemongrass, rosemary, onions, and carrots. And they have all been planted and watered and composted. So we are now ready to continue convoying loot from Muldraugh to Riverside. I'm just going to take this one garbage bag at a time. Looks like this one is mostly canned food. Canned food all the way into the corner here. Can I pack any of these cans into boxes? Yes. Here is a box of canned chili. So anytime you have 6 or more of any type of canned food, pack it into a box. It reduces the total encumbrance so that you can optimize how much you can store. Here is a box of canned tomato coming right up. And a box of canned dog food, you know, for all the dogs in this game. It's like there used to be dogs in this game, and there probably will be someday. There will probably be more dogs in this game, but right now there are grand total of 0 dogs in this game. I've probably elucidated this on stream before, but basically, right now the only animals in the game are really dumb animals. When more interesting, more intelligent animals get added, it's going to be rough for me because get it? It's going to be rough. It's actually going to be rough for me because dumb animals I don't have a lot of. I mean, I have basic empathy for them, but there's a limit. There's a hard limit. Intelligent animals, that's a different story. I have a little bit more empathy for intelligent animals, and that'll make it difficult for me if I come across a dog in the wild that looks like it needs help. I'm probably going to end up with a dog farm, just a dog farm of rescues in this game, assuming that's how it works. I'm just looking at the way the game currently works, and assuming that there's going to be dogs, left in houses, probably starving and thirsty because nobody has ever let them out of the house, and you'll have to be faced with the choice of save them or kill them, or just let them go maybe. The game is unkind right now to animals that you just let go. The game is very unkind to animals that you just let go. So if you care about an animal right now, don't let it go, because it will just starve and die. And that makes the game even more complicated because, do I want to just let go? I see a golden retriever in a house. Do I just let it go and assume that it can survive in the wild? Probably not. I'm probably going to save them. I'm going to save all of them. Now, what really needs to happen, they need to make sure that they do, is you need to be able to put dogs in car seats. I don't want to have to rely on an animal trailer for dogs when they add dogs to this game. No. Dogs are perfectly capable of sitting in seats. Not very many of them like to get in cars. That you have to train a dog very well to actually enjoy getting into a car. But no. I will find it very difficult to enjoy this game if I cannot have a dog in my passenger seat. I certainly hope that they give us different breeds with different capabilities. In World War Z, I very much enjoyed the portrayal of dogs that were trained with specific purposes for handling zombies. You had how do you pronounce it? Dachshunds? You had Dachshunds that were trained to go into really small, tight spaces and lure crawling zombies out of them. It was fantastic. It was exactly what people would do in a wartime situation with dogs as a trainable resource. My first aid box is full. I'm going to need to move some containers of stuff out of it. So I've got a whole bunch of boxes, like box of bandages, box of adhesive bandages, box of cotton balls, box of suture needles, that all stuff. I'm putting those in a separate container because now that separate container is full. Damn it. Oy. Do I actually have too much loot? No, I don't. I absolutely don't. Am I getting there? Yes. But yeah, I am both looking forward to and dreading the addition of more intelligent animals. Nice. That is, that's, I think, what the kids would call an epic fail. Wait a minute, can I pack a carton of cigarettes? So if you have enough packs of cigarettes, I think you can make a carton. Let's consolidate these packs really quick. Nope. Oh, so it just has to be 10 cigarette packs. So I was actually there, but then I consolidated them. That's fine. Wait a minute, I am there. Do they have to be full? They probably have to be full. It looks like a lot of the space in here is being taken up by these alcohol wipes and alcohol bottles. Okay. So I've almost got a carton of cigarettes here. I'm going to start moving the tobacco out of the first aid box. I was doing tobacco and first aid for a while because, you know, technically speaking, tobacco is a treatment for something, stress in this context. But yeah, tobacco is going to start going over here in this box. And I'm also going to put boxes of first aid materials in that box. So adhesive, suture needles, and stuff like that. Okay. That frees up a little bit of room. Yeah, you can. What does it do? I don't know. What is it? I'm sure it does something. Maybe it. I would laugh really hard if it reduced stress a little bit. Looks like my girl is very, very hungry. We're gonna have a couple cups of cow's milk here. Most of this is for the electronics bin. Ooh, I can pack a box of adhesive bandages and regular bandages and batteries, more batteries, light bulbs. Ooh. That's several boxes of light bulbs right there. The electronics container is almost full again, so I'm moving electrical parts by themselves to the third crate in the stack. And then just aluminum fragments. Do I want to keep aluminum scrap over there? Or am I putting it in the metals bin? I'm putting it in the metals bin. So this is obscure metals. Aluminum, brass, copper, gold, scrap metal, silver fragments, steel scrap. Steel scrap? That doesn't go in there. Does it? I'll revisit that later. Candle going into fire source. That was the only other thing I had in here. Fire source I can no longer access from that side. I go around here. Put a bunch of extra crates down, and now I have less room to maneuver. Okay, five garbage bags left in the trunk here. Looks like we got some more electronics and small form materials. Now, I got a bunch of hairspray. Usually I like to treat hairspray as a explosive ingredient and keep it in the electronics area, but we're getting really full over there. And hairspray is kind of bulky. It's 0.8 encumbrance each. So I'm going to put the hairspray somewhere else. In fact, how about we put it in the salon? Because that's what the salon is for. And this looks like medium form materials and... actually, this is mostly small form. 19 rolls of twine. That's a lot of twine right there. Small form materials bin is full. Damn it. Well, I guess that's a hint that I can actually start storing twine over in the tailoring area. Yeah, let's put 20 rolls of twine over in tailoring. That'll free us a little bit of space. Not very much, unfortunately. I suppose I'll do the same with duct tape. I'll put 10 units of duct tape over in tailoring as well. See, I normally would never want to allocate duct tape or twine to tailoring, but having the spoils of both Muldraugh and Riverside in this one box, I think I can finally ease up on some of those requirements. Unfortunately, I really don't have a lot of room over here anymore. Let's move some more twine up to the third box in this column. Okay. Whole bunch of twine and duct tape for the tailoring area here. Tailoring area is now full. I brought a little too much twine over here. Let's just put 10 of each. And then the rest I'll put in this bin. At some point, I do intend on upgrading some of my crates to steel crates, but I'm not high enough metalworking yet for that to be a good idea. Most of this bag is soda. The soda container is full. You know what? I'm just gonna leave. I'm gonna leave this bag over here after I get the whiskey out of it. There's a little bit of whiskey. I'm gonna put it in the whiskey alcohol container, and then I am just gonna leave. I'll leave this garbage bag in the kitchen. I'll figure out something for soda later. Yeah, see, here's another loot bag with a lot of soda in it. We've got some brandy for the brandy god. Beer for the beer god. Apple juice and grape juice. I'm going to put that in the mixers. The mixers I'm putting... actually, the mixers I'm putting over here in the kitchen. Or at least I was. Okay, here's what here's what I think I'll do. I'll put the cans of soda into the cabinet here, and then take the 2 liters out of the cabinet. Yeah. Separate the 2 liters in the cans of soda. That makes sense to me. Tomato paste into the corner. Then I got some more beer that I overlooked. Beer into the beer container. I have 2 containers for beer. The cheap beer is on this side, and then the imports and the coffee liquor and the Curacao on this side. And you know what? I should have logged out 8 minutes ago. But that's just my guy saying, okay, thanks. You're welcome. I didn't really do anything, but you're welcome. I love it when people thank me for no reason at all. I guess it wasn't necessarily no reason, but there's a when I was in I took AP Computer Science in high school. My teacher, great guy, way above his pay, teaching high school was way below his pay grade, but he did it anyway. Yeah, this is a guy who homeschooled his own kids, so he's really on sharp kind of guy. He had this habit of if we had a question programming related, he had a teddy bear sitting on the edge of his desk, and we had to ask our question to the teddy bear before we would ask him. And the reason being, by just speaking out loud, just speaking the question out loud, sometimes we would just come to an answer just by speaking the question out loud. It was a little bit wacky how often that was the case. It was rather funny to watch people in the class just be like, okay, so I got this problem, and then they're talking to the teddy bear, and then they figure out what the problem was and what the solution was just by saying it out loud. Listening to that happen a couple times every class was pretty funny. All right, chips and cereal go on the right side of the display container, and chocolate, pretty much everything else in this bag goes on this side, right? The peanuts go on this side. Peanuts and pork rinds, right? Yeah. Peanuts are like salty, so that's a savory thing. Savory goes on the right. Gravy mix, that doesn't count as sweet or savory. That's just regular old food crafting ingredients. That goes in the corner. And then all I have left in this bag is some chicken feathers. When you get 200 chicken feathers, you can make a mattress, I think. And that's it. That's all the garbage bags that were in the trunk. Now I have some garbage bags on the floor here. Let's get these sorted. A lot of large form food. The large form food container is getting pretty full over here. Yeah, teachers are absolutely a mixed bag. I don't remember much of my middle school teachers. High school teachers, some of them I definitely remember. Some of them are kind of faded off into existence. I'm going to do it so that I don't have any more than 2 or 3 of each of these here. And then I'll take the box of mac and cheese and put that elsewhere. We got some things for the sweets and savories. Not too much, just some licorice. And apricots, I guess that counts. I'm not putting... am I putting sugar cubes over here? Yeah. Sugar cubes, sugar packets, really small form stuff. The actual packages of sugar into the corner. You know what? I'm going to put beef jerky. I'm going to put dried meats in their own container for now. Just to get ahead of the inevitable filling up of these various containers here. Yeah. Cinnamon, yeah. Okay. Cinnamon. And cocoa powder for now. May need to put those back, but butter chunker bars, gummies, licorice. Scout cookie shortbread, snow globes, cubes, and packets. Okay. Most of the rest of this is savory. Pork rinds, pretzels, and peanuts. The savory bin is now full. Damn it. Okay. Mistakes were made. The cans of oats are actually the biggest problem here, so I'm gonna move those. That crackers over here. Yeah, sure. 2 full packets of flour here. This is just really, there's no point or purpose to this. I'm just putting jerky, oats, meat sticks, and gum into this front display container here, just to kind of further separate some of this stuff here. And all the rest of this can safely go into small form. So none of these containers are at risk of being filled up just yet. By the time I loot West Point and come back, they'll probably definitely all be full. West Point has got a lot of small convenience stores in it. Today, I don't have really an upper limit. I'll probably be going for quite a while. Just because I haven't, it's been a couple days since I streamed, so I'll probably keep at it. Speaking thereof, give me just a moment here. Gotta log out, check my email, and then log out. Clear and clear. I love it when people copy me on things that are so outside of my remit that it's basically a meme. Hey, let's CC this guy from Tier 1. He'll know exactly what to do with our production schedule. No. It's not like they actually solicit my input. They just copy me because I'm on a couple of distro lists. This is our last garbage bag of loot from the current run, and most of it is stuff for this side of the base. Got a whole collection of dice. This bin is full. Damn it. All right. That's the way you want it. We'll move some stuff over here for now. The duplicates container is starting to fill up. The duplicates container is 70 out of 78. Hey. Thankfully, catalogs, comics, photo books, picture books, RPG manuals, those, plenty of room in here. No, I picked up some bunny suits. Those go into the pinks. And then just some dog tags and doodles. Thankfully, got room for that. Okay, that is all of the garbage bags that I brought from Muldraugh. Time to go pick up another 20 garbage bags from Muldraugh. This will be my second to last Muldraugh trip because I need to grab so this next trip all the loot is already pre-staged. So I just got to go there, pick it up, and then come right back. It is 2050, so I'm sleeping for tonight, and then tomorrow headed back. Need to find a destination for these propane tanks I picked up. As you can see, I've got some propane tanks already on display right here. You can only fit 5 on a single tile, so that tile is already full. Shit. Propane tanks. I'll just start. I'll put them in the corner over here. the second floor of the base. As you can see, there's plenty of stuff that will make its way to the second floor once that's built. Fit the so I'm transferring the mixers into this liquor cabinet on the far left here. So the orange juice, grape juice, cider, um, syrup, grenadine, that kind of stuff. All going in this side with the imported beer and the Curacao and the coffee liquor. I could probably make my favorite alcoholic beverage in this game at this point, assuming the coffee liquor in this game is a representation of Bailey's IRL. Then my favorite drink currently is well, actually, so I just recently bought a bottle of chocolate Bailey's. Didn't know they made chocolate. First time ever seeing it at my local store. So I picked up that and I love it. What I really want to try now is I usually do whatchamacallit, cinnamon Baileys. I do cinnamon Baileys with Fireball. Pretty much a 50-50 split. And that is possibly my favorite beverage at the moment. But I want to try that with chocolate. Because sometimes I'll just do cinnamon Baileys with Fireball and then just add some chocolate syrup to it if I'm feeling extremely sugary. But the chocolate Baileys has Belgian chocolate already in it. So I have a feeling that would taste similar, possibly even better. Hershey's chocolate syrup is the chocolate that I would mix, but Belgian chocolate tastes really good in Bailey's, so that's an interesting thing. I'm gonna read for the rest of the night. So I went to sleep, woke up at 1:30. I'm gonna read until 4 a.m. as a restless sleeper. That will keep me nice and rested throughout the rest of the day tomorrow. And then before I go to sleep, I'm just grab a cup of milk here. Not legally allowed to alcohol. Yeah, that's nothing particularly interesting behind it. People think it's more interesting than it really is. It's not that interesting. I probably shouldn't say that too loud. I got a friend who's an extreme aficionado of alcohol. He's the kind of guy who has like a entire shelf of it on display. He every once in a while he'll drop in my streams, but I don't think he's watching right now, so don't tell him I said that. Replacing the light bulb in this one here. That looks nice. Okay. Since it is 4 a.m. and I'm departing back to Muldraugh tomorrow, I'm going to cut the generator on this side. Lights are out. I have a generator on the other side that is just powering the fridge because I got some cartons of eggs in the freezer. Not that it's, cartons of eggs when I've got a whole bunch of chickens over here just constantly laying them. A little bit overkill, but that's all right. Speaking of eggs, actually, before I head out, I am going to cook some butterific, omelets. I'm going to cook some omelets. I'm going to take one of my dispenser bottles. I'm going to go milk one of the cows. That is one of the worst hangover situations I've ever heard. From just a little sip, huh? That is unfortunate. We are level 6 animal care. I don't really know if animal care does anything functionally after a certain point. But I know in the early levels, it's useful to tell exactly how stressed your animals are. keeping an eye on my lambs. I'm going to have to cull one of them soon. He is a juvenile now. I have to kill him before he becomes an adolescent, because when he becomes an adolescent, he's going to start fighting with his pops, and one of them will kill each other. So, all right. What I did when I was out there milking the cows is I filled a dispenser bottle full of milk. Dispenser bottle is 15 liters. That's 3 sticks of butter, because each stick of butter is 5 liters at your butter churn, which I got a butter churn in the corner of my kitchen here. Butter churn takes a while, so I'm just fast forwarding through this. 2 and 3 sticks of butter. Now, if you're really, really lazy, you can just straight up eat a stick of butter when you're trying to put on weight. I'm trying not to be that lazy. So what I'm going to do with one of these sticks of butter is I'm just going to make a whole bunch of omelets using fresh eggs. I'm going to go get fresh eggs out of my hen house out here. So I got the cow pens here, and then on this side we've got the hen house. My chickens are, I only have 3 of them over here, and yet they lay plenty of eggs to feed a single person, so. I feel like at one point one of my leghorns was sickly, but they are all healthy now. Yeah, all my chickens are healthy, as they should be. There would be no reason for them to not be healthy. I'm gonna pet this one because it's a good chicken. Yes, absolutely. Well, I mean, so it's a question of attention spans. By default, kids have a lower attention span. I couldn't see myself playing this game as a kid. Well, depending on certain factors. For a very short period of time, I was on Ritalin as a kid. Maybe if I was on Ritalin, I might play this. But no, by default, I was interested in a lot more high. What's the right phrase? High intensity games, if that makes sense. Games where you're constantly being spoon-fed content, kind of like modern Ubisoft games. There's a reason Ubisoft games are popular. It's because they're perfect for kids with low attention spans. Now, does that mean that you should always be playing a game that is suited for low attention span? No. Just try different things. So in each one of these omelets, I'm adding 3 eggs and a serving of butter. And then what I'm going to do is just eat one of these every time I get hungry, and that will skyrocket my my calories and my my calories and my what am I thinking of? Fats, right? So when you're trying to put on weight, you've got 3 stats that matter. I'll show it to you while my character is cooking this. So you've got my stat bar here. There's 3 stats that are relevant to putting on weight. Calories, carbs, and lipids. Lipids also are known as fats if you read the text in-game for nutrition. So carbs and lipids. The floor is negative 500. So if you don't feed yourself well for a very long time, it's safe to assume that you're probably at negative 500 for both. Like if you just keep losing weight and you can't seem to put it on, you're probably really low on carbs and lipids. So my preferred way to put on weight is lipids. Carbs, really hard to source carbs reliably in massive quantities without resorting to non-perishable foods. I'm thinking purely in terms of renewable foods like animals or crops. Some crops have a lot of carbs, but not a lot of them do, especially not a lot of the winter crops. So what I do is adding eggs and butter to a single omelet and just making a lot of them and then eating them as soon as I get hungry without... Basically, I'm overeating is what I'm doing. But because every time I eat, there's going to be a portion of butter in it, I'm gaining a lot of calories each time and a lot of fats. Because butter is basically nothing but calories and fats. And then the eggs, a little bit of protein, but that's fine. The proteins are... I'm staying in the good range. So right now I'm at 800 calories and I'm at negative 300 lipids. By the time I eat all of these whatchamacallit, omelets, I will probably be in the positives on the lipids, but I won't be high enough to have rapid weight gain. Rapid weight gain does not start until you are either at 300 lipids or carbs, or at 200 of both. I think those are the thresholds. I'm not 100% sure off the top of my head, but basically, if you eat enough stuff with butter in it, eventually your lipids will get high enough and your calories will get high enough that you will rapidly put on weight. And that is the point at which you will gain weight a lot faster than you can possibly lose it. So that even though the nutrition system seems counterintuitive, there's ways to game it so that it's actually really effective. You just gotta kind of know the secrets behind it. Rabbit meat is also good for nuking your proteins into orbit. If you eat rabbit meat in this game, your proteins will explode. A single helping of rabbit meat can have as much as 100 protein. I would never pick slow or fast metabolism in my current situation. Reason being, it throws off hundreds of hours of understanding of the nutrition system. That being said, if I had to pick between the two, I would pick low over high, just because in the current way the game is built, you do not have to worry about rapid weight loss. There is a cap on how fast you can lose weight. It's actually an unrealistic cap. The devs are actually, surprisingly, being merciful in that particular regard. Not a lot of examples of that. But yeah, you do not lose weight anywhere near as fast as you can gain weight. So if you take low metabolism and you have a tendency to lose weight a little bit faster, you can offset that by just going into weight gain more often, because you can gain weight rapidly whenever that happens. I got some broken glass. I'm putting that in here. I didn't even articulate this. I took a stop to get a new windshield. This is my outdoor garage area. All these vehicle trunks are full of heavy-duty vehicle parts. So I just grabbed a new windshield, tossed a new windshield on there, and we are off to the races. Headed down to Muldraugh. I forgot to refill my canteen. So I'm going to eat this omelet, and I'm going to go refill my canteen. I think there is still a sink in here with pressure, right? I think I've actually nuked all the sinks in here. I got a sink somewhere, I'm sure. Once again, the game is actually very merciful in the fact that you get fresh water in the pipes after several months. Realistically, you would not want to drink water that has been stagnant in the plumbing system for multiple months. You would not want to do that. But that's okay. I am okay with it when the devs actually... Oh, look at this. What is this bullshit? I cleared this house a long time ago. Asshole here. I'm also carrying around this stupid, I'm carrying around this, dispenser bottle that I used to milk the cows. Forgot to leave that behind. Toss that into my backpack here. Alright, I can see it. I can see it. And here we go. We are now off to Muldraugh once again. Hopefully the road is still clear. I do recall seeing a group on the south road just before the exit to town. So these guys here, deal with them. There's still a couple of guys. It's easier to deal with them now than on the way back, because on the way back my hands are going to be full. Like, as full as they possibly can be. And I will not be able to get out and kill them, so it's much better to get them out of the way now. Yeah. Getting bitten is it is unfortunate. There's an extra insult layer to it because you don't die immediately. Most games give you at least give you the closure of instantly dying. But then there's this game gives you the ongoing heart attack of, okay, I only took a scratch from that zombie. Does that mean that I'm infected? Admittedly, with the stat bar, I actually know instantly if I've been infected. If I take damage from a zombie, but it's not a bite, but I'm still infected, I will start to see my stress and my panic increase for no reason at all. That's basically how you know that you've been infected. So by having a stat bar, I basically... Now, if I didn't have a stat bar, then I would just have to wait until the Moodle pops up, which doesn't pop up until 25 both. So basically, having the stat bar just means that I know a little bit sooner. That's an umbrella of a different color. Very nice. Trapping and fishing, probably... That sounds like a lot of protein. I can't imagine that you're gaining very good strength experience that way, but I guess if you do a lot of workouts... So one of the things that I've probably mentioned this several times with proteins, there is a direct correlation between the amount of strength experience that you can gain and your protein levels. Your protein levels have to be above 50 and below 300 in order to gain... You gain 70% more... Was it 70? I can't remember the exact number. Yeah. I mean, it's so without the proteins being in the good range, you gain... I think there's actually a soft bad range and then a hard bad range. In the soft range, you gain 1.0 times experience. I think in the very bad, like at the protein floor, you'll gain 0.7 times the strength experience. Yeah, see, I knew that these guys would be... If I don't kill them now, they'll be in the road when I come back. Because they're going to chase me and lose me in the road. So it's better to just deal with them now. Come on over that fence, would you? See another one here? Come on out of that tree. Come on, asshole. There you go. So whenever you're going for the ground kill, always wait until they're in the middle of a getting up animation. Do not rush them until they've started the getting up animation. Until they start getting up, remain outside of their attack range, or lunge range, rather. That's a lesson very hard learned from Barbara Butters. I mean, when I lost her, I knew the ranges. I just was not keeping track of them very well. It was not in the forefront of my mind. For anybody joining, I noticed I have a lot of turnover today. For anybody joining, welcome. We are just in the process of doing a loot convoy from Muldraugh to Riverside, where our main base is. Muldraugh, I've pretty much cleaned out everything that I care about down in Muldraugh. So once we are done with this loot run, I think we'll have one more trip back and forth to get the last remaining stuff, and then we mothball the Muldraugh base. And West Point is on the docket, but I will probably not do that until after summer. Spring and summer, you got a lot of crops to plant and then harvest. So, to be entirely honest, I'm probably going to be If I do any expeditions, they're going to be short-lived. Like, I'll just be out for never more than 4 or 5 days at a time. Because that, honestly, 3 days is enough for your more sensitive crops. If, 3 days without rain, that's enough for your more sensitive crops to start to wilt. Because some of the sensitive crops require at least 70 water before they start losing health. I think there are actually some that, like, I think strawberries are super sensitive, but I don't remember the numbers exactly. As you can see, we've been at this for just about 8 months. We're at 7 months, 29 days. The road just has cosmetic damage, so there's just little grass and a little bit of potholes. Nothing that actually damages your vehicle yet. I do not know exactly at what point you start getting bushes popping up on the road. I've never had that before. It doesn't seem to happen in the first 2 years. The longest I've done a character on build 42 is 16 months, I want to say. But yeah, I do know that if enough time passes, I do believe you actually get things popping up in the road itself. Ideally, before that happens, I will be done with anything that involves... I thought I was going to dodge that. Thankfully, I can do that. How much damage did I take? Okay, not very much, thankfully. I'm gonna pretend that never happened. Butcher hooks now so this is a great way to explore the new requirements of the game. Butcher hooks now require an actual hook. You got to make a hook. I have never had to. Large hooks have not been used before as a crafting ingredient. They exist, so I probably have one. Well, no, I don't even have one because I've been ignoring them. You can find them. You can find them in warehouse loot tables, and you can find them in garages. Mark my words. Someday a large hook and heavy chain will be required to tow vehicles. I don't have any direct source for that, but the fact that they spawn in vehicular loot tables tells me that, yeah, we're most likely going to have to do that in the future. Remember, we're not miserable enough when we're playing this game. We need to be even more miserable. Speaking of miserable, I took a wrong turn. It would have been more optimal to take... What the fuck just happened? Okay. I must have gotten... I'm glad I didn't crash. So apparently by opening the map, my character started swerving. Good to know. Going slow speed with the map open has never been a problem before. Yeah. It's I mean, because, you know, towing is already a really annoying chore. But it's next thing you know, it's going to involve an item that has 10 encumbrance. Oh, no, 12. You add a hook to the heavy chain, 12 encumbrance. So you're going to have to carry around something that weighs 12 encumbrance. I've already got a full passenger seat of gear to worry about. 12 is, that's a little much for me. But I'm going to have no choice. I've got to be able to do what I've got to be able to do. Now, what I really wish they would do, they're not going to do this. I know they're not going to do this because this would make the game easier. What I really wish they would let us do is weld a winch to the front of our vehicle. High-level mechanics should be able to have an answer to the inconveniences of something like that. But the devs do not put effort into making the game easier anywhere near as much as they do effort into making the game harder. Therefore, I can almost guarantee you that when heavy chains with hooks are required to tow, they're not going to give us winches or anything similar. They may never give us winches or anything similar. The devs are just so bad with vehicles. As far as I don't know this from a primary source. Secondary sources have told me that the devs only added vehicles because the community was literally in a riot to get them to do it. The devs apparently do not like vehicles. I don't know. There's a reason that we only get recolors of existing vehicles added to the game, and no new actual vehicle types. I think I'm on the right track now, but I need to check that. Yes, I'm on the right track. I just need to take a right at the next turn, and then another... Yeah, another... No, it's going to be a left at the one after that. The Indy Stone is definitely not watching me. Well, I don't want to discount it as a possibility, but I'm 99.9% sure that they are tunnel visioning on something right now. Testing it, opening the game in debug mode for 2 minutes, closing it, testing something else. They don't have time to watch streamers. Not even as background noise. Because remember, if they were watching me as background noise, they would have to be very masochistic. Because I talk shit about them all the time. Sometimes I just can't help myself. So we're getting a build up in this area. I'm going to need to drop this animal I'm carrying. And feed myself. And I used water to wash my vehicle, so I'm going to be dehydrated no matter what I do at this point. Now, if the I have no idea if this is the case, but if the RV mod uses the existing spawn tables for trailers, then your best bet will be Irvington. Because there is a place in Irvington, a parking lot in Irvington of a animal supply store of some kind that actually has like a parking lot full of trailers for sale. So if the trailer mod, or the RV mod you're talking about, if it makes use of existing trailer spawn tables, then that's your best shot, most likely. I think that's going to be everybody. At least the rest of the road is clear. This is Rabbit Alley here. Oh yeah, B41 definitely better for it. There are some modders who are constantly keeping up to date with B42, but I've noticed that there's a lot of burnout in that regard. Modders who keep up with the updates might get burnt out on it and stop updating. Can't blame them myself. I mean, that's one of the reasons I don't actually use any mods. If I had been using mods, this stream would most likely not be happening if I had very, very complex mods. Shit, I forgot I'm carrying this stupid deer. If I had very complex mods, the update was like pretty much today. It was either today or yesterday. Let me check that, actually. Yesterday. It was yesterday. I don't know if that is enough time for modders who make very complex mods to actually fix their stuff. And who knows if they will fix their stuff. So it's like, you know, this character's run would have been brought to a complete halt if I had really complex game-altering mods. But that's one of many reasons I don't play unmodded. Or I currently play mostly unmodded. Mostly because I will never play it without a stat bar. That is a given. One mod that I don't know if B42 has yet, that I look forward to using once B42 is stable, is, I'm not going to be able to catch that stupid thing. I keep forgetting about this stupid deer. Okay. Kill the rabbit. There's one. Did I just... I got a hole in my gloves. Totally worth it. So if you're wondering why I got out of my vehicle to kill a bunch of rabbits, it's because if I don't kill them now, they're going to show up back in the road, and I'm going to run into them, and it's going to damage my hood, and it's going to damage my windshield. There's a finite number of windshields on this map. I can only lose so many windshields to hitting shit. I have hit animals more often than I do zombies. It's kind of ridiculous. But at least this way, I do not have to... I don't recall protein powder being a very big thing back in the 90s. It may have been, but I do not... nothing particularly jumps out at me. I remember steroids were a big thing. Now, there was a rabbit corpse on the ground somewhere around here. But it was a baby rabbit, so it didn't leave a very big trace. I don't care. The only reason I'm looking for it is because I just got the next level of, or I just finished the butchery book. Or like I'm really close to finishing it. I'm at 286 out of 300 pages. I'm definitely going to finish it before I butcher this stag that I accidentally ran into. Yeah, that's a very good question. But it does not matter how big the animal is. If you hit it, it's just as bad as hitting a zombie. Because the devs don't care about vehicles. They never have, they never will. They'll add things to the game that has a massive detriment to vehicle use and take months to turn around and actually fix it. Okay, that is a fast shambler. I will not acquiesce a fast shambler in my streets. Because as you can see, just trying to swerve around him, he got really close to my trunk. Fuck out of there. Alright, we are almost to Muldraugh here. Now that is a slow shambler, so I'm not worried about him. I just killed everybody in this area. And now there's a bunch of fucking assholes back again. Why? Why are there so many people in this particular area? Looks like they didn't nerf spears for the latest build. I don't understand this. This fruit stand has been abandoned for months. Why would it have such a massive crowd in front of it, except, well, respawns? Are we done yet, guys? Or are we going to respawn even more? Is there a massive crowd behind these trees that I'm not seeing? It's all so tiresome. There's this stupid fucking deer that I almost forgot about. No, no, no. Look, it. Which tree was she hiding in? I don't fucking know. One of them. That's random spawn tables for you folks. But at least this way, this road will not be completely swarming on my way back. Yeah, vegan zombies. What do they eat? Plant brains. So my gas is actually a little bit low. Well, not low. It needs to be topped off. So I'm actually going to use the gas station here in Muldraugh. Technically speaking, gas is in the pumps is finite. One of the 8 pumps in my Riverside area, one of the 8 pumps there are already empty. I have no idea what the status of the rest of them are. All I know is there's still gas in them. You cannot see the totals. That should be another thing for high-level mechanics. If you get to high enough level mechanic skill, you should be able to see how much gas is left in the pump. That would be a nice touch for high-level mechanics players. But yeah, I've got a permanent generator for this this gas station. So we'll give her a old filler upper here. I'm also going to go get some water because we've gone from dry mouth to actually dehydrated. And this is the weird-ass gas station that doesn't have a bathroom in the front. It's got a bathroom around back because, of course it does. So by putting the generator in the corner here, it's least likely to draw attention from the other side of these fences, which I don't keep as clear. It also only powers the pump in the corner here, so it doesn't waste as much gas. If you power all 8 pumps at once, it's not as good for your gas consumption. They're never going to upgrade the graphics. I think I mentioned this before, but basically they're going to do... I really hope they make it so that the sprites layer better. That's all I really care about. The low-resolution sprites, they need to be updated yesterday. Because they're very incongruous with the current display of some 3D items. The whatchamacallit, the coffee machine being bigger than a counter. Bigger than a fishing box, for example. Little things like that. Just like, you know, put down a coffee machine or a toaster, and then compare it with the size of certain 3D items. It just doesn't... It's incongruous. And the reason being is those things I just mentioned, the coffee machine, the toaster, they're sprites. They should be 3D models, but whatever. I digest. Here be our base in Muldraugh. Lovely place, MassGen Fatco. If you are ever looking to set up shop in Muldraugh on a permanent basis, and you don't want to build your own custom base, you could hardly ever do better than this. This is a great place. Got a door you can open. Once you've cleaned up the interior, you can do this. You can drive in and do a little roundabout, and then you have the exit door. So as you can see, I got garbage bags of loot on the floor, and all I gotta do is toss those straight into the trunk. Now this deer corpse that I've been lugging around since I rammed it, I'm going to drop it out here, because this is out here is where I'm going to put my butcher hook. I'm going to fire up the lights here. And let me get the loot loaded up first. Then I will Hmm. I mean, Photoshop it is relatively. I don't have a problem with it. I don't mind it, but the whatchamacallit, the sprites in this game definitely need an update. It's mostly just because they're low resolution. So I'm gonna put these 3 generators and then these 2 trash bags into the trailer, and then the trailer and the trunk of the vehicle are full. It's a little loud. I like it, but it's a little loud. This track is not mastered very well compared to the other ones. Armin Haas is great, don't get me wrong. Guy, he's done a lot of really good work with somebody else's stuff. I forget the name of the original composer for most of the tracks, but Armin Haas is the guy who did the latest work on splitting the individual music pieces into low, medium, and high intensity variants. Alright, so this vehicle is completely full, ready to go back. All we're doing now is we're going to set up a butcher hook for the deer here, and then we're gonna sleep overnight because it's already 1900 hours. I'm not gonna deploy at 1900 hours. How many trip have I done? This is gonna be the. I've lost track of the total number of trips. This is gonna be the second to last trip. Let me phrase it that way. The last trip, what I'm probably gonna do is come down here with a throwaway vehicle, and then come back. Do I want to come back with the ambulance? Or maybe I'll just take a sports car down here. Yeah, I'll take a sports car down here. A sports car goes really fast. And then come back with the animal trailer with the chickens in it. But for the immediate moment, what we're doing is we're building the butcher hook. Butcher hook, I believe, now requires a large hook. As a level 10 blacksmith, it is my privilege to most likely craft one of those very easily. But let's double check that. Yep, forge large hook. Just needs a steel bar. Oh, I can use an iron bar. I'm absolutely using iron instead of steel. Anytime you can use iron instead of steel, I recommend using iron, because steel is harder to get than iron in this game. And no, you cannot. I don't think there is a way to turn iron into steel. At least if there is, I'm not familiar with it. So using the iron bar that I just picked up, we forge a large hook. And now we have we just get 2 planks, 2 nails. The nails right here. The planks. I have an idea. I don't think I've ever done metal bar barricades before. It's actually a good excuse to level my welding a little bit. Well, don't worry about getting too attached to the tools as long as the tool fits the purpose. Doesn't really matter what the tool is. I can produce the same thing in GIMP as I can in Photoshop and Illustrator, so it's only a question of what you're most proficient with. In my case, I'm much more proficient with Illustrator than I am with anything else. Swapping out a new hunting knife here because my previous one has fallen apart, and this machete is also ready to go. So I'm going to go ahead and just toss it in here. stage it for breakdown at some point. I'm forging a couple of iron bars from the various iron bar halves and iron bar quarters that I had in my bin full of iron stuff. And what I'm going to do now is just I'm going to replace my the hell? I don't know what's going on there. 2 out of 2 iron bar half. Not enough iron bar, I guess. So there's 3, there's 5. I need 1 more iron bar, and then I can do 3 windows. 2, 3, 4 iron bar quarters. Let's put those together into another iron bar. Okay, we've got 9 iron bars. Ought to be enough. I'm going to do some iron bar barricades now. Cool. It looks visually more interesting than the planks. There was no need to remove the right-click menu for barricades. There really wasn't, but they did anyway. See, I get their desire to move away from right-click menus, but it doesn't. The justification that they have for that doesn't apply universally. They really should leave some things as an option to be a right-click menu. There we go. Got ourselves a little bit of welding experience and some stronger barricades for the windows, even though I won't be spending too much time here anymore, but what time I will be spending here now is a little bit prettier and a little bit stronger. Okay, I can now build a butcher hook. I was able to build one a while ago, but now I can actually feel good about it. All my side quests taken care of. Now you can butcher it without the hook. I wouldn't recommend it. Not as much experience, not as much materials. Small animals like rabbits you can butcher without the hook and you're not losing anything. Alright, cut off the head, cut off the leather, +1 level to butchering, and we take the meat. Now before I get the bones, I mostly just wanted to get the flesh before it started going bad. I didn't know how much time I had. So we got some venison now into the fridge. The stag head, I'm just going to slice it up for a brain and a skull. And that can go right back into my backpack. As can the deer leather. Deer leather is medium leather. And now it's time to eat. I eat a stir fry. And it is 22:20, so it is time to sleep. So as my overnight activity, I'm going to read the rest of this butchering book and then go get the bones for the bones of the deer I just butchered. Like I said, just a few pages left. I really should have finished. I should have finished it before I did anything else over here. That was a very short read. Couldn't remember exactly how much I had left. Alright, give me that bone. Bone acquired. Okay, so the vehicle's already loaded. I've got garbage bags and propane tanks here to fill up my handbags. So now all I'm thinking about is filling up my actual main backpack here. I think most of that's going to be perishables from the kitchen. In fact, let me get ready here with that. I'm going to load up a garbage bag with... Do I actually have a garbage bag? I'm going to load up a garbage bag with the contents of the freezer. I'm going to toss the garbage bag back into the freezer after I do that. I don't have any more garbage bags. I brought them all back to Riverside with me. Bit of a doofus move. Do I have any other bags? If I do, they're going to be over here. Nope. All the bags that I had down here I already brought back with me. Oh no, I do have some garbage bags. What am I talking about? I'll take most of them and just leave 4 down here. That works for me. You know what? I'm going to replace my current screwdriver with a new one. I got 23 screwdrivers in here. I might as well take a fresh one. Why do I save the bones? Bones are a valuable resource for tailoring. You carve them and you can make bone armor. Most of the time I actually do wear bone armor on my character when I'm in combat. I have a bone choker necklace and bone gauntlets. They're uncomfortable, so I don't wear them if I'm not in combat. Or if I'm, doing short combat stints with only a small amount of zombies. I'm not worried about that. It's long-term sustained combat that I'll wear my armor for. Do I have any? I think I might have some reading material down here. Nothing that I'm ready to read, though. Unfortunate. Yeah, I think my last, So I got 12 encumbrance in there, 25 in the trunk there. Or 25 in the freezer, rather. So I take all the stuff that's in the freezer, put it in this garbage bag. That will make it easier to transport. Okay, the cartons of cow's milk can stay here. This venison is so lightweight that it's no problem at all. In fact, I'm going to toss it in the freezer. Shit. Can't quite do that. I'll just eat a tomato tomorrow. How about that? It's gratuitous to say that I need eggs right now. I'm just going to leave them here. Okay, that is... That's almost all of the stuff that I care about. Some of these firearms, I suppose. Yeah, two more M9s. What am I really going to do with those? I've got like 20 M9s back at Riverside. At that point, you know, once you have so many pistols, it's actually better to have like a couple spare out here just in case. And that being said, there's no ammo for them out here, so... It does make sense to me to centralize all of my ammo. Okay. So, I'm going to go ahead and sleep tonight, and then tomorrow I go upstairs, shut off the generator, and that is us done with Muldraugh for a while. The last trip that I'll do back to Muldraugh will be to pick up the chickens, once I decide how to actually do that. Because I don't know if I want to come down here with a throwaway vehicle and then come back with the ambulance, or leave the ambulance here for usage in West Point. I'm more likely to do that. That's I might just fix up a sports car. Did I mark on the map? If I did mark on the map the location of a Corvette, there was one in West Point. But I won't be going to West Point for a little while. There was not a single Corvette in all of Riverside. Here's one. There is one in Brandenburg. I think I'm going to do that next. I want a Corvette. I've always wanted a Corvette. It's been a couple of runs since I've had one. Yeah, I'm gonna go to Brandenburg. I'm gonna fight my way in there, and I'm going to get that Corvette. That's gonna be my next course of action after I take this loot back to Riverside. Once I get the Corvette, it's actually going to become a little bit easier to travel long distances, because I can go really, really, really fast with the Corvette. You can mosey your way on up to 120 miles an hour without blinking an eye with that bad boy. Alright, generator for this base is off. I'm going to top it off with gas and electronics if and when I come back here. It will be ready and waiting for me. And I already have so many premium tech generators that I don't need to take it with me. I've got enough generators as it is. Alright, so I want to pick up this stuff. It's on the ground right here. Hopefully I'll be able to without having to drop my weapons. I might have to drop my weapons. We'll see. Yep, I need to drop my heavy weapons. I call them my heavy weapons because they are, as the name states, they are heavy. But if I drop them, I should have enough room in my inventory for picking up the rest of the stuff that needs to go in those bags. So that, and there's propane tank. Shit. I need to actually remove a couple things. Okay. Now they weigh exactly 26.0, so that I can fit them alongside a propane tank in one of these backpacks each. Alright, everything's picked up. I can put the heavy weapons back on. Okay, that means I'm probably not going to be able to fit... Yeah, I'm not going to be able to fit this garbage bag in my inventory. So I need to take some stuff out of it. A couple of these egg cartons in the main backpack. How about now? Down to 20. I need to lose a little bit more. Honestly, I have so many eggs. I'll just lose a few of these egg cartons. Okay. We are completely full now. Carrying as much as humanly possible and getting everything that I could possibly want. I don't need another box of garbage bags. I was thinking about that. These hatchets and axes and that box of garbage bags, they can stay here. It's fine. All that's in the chicken coop is more eggs. I've got enough eggs. Got enough eggs for quite a while. Alright, here we go. We depart. Headed back to Riverside. Now this is interesting. Despite all the loot that I'm carrying, I'm not getting chugs anywhere near as bad as I was last time. It's still chugging, but it's definitely not as bad. Wrong button. Hello there, Grim. We have survived for 8 months on the dot. 8 months and 10 hours. That would be whatever 8 times 30 is. I do mental math right now. That's actually 180 plus 30 plus... Yeah, we're at 240 days, something like that. It is spring of 1994. We've gotten our March planting done for the the spring planting season, and then April is going to be a big month. I'm going to need to. It's up on my roster of things to do to expand the farm a little ways. Oh yeah, ovo farms. You're going to be you'd be able to feed an army with those eggs. Good luck actually using them before they spoil. Even if you have chest freezers and a generator, there's just that many eggs. And then the chickens that are constantly going to be laying more of them. Let me guess. 20 more zombies here. No, just one. Next time, there'll be 20 more zombies there. Nice. Pay attention to the generator fuel usage. There's a lot of things that if you're setting up at a existing POI, sometimes there'll be things like lights and other non-essential things that will suck up your generator usage if you're not actively using it. Whenever I set up a generator at an existing POI, I always gotta look around at everything and make sure that I've shut off all the lights that I don't need. Doesn't seem like lights use up a lot of gas, but it adds up over time. My turn? Yes. Yes, this is my turn. Magenta bulbs are pretty neat looking. There's two different shades of them. The pink lamps have a much deeper color. The regular lights have like a how to describe it? It's a little closer to maroon than pink. You're looking specifically for the bedside lamps with the red shades. Those will give you a really deep looking red. But then again, the pink, the lighter pink ones, or the desaturated pink ones. Those are much more plentiful. Like if you go to the hotel in Riverside, you'll find like you'll come away with like almost 100 of the things. There is like an actual red light, like just a straight up red. I think that's actually a crafting ingredient, though. You might want to hold off on using those for just regular regular lights, because regular lights will use them up a lot faster than anything you would craft with them. Radios, I think makeshift radios. If you ever try to grind your electrical skill and whatchamacallit, grinding electrical skill so that you can move things, but then also you can, at level 5 now, you can make explosives. And explosives are actually good against zombies. 13 years this game has been around, explosives have been a thing, but largely for PvP. Now, this is what I was looking for. This van has a perfect condition engine. So I want to mark on the map that there is a fixer-upper here. Where's the wrench? Yeah. When I said condition, what I actually meant was quality. Engine quality and condition are two different things now. And quality is innate. And it can even apply to wrecks. So a wrecked car with its engine in complete disarray will actually be better, if repaired, than a vehicle that was potentially at perfect condition when you found it. That was the turn to get back to Riverside. So we are now on the final run here. For anybody joining, we are on the way back to Riverside from Muldraugh, doing our second full containers of loot transfer. We have not gotten everything, but we've gotten everything that pretty much everything that matters by my reckoning. We are once we've got this emptied into our base and sorted, then we can basically say that Muldraugh is complete. The only reason I would go back there at this point would be on my way to West Point to clear the roadblock and to bring some generators with me, because Muldraugh remains the most prolific source of generators. I would really love to get out of my van and kill some of those rabbits, but that would require me to drop stuff, because my hands are currently full to the brim. When I say full to the brim, I mean 49.54 out of 50 encumbrance. The max you can possibly carry without special circumstances is 50 encumbrance. Just barely enough to pull a fountain cup of milk out of my backpack to drink it. This right here, what you're looking at, is peak transference in Zomboid. You'll never move as much at once as what I'm doing right here, in vanilla at least. Mods just blow balancing out of the water. You want to move a lot of stuff without relying on vanilla, then get yourself that RV mod or one of the expanded trailer mods. Mods are so hard to balance. There is when I was playing Build 41 with my friends and I hosted a multiplayer server for them. We everybody kind of got bored after a little while because there's no challenge left. No challenge whatsoever. We had so much food and so much everything, and they weren't in it for the long haul like I was. Well, actually, at the time, I wasn't really, I wasn't quite as obsessive about the long haul as I am now, so you could almost say that I wasn't in it for the long haul either back when I played Build 41. Build 41 didn't have anywhere near as much stuff that I liked to do for the long term. Like, there's no random generated colors to assemble the perfect colored wardrobe, and there's a lot of gear that Build 41 did not have that B42 has. The entire metalworking apparatus. There were a few mods for B41. Look at this. Look at this shit. Right in the middle of my fucking parking lot. Fucking asshole. This is another thing about respawns. They don't all come at once. They come in just tiny little one-offs sometimes. I mean, yeah, sure, I could ram him with my vehicle. This is supposed to be my perfect vehicle. I would rather never take damage to this vehicle, if I can swing it. That's a tall order, but I will never intentionally take damage to this vehicle. So what I'm going to do is avoid that zombie entirely, because I do not want it following me back to my base right now. I want to get this loot out of my inventory and sort it out before I go back out there and start fighting people. So I'm taking a side entrance to my base, just going the long way around. So here we are, home sweet home. I build my base directly north of the Riverside gas station. Did that one hear me? She's going in the right direction. This is one of the reasons I build all the way out here. See, even though if I had built inside the gas station, there would be zombies surrounding my base. I don't build in POIs anymore because of the fucking respawn system. It's ridiculous. But I'm gonna stop complaining about stupid things and park back here, and then go inside, empty my hand-carrying stuff, and then go out there and deal with those reprobates. Got a garbage bag of stuff that needs to go in the freezer here. That's in my regular inventory. Drop it on the floor. And I shove what I can in there. Yeah, flonkies. Very nice. I approve. $20 cartons of eggs in the freezer. More eggs than I'm going to use for a very long time. The griddle pans can go back in here for now. My fats are not quite up to where they need to be. Honestly, I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it. And now these skulls and bones can go in the container here. Unprocessed leather on the far right side of the tailoring area here. And I got a little bit of steel. Second crate on this side. Alright, now everything that's in these other bags, I'm just going to drop on the floor for the moment. I think I started a pile of propane tanks in this corner. And then the garbage bags I'll just drop right in the middle so that I don't miss them for later. That's everything in my inventory sorted. I'm going to go outside and deal with the asshole respawns. What am I using to kill them with? How about my sword? My sword, I left it on the floor here because I had a machete that has since run its course. So I checked this side first because that's where my fridge generator is running. Looks clear on that side. See, they're very slowly working their way towards my base because of the generator. Come on, you fuckface. You know what? I think I'm far enough away from my animals to get away with this. I would prefer to bring them all out of the trees now. And so, with the power of gunshots, I shall. You don't want to shoot guns too close to your own animals. They will go nuts. Let's see, does this work? Hey, there we go. Now, why am I stabbing them as if they're right in front of me? Good question. I don't know. Ragdoll system needs some work. All I know is, for some reason, when they're ragdolled, they're so much harder to hit with firearms that there is no point whatsoever. It is literally just a waste of ammo if you try to kill a ragdoll target that's on the ground. I've had to take up to 6 shots sometimes. Absurd for 6 shots. When the crosshair is completely collapsed. When the crosshair is completely collapsed, there should be no chance of missing and or failing to do damage. And yet, sometimes it doesn't seem like that's the case. Alright, perimeter check around the garage looks alright. I don't know how many of these trees are blocking my vision, so I'm gonna just kind of do a little run around here. And we got some out in the woods out here. I'm gonna bring them out of the woods, ideally. Do a ammo check on my gun here. We've got 3 rounds left. Two rounds left. Makes sense. Absolutely makes sense. The there's a reason that I build my own pens and put them out in the river there, so that they physically cannot go anywhere unless they break through a double tall wide gate, which I can't really put it past them. I used to keep large pens of rabbits. I haven't done it in any of the saves that I've live streamed. It's a lot of effort. Well, it's actually not a lot of effort. I would have to find some rabbits and then actually not kill them. Every rabbit that I've seen so far that I've gotten close enough to kill, I've fucking killed it. I hate those things so much because of what they do to your vehicles in this game. You would think that I'm some sort of sociopath who hates small animals. No, no, no. I would not hate them in the slightest if they did not damage my vehicles. These things damage my vehicles. Multiple integer digit percentage damage to your fucking, your hood and your windshield. And headlights. It's utterly absurd. Should not have ever passed the first iteration of animals in this game. As soon as animals were added, that should have been one of the first things the devs thought about. Oh, if you ram it with a car, what happens? Well, not the same thing as if you ram a zombie, but that's what the code is doing right now. I digest. It's looking clear in my base area. I'm saying that it's looking clear, not that it is clear, because there could be a huge group just right shimmying around inside one of these stupid trees. Even though most of the trees don't even have leaves yet, I still wouldn't be able to see them, because that's how trees work. If something is standing on the other side of a tree trunk, it's completely 100% invisible. That's how trees work, right? I've articulated this before, and I will never not say it. If humans could not see something on the other side of a bare tree trunk, we would never have evolved as a species. That is like that's like basic bitch mammal reflexes right there. To be able to see something that's on the other side of a tree trunk. Whatever. Alright, let's start with the stuff I tossed in the trunk. Most of it is going to be firearms. So let's grab one of those and get to work sorting. Got a little bit of everything here. So with my crates for firearm storage, what I do is I do alphabetical by caliber. So 223 is at the beginning because if you sort the calibers by alphabetical sorting, that would be at the beginning. So no 223, we go to 308. Got a little bit of that, a little bit of 38 special, a little bit of 44 mag, no 45, so we skip that to 556, and some 9mm, and some shoddy, and then we got a whole bunch of accessories. So holsters, bandoliers, weapon attachments, all into this bin. Police duffel bag can go over here with the rest of the police colored clothing items. And whatever is left is variety. Got a little bit of rope, some correction fluid. Here is another, so when you get 12 rope, you can stack it up. Stack 12 rope. Makes it easier to store. In fact, to prevent my storage containers from overflowing, I put it on the ground in front of the storage container. So there's my second one of those. And the household bin is over here, above first aid. For the correction fluid. I really have a spot for dryer lint. I've got a weapons box up top here. Room for the nightsticks, and that is an empty bag. Before I do the next garbage bag, I'm going to go turn the lights back on. Now it looks pretty. Mostly steel in this. Got a little bit of scrap metal. I guess I put it over here for a reason because I'm running out of space everywhere else. So I can put it in here with the rest of the scrap, I suppose. No, this is going to be full. I cannot fit these steel bar quarters and sheets over there. Gotta put them over here. Yeah, I have room over here. Cutting it close, though. Cutting it very close. The second floor of my base is... I'll probably get started on it near the end of this stream. Just sort of thinking in the back of my mind about an order of operations here. I really do want to go get a Corvette. That's probably going to be the next thing I do after I finish emptying all of this stuff and maybe doing a little bit more maintenance elsewhere. We are out of space for iron. I feel like I should put iron pipes somewhere else. Where though? I'm gonna put them up here for the moment. There, that's fine. Some bone pieces for the animal parts bin. And that's the garbage bags that were on the floor in the middle of the base. Got those sorted. Other one back here should be ammo. Almost everything in here is ammo. No 223. That means there was no 223 ammo anywhere in Muldraugh. Cool. They don't do the small stuff. They do the big stuff. 9mm. I now have 29 boxes of 9mm. I am out of space in my shotgun bin. So let me move some of this stuff. Move a couple duplicate shotguns to another container. Assuming I have room. That's a generous assumption. No, I do have room. I have over here in the corner, I have a couple of bins full of furniture and stuff. There we go. That's more like it. Okay. 30 empty magazines of M9 brings me up to a solid 50 empty M9 magazines. It's a lot of M9. The one that I've been using to kill the zombies just outside, got a couple rounds left. I'm going to use my loose ammo to replenish that. Alright. There's that one done. So, I've got 4 generators in the trailer. I want to get the trailer emptied out, so I'm going to pull it around here. And toss the generators on the floor in front of the base here. Oh yeah, I think of the, whatchamacallit, I, missed the message before. So, trapping is, I tried to level it once in the past 1,000 hours that I played the game, and it didn't go fast enough for me. So I gave up on it. It's not as straightforward. Like, I do not know exactly how far away you have to go from the trap to actually get it to have a chance of catching something. And the question of what to use as bait. Because, I mean, anything that I would use as bait, why don't I just eat that instead? I'm sure, like, insects would make good bait, but that means it goes hand in hand with leveling your tail, or, foraging, if that's the case. Alright, so we've got this garbage bag is for the moldy epitaph, so I do not want to actually empty this one. This one I just put slightly where I can see it on top of this crate where the Riverside epitaph is. Epitaph is going to be on the 2nd floor. So all that can chill there. The one that's going to take the longest to sort is the bags full of clothing. So I'm going to start with these bags of firearms and sports gear. Sports gear is easy, it goes right in here. Fishing goes in the 3rd row above first aid. Got a brick, I think masonry goes in the 3rd above there, yeah. Alright, so then we got some M9s, some Magnums, and a 1911. M36s. Magnum. M625 and 1911. I need to eject the magazine from the 1911. Always separate your firearms and magazines. And then just some M9s for the M9 god. Easy one. And this one also should probably be easy. Most of it is more M9s. We are rapidly going to fill up the M9 box here. And it's full. How about we pack some of these... let's just pack some rounds into boxes. So, sorry, boxes into cartons. If you have 12 boxes of an ammo type, you can pack it into a carton. Packing it into a carton takes up less storage space. So I'm going to do that for pretty much anything I can do here. I'm going to pack 12 boxes of 223 here. Put that back in the 223 container. Can do 2 of those for 308. So there's 1 and 2. Back into the 308. I've now got 4 cartons of 308. 38 special, 2 cartons of that. .44 mag, 2 cartons of that. This is only possible after bringing back all of the ammo that I looted from Muldraugh. 45 auto, 2 cartons of that. .556, just 1 carton of that. And 9mm, 2 cartons of that. So that saved us quite a bit of space. More than enough room for these last 2 pistols. And that is a good consolidation of our firearms. We have at least 2 cartons of every type of ammo now. 4 cartons of 45 auto and 308. I'm happy about the 308 because what I want to do is take a MSR 788 rifle once I get to aiming level 5 and make that my primary firearm grinding source. So we got more rope and more tarp. The rope and tarp god over here. And then another firefighter axe head for my collection. As you can see, I have quite the extensive collection of firefighter axe heads. Any one of these I can turn into an actual firefighter axe just by adding a handle. But until I'm ready to actually make it, it's cheaper in terms of encumbrance to just store it without the handle. 5 more garbage bags to go. Most of them are going to have... Okay, 2 of them look like they're going to have easy to sort stuff. These cartons of nails, I'm gonna put some of them upstairs, even though I don't really have a box for them yet. Can I make stacks of wire? No, not quite. But I'm going to store the wire and barbed wire on the ground. Slug repellent into gardening over here. And then I have a carton of nails. I need to put the cartons somewhere. I could put them over here for the moment. So cartons of nails weigh 20 encumbrance, so you can only fit 2 on a single tile. That's alright. Wait, they weigh more than 20? No, they only weigh 20. What can I put a second one on this tile for? The tile size limit is 30, or 50. Doesn't make any fucking sense. I arbitrary bullshit. Oh, now I can. Okay. I had to turn around first. I don't know what happened there, but okay. So I'm going to make this look a little prettier. I'm going to put them on top of each other. Using the lovely, lovely extended placement system. One of the better ideas the devs have ever had. There we go. See, it looks nice. Needs to go up just a little further. Yeah, that looks good. If only my my living space in real life was this organized. 3 more steel bars. I don't have room. I'm just gonna put them right here on the right here next to where I will be doing metalworking. Hello, Bloody. You did not miss much. We are back from Muldraugh with all of the second, pretty much the final major loot run is done now, and we are organizing stuff from that. We've gotten everything looted, sorted except for the clothing. So, I got a scratch, well, not even a scratch on my person, just a, I got a hole torn in one of my gloves when I was chasing rabbits. Being tailoring level 8, it is my privilege to very easily patch holes now. All I need is a needle and thread. Will be fully restored. Boom, back to 100%. If a zombie ever gets to touch one of these windows, I have made such a colossal mistake that I deserve to have it broken. The zombie should never get anywhere near that close. I'll take the L if they ever do. I will take that L and run with it. Alright, we've got some bandanas here. See, 2 white ones and a red one. So the white ones go in here, and the red ones go in here. There's a tied red bandana and a blue. Got a couple of blues. Blue bandana, baseball cap, United Shipping. We got a blue golf cap, another deputy hat, blue scarf, blue prescription glasses. Cannot put glitter in here, otherwise I would in a heartbeat. Very dark blue wool hat. Happy to put that there. And a green wool hat. I knew I found one of those somewhere. Past the season of needing wool hats, but good to know. Better late than never, I suppose. So, the purple carpet. Purple carpet is rare. Very rare. The biggest source is in... Brandon... sorry. Ekron. In Ekron. So we go B42map.com, scroll into Ekron, which is in the center of the center on this side of the map, with the far cardinal directions, the far west side of the map here. There is a church in Ekron with a big graveyard. There is approximately 80 tiles of purple carpeting here. Sorry, violet carpeting. Violet carpeting and purple carpeting are two different things. I recently learned that. There is purple carpeting you can get in certain places, but purple carpeting seems even rarer than violet. Here in Riverside, there actually is a house. I call it Grandpa's house. It is just right out here. This one right here. Grandpa's house has about 18 tiles of violet carpeting. And that's it. Those are my two major sources. There are a few minor sources. I couldn't name them off the top of my head. I don't even remember where I got them. The red carpeting I like to get from Saucy. And then the brown carpeting, you can find that anywhere. Brown carpeting is very common. Where was I? Police trooper hat. That is a white. And we've got a black and white scarf. I'll put that in the whites for now. Red scarf. Red corset. Headphones do not count. Cat eye sunglasses. Looks red. Red enough. And then a whole bunch of black stuff that I've been putting off. All that goes in here. What the hell does this golf cap qualify as? Look, all those colors. It looks like the greens are most overrepresented. Plaid, tricolor plaid is hard to classify. It's like a little bit between the greens and blues. I'll put it in the greens for now. This is a camo green boonie hat. Don't actually think I have one. I have one of those. Now I have two. We got some sunglasses and ski goggles here. Bunny suit, bunny tail. Into the pinks. Barbed wire bundle, yet another one. Put it over here with the stack. Bone fingerless gloves, that is armor. I have a separate rack of clothing here behind the main rack, which is supposed to be color-based. The armor goes back here. So we got a locket with a photo of a couple. Lockets are equipable things, so they can actually go over here. I put that in there. A pocket watch does not count as one, so the pocket watch goes in here. And then I did find some fishnet tights. Those go into the blacks. A visor for the light blues. And it is now 2200 hours. It is time to go to sleep. I filled this container up again just by putting the money bundles in it. Money bundles need to go elsewhere because they're too big. Both of these small container things are filling up real fast. Empty lighter for the fire sources over here. See, it took me almost as long to do a single garbage bag as it did the last 3 garbage bags, because sorting clothing is sometimes it's a mental exercise in and of itself. But we hit the sack now at 22. Little bit after 2200. For anybody joining, welcome. We are just sorting clothes. We came back from Muldraugh with lots and lots of clothing. I like to collect clothing in B42. It's one of my hobbies, because clothing on zombies has a tendency to be random generated in terms of its coloration. Yes, so in B42 there are 5 camo variations that I can think of off the top of my head. In fact, I have all of them available on display at the moment. we go down here to my... So we got 3 of them on my mannequins right here. On the left is urban camo. This gal right here, she's wearing my urban camo set. In the center, we've got desert camo. And on the right, we've got forest camo. The mannequins are kind of a poor display. The problem with the camo options, and this, for me, it is a massive problem, because I like to match. And because of that, my life in this game is absolute misery. The best equipment in this game is the military equipment. You usually want to have either a chest rig or a Alice kit. Alice kit, for me, I'll never take anything else. It's an Alice kit. Unfortunately, Alice kit comes in 2 colors. Forest camo, olive drab. And it's not a good olive drab. It is not a good match for the rest of the olive drab. In fact, let me see if I can prove that right now, because I've been thinking about this for a while, and I only just recently got more olive drab gear. So I'm actually going to test that out right now. I'm going to drop all of my force camo stuff so that I have a clean bill of reference here. So I take off my jackets, and I take off the canteen, and I put all of that on the floor. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to put on I have an olive drab jacket, I think. Yeah. Well, actually, no, I'm going to put on the olive drab shirt. I have a military shirt in olive drab. So, this is what an olive drab shirt looks like. Let me get the scarf out of the way. It's easier to see. Okay. Classic olive drab. But let me also put on the belt and suspenders in olive drab. That's not an olive drab. That's like, it's an ugly puke green. It doesn't fucking match anything else. The belt and suspenders in like, this is a puke green. I don't even know what you would call this. I'm gonna call it puke green because that's what it looks like to me. It looks ugly as hell, and it does not match anything else that is standard military gear. It doesn't match any of the camo patterns, and it doesn't match the olive drab pattern by itself. So it's just ugly. I hate it. And that is the only other color that the belt and suspenders come in. In my opinion, belt and suspenders are best in slot. I'll never wear anything else. When you're organized, you have 7.0 encumbrance. It's too good. I will never use anything else. And so, that means I'm left with one color option. Forest camo. So basically, if I want to wear the best gear in the game, I got one option. Forest camo. If I ever get to the point where I'm like, oh, I don't need to wear I don't need to wear the best gear in the game. If I ever get to that point, then, well, I don't know if I'm going to keep playing the game. Because, I mean, at that point, that's when I'm going to start, like, chasing silly objectives that put my life at risk. And I don't like doing that, so. Anyway, got to reorder my hotbar now. That requires me dropping that and putting the ankle holster back on and the double holster back on. And then the backpack back on. So, action bar slots are fixed. Military jacket goes back on. And now I can put back the stuff that I was demoing. Now, there is the ugly green that I was showing. I never wear a helmet because helmets compromise your vision and hearing. Half of the reason that I'm still alive right now is because of my vision, my hearing, more than my vision even. My hearing is the single most important thing to my survival in this game. If there was a zombie outside of my base right now, I would be able to tell exactly where it was just by the sound. Because I would hear it either having... I know the difference between zombie footsteps on gravel and zombie footsteps on wood, and I can echolocate as to how far away it is. Through a wall. Like, that... My hearing is my single biggest survival aspect. And helmets, without fail, everything above a bicycle helmet. Well, yeah, I mean, that it is what it is. I mean, you know, where the skills came from. You know, honestly, if I played this game nothing but this game instead of Darktide, that would be... I would probably eventually develop good enough hearing. or just, you know, eventually be clued into the sounds to listen for. It's one of those things that just comes with time. And then I put the spear back on. Yeah, see, even the Western Canteen. The Western Canteen is also a match for Force Camo. It's not a perfect match. The canteen right here in dead center here. It's not a perfect match. It's a little bit lighter, but it's close enough that I can disregard it. It's nowhere near as ugly and obnoxious as the puke green Alice kit. Ugh, disgusting. No, I don't have the keen hearing trait. I don't need it. The default hearing system really is good enough. I mean, if you need the extra radius that keen hearing gives you, I would almost call that training wheels for this game. I'll never tell you not to take it, but in my opinion, it's kind of like training wheels. Use it to learn the sounds better, maybe. But once you've gotten the sounds committed to memory, and you start acting on instinct from hearing them, that's, I would say, is a point where you can safely use those points for something better. Something better like a crafting skill, for example. Speaking of crafting, I need a couple of sharpens here. I'm going to sharpen my spear at the grindstone here. And my knife is alright, I think, yeah. Knife is still fresh, no sharpness loss. It is 3:10 a.m. I need to screw around for another hour before going back to sleep. Let's restock my milk, and I'm gonna wash myself up. So I got some stuff is bloody. I got this very helpful by building my base on the river. I can just leave a river tile exposed here and get infinite water. And look at that. It is now time to sleep. I don't think I've ever used keen hearing. Maybe it's actually really good. I have never used it that I can recall. It's possible that I used it back in the really early days when I was first when I first started playing the game. I would make new characters and survive a couple days with them, and then just, I wouldn't lose them or anything. I just leave and start a new character with different traits and just see how the traits felt like. If you're the kind of person who learns by doing, that probably is a really effective thing to figure out what your options are. Would definitely recommend if you're that kind of person. Speaking of learning by doing, I think I'm out of books to read to pass the time here. Yeah. I could read tracking. I think tracking is still so broken that it doesn't actually do anything. I can't remember if they've done anything with it. Tracking, that I think that's a perfect example of something that the devs added to the game and then just said, oh, it's a placeholder for something else, and then never did anything with it afterwards. Don't know. Just a theory. Yeah, I understand that completely. The only reason that I don't do that is because, well, if you're doing a long-term world, guaranteed is a strong word. For reference, I think we are at 172 hours on this character. 172 hours. We've survived for 8 months and 1 day. Let's look at my fitness. I'm at 13,000 out of 150,000. Now, granted, I have not done a fitness exercise regimen, so maybe I could be a little higher. But honestly, there's no cosmic background activities that I know of that you can do that does not waste a substantial amount of time. Like, working out in this game, it wastes a substantial amount of time. Not just from the actual workout itself, but the muscle strain that hits you 8 hours later. Those two things, yeah, the final level of fitness. Yeah, no, I do agree with Graham on the strength, though. I will never not start with 9, at least 9 in both. Yeah. The 10th level, honestly, I've been very effective without the 10th level in either for the longest of times. Now strength is another deal. Strength actually feels attainable to me. We are at we're at 80,000 out of 150,000. So we went past the halfway point a while ago. We will be strength level 10 in the you know before this character's lifetime is over. And I say that with confidence now because our this character here, Annie Mae, she has survived a game update. So we could be on this character for the next several weeks, possibly even a month in real lifetime, which means, yeah, actually getting to strength level 10 and maybe doing a Louisville expedition is not off the table for her. If the save had been broken by yesterday's update, then that would have been a very different story. But yeah, let me go ahead and start sorting some clothes while I talk because that is another lovely time-consuming activity here. For anybody joining, welcome. We're just sorting a lot of loot that we brought back from Muldraugh, and among what I'm sorting now is clothing. I like to collect anything that is randomly generated in terms of color that looks pretty. For example, these very bright blue tank tops and skirt and hospital gown. I came away with a couple of interesting colors of suit jackets, like a rose red and a light, like a lupine purple almost. In fact, that's close enough to, yeah, it's close enough to red. They can both go in here. And then I got a deep violet padded jacket. For my clothing sorting, I do a sort of a Roy G. Biv with a little bit of modification to it. Roy G. Biv asterisk, I guess you could say. I start with shades on this side, so the whites, the blacks, and then I start with reds, browns and oranges, golds and yellows. Two different ones for greens because of how many greens I pick up because of the forest camo thing I talked about earlier. And then dark blues, light blues, and violets. So it is kind of a wacky thing. I roll the pinks in with the reds. So we got a couple of different colors of swimsuit. One of these swimsuits looks like it might actually be a match for desert camo. But I'm not going to bother color testing it. I'm just going to put it in the yellows here. A couple pairs of padded pants. One of these padded pants is a light blue. I've never been cold enough to the point where padded pants have felt necessary. Same with jacket, really. They could be a lifesaver, though, if you're playing one of those deep winter mods. Now, here we've got padded ice hockey pants. Can I... Ooh. Now, that is interesting. So, padded ice hockey pants have a little bit of discomfort to them, but they provide 30% bite and 50% scratch. And you can add padding to them. Fascinating. Honestly, that might max out my lower body. Or get me very close. I'm going to set those aside in the armor bin here and experiment with those later. Regular leather pants. I'm currently wearing skinny leather pants. I will fight anybody who says that leather pants are not the best in the game. I'll fight you. Leather pants are the best. It's only a question of whether you want skinny leather pants or regular. There's merits to both, because, I mean, skinny leather pants, visually I like the way they look, but the knee pads look really out of place. Regular leather pants, the knee pads blend in very well. So there's a little push and pull there, aesthetically speaking. Functionally, they have exactly the same levels of protection. This music t-shirt I need to repair, so I'll leave it here for the moment. A 10-year character is, well, all I can say is good luck surviving the updates. Godspeed. If you can do it, hats off. I salute you. I have rarely had a character survive more than one update. I think the longest character I've done, the 16-month one, I think she survived 3 updates before she started getting crashed to desktop errors from just because of map errors. Actually, let me check that. Because I have a handy little collection of screenshots from my characters here. PZ. Was it screenshots or bases? Here it is, PZ bases. Um, this is my longest lived character here. This is just a screenshot base compilation. No, okay, so this character, an old version of Barb the Builder, 42.2 to 42.3.1. So she survived one major version upgrade and then a minor version upgrade. Or, sorry, yeah. One major, one minor. And 42.4 destroyed her save. Well, it didn't necessarily fully destroy it, but I started getting crashes to desktop because of errors with the map. At that point, you just got to start a new save. The devs aren't going to help you save it. So that was, I think that was my longest lived character, because 42.5, which is what I did next, 42.5 broke my base when it updated to 42.6. You see the before and after here. So that is... And then 42.6, I think I got this one to 42.7. I think, I'm not sure. But yeah, so one major and one minor is the longest I've ever had a character survive. This one has just survived a major. So we went from 42.10 to 42.11. I'm kind of hoping that 42.11 will have a minor that resolves this lag we're seeing. You see this lag, this frame rate drop, walking around in front of my boxes? This is a rather significant frame rate drop. It's because there is so many crafting materials in the boxes. I think it is being caused by the crafting menu constantly parsing around for... oh, you know what? They also added a right-click menu. If you right-click on something now, there's a little thing that says Show Craft Recipes Used In. I think that right-click menu might be contributing to this somehow, because that was not there in the previous build. Just a dumb theory. I've not even looked at the code yet, so I couldn't tell you. All that we have left in this bag to sort is a fishing hook, golf tee, fighting knife. Fun story about the fighting knife. Highest base damage and highest crit of all knives, but you can't craft it, so I don't carry it around. Fighting knives are very hard to find if you're actually looking for them. So if you're a short blade enthusiast, fighting knives is what you bring when you're on your final fights, when you go to Louisville and fight all the 5,000 zombies at once or whatever the hell. Golf tee for the sports over here. Bone chokers for armor. I mean, I've already got a million bone chokers, but literally 20 of them in here. I'll never use those. If I have a single bone choker break, then I've already made a massive mistake. Bone choker is your neck protection. If you have something break 100% bite and 100% scratch on your neck, I don't want to make 20 mistakes like that. No. That's fine. Alright, here's our last garbage bag of loot. Once again, it's mostly clothing. Oh boy, it's got the undies. Okay. I put the undies in this one. The undies I have like 20 colors of, so. Let's start with everything but that first. We got a pink bikini here. Purplish red dress. We're gonna call that red. I'm not trying not to think too hard about the different colors here. Because if I will put away an entire hour just screwing around with colors if I let myself, so I gotta be wary of that. Yeah, okay. So everything I just put in there is the reds. Without stopping to look at the panties, I think we have got the reds sorted. Going over here to the blues. I'm gonna call this bikini a dark blue. That's fine. It looks like it has a tint of green in it, but whatever. This hoodie, I'm going to put it on the ground. Is this a black candidate? I think it is. So random generated clothing, very, very, very unlikely to be a solid black. This is just a very dark gray. So yeah, that is going in the black container. A lot of purples here. We got two different shades. We got like a dark plum and another lupine formal shirt. A vivid purple hoodie, and a dark purple hoodie, And then we got a vivid purple full-length strapless dress and a full-length strapless light blue dress. And that does it for most of the colors. We got some yellowish coveralls. Honestly, it's such a desaturated yellow. It might actually go with the browns well enough. Desaturated yellow is hard for me to classify because it kind of looks a little bit like a wheat, like just a very bright brown. But anyway, over to the shades. We got a pair of long john bottoms. Long john bottoms will be very important when summer comes around because despite the insulation, they don't actually overheat your character very much. So that is a platform to add leather strips to for additional protection. Ah, you found a cassette. Very, very good, very good. Chevalier cassette, one of the best. In fact, that's one of the next things I'm going to go seek out. I'm going to go to Brandenburg, fight my way in there, and acquire a Chevalier cassette that I marked on the map back when I did my tour. Okay, so we've got we're sorting the panties now. I've got very bright pink ones here. That's an easy win. It could be a rose. It could be a purple. I'm gonna go with rose. It's closer to rose. Red panties, easy enough. And then we've got this one right here would be important for my LARPing set, because this pair is a perfect match for the bunny suits. I think. But I'm gonna put those at the bottom there of the stack, and then just greens and light blues, and then one purple. So I'll put the purple over here now, and then the light blues after that. Several shades of light blue. Whenever I see a light blue, I grab it on reflex. I don't know why. The light blue just really sticks out to me for some reason. I'm currently actually wearing a Brawn panties that is a perfect match for Force camo. So all of these extras that I have here, kind of superfluous, but I can't not pick them up. It's just ingrained in me. If I see something that looks like it's going to be a match for Force camo, I take it. It's just, even if I already have one. Okay, that is the entirety of our Muldraugh expedition done, minus the chickens. I don't really care that much about the chickens. I grabbed them because I wanted them. I'm not going to go through all of the effort of bringing them back here. A little lowdown on my vehicles. The step van here is the one with the highest condition trunk. The ambulance and the fire truck are for local patrolling. The Spiffo vans are for gardening. Eventually, the Electromax vans on the right are going to be vehicle parts of a different category than heavy duty. Because right now down in the garage, all of the vehicles down there are all heavy duty parts. And then this van right in front of me is for small form lumber. Okay, the actual garbage bags themselves, I need to put 10 of them back into the glove compartment of this van here. And now, got a couple of things that I tossed into the passenger seat. And a couple of loaded M9 magazines. I actually want to leave those there. Yes, I want to leave those there. So a little recap of my field kits. On the driver's seat, you can put about 5 encumbrance of stuff. So I put a couple spare M9 magazines, some finger food, some chips, a griddle pan in case I set up base somewhere, but I don't have a basic cooking utensil, whetstone, and a hoodie if I get cold. On the passenger seats, 3 pieces of armor to cover my current gaps. So right now my gaps are my head, my hands, and my neck. Both of those are below 30% protection. So if I put on the bone gauntlets, the bone choker, and the bicycle helmets, or the riding helmets. The riding helmet is the highest level of protection you'll ever get. That does not come with any compromises to your vision or hearing. Anything that gives you more than this riding helmet, you're trading your vision and hearing for it. That's unacceptable to me. I would so much rather hear something coming than have a greater percentage chance of, you know, taking the bite. That's just my personal philosophy on that. So I'm not going into combat right now, so I can take that stuff off. I don't wear it all the time because it would make my character miserable to do that. The discomfort would stack up pretty quickly if you wear the bone gear and the helmet. Yeah, it would be, Richard, you're 100% correct. I really wish the racks actually displayed the color itself, but the racks are just an element of the sprites. One of the things that I do to try to remind myself, at this point I've memorized it, but I put bags on the ground of the color in question. So like this trauma bag and first aid bag, and then these black duffel bags here, the forest camo here to differentiate from the regular greens, and then the police duffel bag to mark the blue LEO colors over here. I haven't found any bags that are bright pink or bright purple or bright cyan, but I can usually memorize that those are on this side of the spectrum. Anyway, we are putting away some thread, and then a magazine, and then we are full of thread over here, where literally our tailoring bin is just that full. Magazine, crossword, over here in the reading material. And then some spare leftover garbage bags. I have 134 garbage bags just chilling over here. It's a lot of garbage bags. A lot of those have been garbage bags full of loot at one point. Because generally speaking, my pattern is to fill a garbage bag with loot, toss it in the trunk of my vehicle, bring it back to base, empty it, and then toss it into this the medium form materials bin here. So that a good chunk of those 134 garbage bags there have just been full of loot before we emptied them. But good progress. I'm going to get myself a drink of water. And we are in need of some milk. 2 cups, in fact. Each fountain cup of cow's milk is 15 hunger. So since my hunger was down to 70, I drink exactly 2. Toss the empty ones back in here. Now, cow's milk is not going to put me into weight gain. It's not going to help maintain my weight gain. My calories are at 2,300. I'm going to continue gaining weight at a pretty slow rate because my lipids are just, my fats just went over into the positive instead of the negative. You have to be at least like 300 if you're not also eating a lot of carbs. So that's not happening anytime soon. So I just want to maintain my calories for now. A steady weight gain at low weight is fine with me. Okay, have a good one, Grim. Catch you later. We are gonna go to... We're gonna go to Brandenburg. We're gonna get that Corvette. I want that Corvette. I've been thinking about having a Corvette for a very long time. I don't have one, and I want one. Now, how am I going to do that? How am I going to go about that? That's an open question. I'm going to treat this like an expedition, but I'm not going to have my expedition vehicle with me. So I'm going to take some extra milk to that. I'm gonna get some armor. I'm gonna get some armor, and I'm gonna get my mace. This mace is at half integrity. That should be a couple hundred zombies before it breaks. I've been at maintenance level 10 for a long time now. So if let's just say that all the weapons on me right now, all the firearms are empty, all the weapons start breaking. If I get reset all the way back to square one, all I need is a knife. All I need is a knife. And with just a knife, I can actually eventually get my way to stone maces. It'll take me a little while. I gotta get some branches, carve a short bat from the branches, and then get some rocks, nap a rock into a mason's chisel, make a stone hammer, and then I believe I can chisel a mace head and just make another mace, just using materials that you can find anywhere in the woods. So as long as I have a knife, I am combat effective almost indefinitely. It is, so basically hunger is a bigger concern for me. I don't want to split up my armor kits and my vehicles. And I'm not going to take my main vehicle with me, so I will take a bone choker and pair of gloves. I don't know if I have another bicycle helmet. I've been making a point to pick them up. So, you see this crash helmet right here. I'm going to zoom this in so that people can see it more clearly. This is a crash helmet. 70% bite protection, 80% scratch protection. However, look at what the trade-off is. Vision impairment. I don't know what this number actually is, but that is a rather significant percentage of a bar right there. That could be like that's an almost 1/5 reduction. Actually, we could even That's like almost a quarter reduction right there. That is almost a quarter of your vision and hearing reduced, just for the sake of a couple extra percentage points if a zombie already grabs you. And I want to stand by this assertion. If a zombie gets close enough to grab you, you have already made a very serious mistake. Zombies should never get close enough to grab you. I mean, okay, nobody's perfect, and I'm not perfect. I make that mistake all the time. That is just a stage 1 mistake, allowing a zombie to get close enough to you. If a zombie does get close enough to grab you, you should be interrupting them long before they actually get their hands on you. They shouldn't even be able to wind up the animation. You should be hitting them before that happens. So this is just like the bite defense and scratch pretense in terms of protection against a zombie. That is like a last-ditch thing. That should not be the first thing on your mind. The first thing on your mind should be distances. Distances and stun durations. Those are the most important things that you have. And also, just remember, if you feel like you're in a threatening combat situation, turn 360 degrees and walk away. I'm never not going to say that. If you feel like you're in a threatening combat situation, stop fighting. Just turn around and walk away. Yeah, it's the Twitter meme. Like, how can cyberbullying be a thing? Like, close your eyes, just walk away. Literally, just walk away. That's all you got to do. Zombies cannot, even if they're lunging, they cannot reach you at regular walking speed. Just turn around and walk away. You don't have to fight indefinitely, and you shouldn't. You know your limits, know when to turn around and walk away. So what we're doing now, we're going to go and recover a throwaway vehicle. I'm going to recover a throwaway vehicle, and then I'm going to head out to Brandenburg to come back with that Corvette that I saw out there. I can hotwire vehicles. I'm mechanics level 9. I should not have to do any repairs on the Corvette. I would not have marked it on the map if it was not a really good condition. So this fire truck, not our throwaway vehicle. This fire truck is our vehicle to find a throwaway vehicle with. However, I will need a can of gas. So I'm going to power up my gas station here, fill up a gas can. And we are on the lookout for a throwaway vehicle now. Criteria for a throwaway vehicle is just something that has okay-ish enough brakes that I can stop in at least 10 tiles distance. Because otherwise, I won't be able to go very fast in it, and that makes me annoyed if I can't go fast. I'm not going to do a full patrol right now. I'm just going to find what I'm looking for, kill any zombies in the area, and then tow it back with me. Wow, that is a lot of respawns for this side. That is pretty much a full respawn. Yeah, all this shit right here, this is the density that it was at the beginning of the game. And if I want to get, maybe that Niala up to the north there. Maybe the Niala, maybe one of those vans. In any case, these zombies are on my way. We're going to kill them. I'm going to toss this gas can somewhere, because I don't want it weighing me down. Alright, whenever you pull a big group, you see how all these ones are moving at the same speed? These are all fast shamblers. So, extremely dangerous. I'm going to use the spear. Spears are very overpowered right now. As you can see, literally one-shotting almost everybody. Oh, that was a stage 2 mistake right there. I should not have let her wind up the grab animation, even though I interrupted it. I don't like fighting from this direction, but I can do it. I prefer fighting when the zombies are coming in left and right, as opposed to up or down. Alright, that's the bulk of them. I'm going to switch to a weapon that I'm trying a little harder level. Longblade. Now, as you can see, these guys are the slow ones. We still got a fast one. I'm going to let him come to me. Now, the slow ones, the slow shamblers, you control their movement speed. You walk up to them, let them lunge at you like that, and use that to peel them apart so that they're not coming at you at the same time. So these two, I'm going to split them up. See, she's lunging at me, the other one's not. Memorize the distance at which zombies lunge at you, and your positioning will improve immediately because of it. That's a medium, so I take her first. And the slow boy up here. I kill them in piles just as a habit. It's a force of habit. There's really no need right now because I don't even intend on looting these zombies. Being tailoring level 8, I'm long past the point of worrying about tailoring materials from zombies. At this point, the only thing that's going to get me through the next 2 levels of tailoring is chonky armor recipes. I do recall seeing one. Yeah, there's one in the trees. Now, I knew where she was partially because I saw her flash there briefly. Also because the right speaker right here, sorry, the left speaker. Surround sound is a very lovely thing. Anybody who's capable of getting surround sound, do it. It's great. I love it. I stand by it. It's a fantastic thing. The headphones with stimulated surround sound are pretty good, but actual surround sound I'm a big fan of. Alright, now I just gotta select a vehicle from this parking lot. This Chevalier Niala is in really good condition. Whenever I see a vehicle in really good condition, I really want to... I don't want to use it as a throwaway vehicle. I kind of just want to take its parts and replace... Maybe fix up another law enforcement Chevalier Niala. On the flip side, these vans look to be in shit condition. Well, this red one might be alright. Let's take a look at it. Tires, nothing to write home about, but they're at least above 20%. Tires below 20%, I think that's the threshold. It's like 20 or 25%. A tire will start having a random chance to just blow out on you. The total braking force is 61. That's alright, I can deal with that. Nothing else in this van I would miss if I lost it. Okay, this is our vehicle. Yeah, it would be nice if they hadn't nerfed VHS tapes into the ground. Unfortunately, VHS tapes have been trashed. You can only get up to level 3 with them now. Alright, let's get this bad boy hot-wired. Engine and battery are pretty good. So, I'm always on the lookout for vehicles that I can tow forward. Because this has low-quality old tires, its traction should be really low. I feel like if the traction is really low, I might even be able to tow it forward. The best way to tell if you're going to be able to tow something forward, pay attention to your gear and see if you get above second, and see if you can make it to third. See, I'm now in second. I am bottoming out. I'm bottoming out. I cannot go any faster. That means I need to tow it in reverse. If you can get through second gear without bottoming out, then tow it forward because you can go faster than 30 miles an hour that way. But if you cannot go faster than 30 miles an hour going forward, just tow it in reverse. It's a lot simpler. Towing in B42 has been very heavily nerfed, but it's still workable. You just got to know when to try to tow it forward and know when to just be like, all right, I'll tow it backwards, whatever. That's is there a D for all of the above? Easy. I've been trying to work on the jaw stab. I really have. I don't know if I'll do it. Woo, there we go. Now, you might have noticed I didn't get any sound. We've had a major version upgrade in the game, but the audio glitch is still going strong. I've only been at I've been at this for 7 hours. Jesus Christ. Okay, yeah, stream's been going for 7.5 hours. We're right on track for an audio buffer overflow. Shit. Fuck, this is not good. What the hell? That's going way faster than it should have. So apparently the buffer overflow with the audio system is messing with the ragdoll system. See, somehow I killed all those zombies and I didn't get a single drop of blood on my truck. Okay. I'm gonna finish this tow job and then I'm gonna reboot the game. So if you ever are playing the game for a long period of time and you hear the audio system start cutting out, random sounds not playing, just close the game and reopen it. It's fine. It's just the audio has been going for so long that it is full and it needs to be emptied. All right, ready to... I'll give it like half a tank, maybe. Okay. Yeah, it happens, it happens because because we're playing the game so long. When you see the devs, they don't play their own game long enough to actually hear problems like that happen. They open the game for 5 minutes in debug mode and then just go back to coding. It is what it is. I said this before, I'll say it a million times. The Indie Stone needs to have at least one person who tunnel visions really hard to do full-time Q&A. That's what they really need. I'm not saying it has to be me. In fact, I don't think I would want to. I wouldn't want it to be me, because then I wouldn't be able to stream anymore. I would have to play the game, and then as soon as I come across something, I would have to stop what I'm doing and see if it's a documented bug or not. And if it is, I'd have to document it, or if it isn't, I'd have to document it. And every time you search for a bug on the forums, it's basically, it's not a job I would want to do. But they would need to have somebody who has as much tunnel vision as I do, if not more, to just sit around and play the game a long period of time. And I don't think they have anybody on staff right now who does that. But we have rebooted the game. The audio system is fixed. We are going to put some gas in this throwaway vehicle here. I'm going to hit refuel from gas pump, and I'm just going to wait until the bar is a little bit past the halfway point. That works. Hello. Okay, so moving, good to know. Moving no longer cancels a refuel. The only way I canceled that refuel was by a push. That's actually really important, because my reflex, if I hear a zombie sound while I'm trying to refuel a vehicle, my reflex is to start running. That wouldn't have worked. I'm going to try that again. Yeah, see, look at this. I'm hitting the movement keys. It looks like I could move, like, south for a moment. Weird. It's inconsistent, though. So if I want to make sure that I'm canceling the refuel, I'll have to either hit escape or push. Just weird little things that change between versions for reasons unknown. But we've got our throwaway vehicle. I'm turning off the engine, and I will take vehicle tools. I don't think I'm going to need them. but I'd rather have them and not need them than need them and not have them. So a jack, tire pump, and tire iron. And we are off to Brandenburg. It's not very far from Riverside. It's actually the closest city to Riverside. Closer than any of the other major cities. The North Road is the best way to get there, in my opinion. We will have an opportunity to kill some zombies on the way out here, assuming there's any large groups that have respawned up here. I don't know if this qualifies as a large group, but it's close enough to my base to not want to deal with these guys in the future. Yeah, absolutely. The surplus of generators that I've picked up will be a lovely thing long term. I think I have like 4 of those blue generators now. The blue generators are lightweight, easier to carry around than the other ones. Perfect candidate for leaving at a gas station. There is another gas station in the Riverside area in the direction we're going. In fact, it'll be on the left once we head a little ways past Electromax here. It always has a lot of zombies in front of it after some time has passed for the respawn, so it's not the best place. It's nowhere near the most convenient place for gas in the area. But if I ever actually played long enough that I was threatened of running out of gas at the Riverside gas station, this would be the next one that I would use. This bad boy right here. Not actually any zombies around there right now. I must have called them sometime recently, or they just grouped up outside of where I could see them. Either way, I don't really care. They're not there, and that's a good thing to know. The farther away from the main road they are, the better, because then me driving past won't encourage them to group up on the road. I almost feel bad taking this van. It does have some pretty good parts on it. I might actually take the windshield and some of the windows with me. I mean, if for no other reason, then I'm going through windshields faster than I thought I would. I'm actually going through windshields on my primary vehicles at like a rate of 1 per month at this point. Which, if you think about it, I mean, we've been at this for 8 months now. That's 8 windshields have gone through. Windshields are finite. You cannot make more. They're all the vehicles on the map that spawn with them. That's it. There's no foraging for them. There's no making them. Glass making does not allow you to make any vehicle parts. You would think, maybe we could make some glass with our glass making. Windows for our vehicles that are made of glass. I know that modern vehicle windows are made of some really special fiberglassy stuff that doesn't shatter as much, so it's actually safer in a collision. That doesn't mean you can't just replace it with a expertly crafted regular homemade piece of glass. It'll just be a hell of a lot more dangerous if you get into a collision. Maybe. That must be the case with both the zombies and the rabbits. Yeah, glass making, I agree with that assertion 100%. Jars are the only thing I'm thinking of when I think of glass making. And it's so silly that we have all the necessary things to preserve our food in a renewable way, except for vinegar. We cannot make vinegar yet. So vinegar is a hard cap on how many things we can put into jars. Because once you run out of vinegar, well, you gotta go loot more. That's the only way you're gonna get it. Now, on the flip side, unlike vehicle glass, vinegar you might be able to forage for. You just got to get really lucky foraging in trash, I think. Yeah, the trash loot table should find vinegar. Yeah, I mean, honestly, 7 Days to Die is a very, very dumbed down game when it comes to crafting. But I actually do like what they did with bulletproof glass. There's regular glass in the game that's very weak, doesn't do anything to keep the zombies out. And then there's bulletproof glass, which you can make in a crucible if you have a crucible and you have lead. This game doesn't have lead. Like, there's no such thing as lead. There are lead pipes, but lead as a resource doesn't exist. And that's actually silly. Lead as a resource should exist. Maybe that's a longer-term plan for the crafting system in this game. I don't know. All I know is we should be able to make our own blunderbuss ammo in this game. Kind of wacky that 7 Days would have basic apocalypse crafted weapons, and Zomboid with its return to monkey crafting themes and autistically detailed crafting menu somehow doesn't. So here we are in Brandenburg. The city was hit by a tornado just before the apocalypse, so these guys here, these folks got the double whammy. Alright, I believe I'm turning north here. Let me check the map. I marked CV for the Corvette. Yes, I'm basically turning north here and just shit. I'm not getting out. I don't want to fight these guys. There's nothing to fight for here. I'm gonna see what I can do when I get to the Corvette. As you can see, Brandenburg is a very healthy city. Lots of zombies here. And I don't have a clean angle of approach anywhere here. When I say clean angle of approach, what I mean is a compass direction from which zombies will not be coming, so that I don't get surrounded. The further I go into zombie territory here, the less of an angle of approach I'm going to have. That being said, there's also the Ohio River. If I just go straight to the river and then just start clearing a 180 degree arc behind me, that is an option. Where the hell was it? Was it at the church? No, it was not at the church. Was it behind the church? Oh no, it's going to be on the other side of this. Shit. That is a lot of zombies. I also need to remember that I don't need to be very careful with this van. It is a throwaway vehicle. But it's also my only functional vehicle in the area, so I don't want to lose it right now. I want to find what I'm looking for first. Then I can go about... there it is, okay. Oh, this is great. It's outside of the range of the mega horde in the center of the city. Now, my idea of securing a solid angle of approach... No, I'm not going to try to turtle my way through all that. I'm going to park next to the designated vehicle. I'm going to get out. I'm going to kill anything that's aggroed onto me right now. And I'm not going to be too loud about it. Now, in addition to that Corvette right there, I'm not going to call it a Cossette. It's a Corvette. It's a very nice Stingray-looking Corvette. In addition to that, we've got a Mercia Lang here. Mercia Lang is a close second to the Corvette, off by a couple hundred horsepower, so not that close of a second, but it is the second strongest engine in the game in terms of just raw horsepower. But I want to see what the quality of this engine is. 100. Holy shit! Okay, yeah. This is our new main towing vehicle, and I'm gonna be using it a lot just for fun. For anybody joining, I have a pretty high turnover on the stream today, so anybody joining, I'm just, I'm securing a Corvette that I just found. Well, not just found. I marked it on the map a long time ago, and I have now returned to Brandenburg, where I originally found it, and I'm just securing the area now. Now, the reason I'm going above and beyond to secure this area is I do kind of want to see if there's any parts on that Mercia Lang that are better. Because if there are, then I want to put the best of all the parts available to me on the Corvette. So, do I want to go... I'm going to go ahead and handle this main horde. I'm going to gear back up because this is a large group. So, armor is going on. Might be a little superfluous to gear up just for this, but everything but our head is now pretty heavily armored. I'm going to start poking him with the spear. And okay. That should be anybody who is still aggroed onto us. So we are now going to take the, brought a gas can with me. Who is this over here trying to give me a hard time? I'm going to jaw stab you. I don't know how I did that. I still have not figured out jaw stabbing. If you're in the right range, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. I usually just go for the stun first, and then just kind of poke them until it happens. And if it doesn't happen right away, I'll reposition myself like a tiny bit. Yeah, there we go. This takes a couple hits, maybe a repositioning a little bit. Is that everybody? There's a sizable group on the other side of that tree line there, but I think they're far enough away not to be too big of a problem. Alright, let's get this bad boy some gas. Looks like it already had some, too. Oh, you're going to tell me I have to break one of the windows, aren't you? Okay. The chances of a zombie having the keys to a nearby vehicle decrease substantially over time. Neat. Very neat. Yeah, I'm gonna have to break the window. I really didn't want to break the window on this thing. But if the game's gonna make me do it... They're both over 80% integrity, too. Fine. Alright, cleared all the crap out of it. IQ is gone. Trunk condition is not too high, but that's fine. We're not looking to come out of here with a bunch of loot. Alright, I'm dropping the trash garbage on the floor. And now I am hot wiring. Am I actually getting the hang of that? No, I don't want to. I don't want to fool myself into believing that I'm actually getting the hang of that. I don't want jaw stabs to be a thing. I don't like jaw stabs. It's bad. It's dangerous. Why are you sticking your hand into the mouth of death? Don't do that. Oh, okay. So this car has even better windows than the other one. So I'm stealing both of the windows of this car just because it's 86 and 90% integrity. Absolutely, give me those. Sports car equipment that is in like perfect condition like this. Pretty rare. Gas tank is small, I don't care about that. The door, I don't really care about that. Highest integrity window goes on the driver's side, without question. The integrity of the window determines how many times a zombie can smack it before it breaks. Speaking of brakes, total braking force is 80. Not very impressive, but not concerned about it, really. Okay, the tires are all performance, and they're all in great condition. So I don't even have to worry about the tires. Now, the battery, on the other hand, this is a shit condition battery. It's only 46%. So I'm going to shut the engine off, take the battery out, swap it with the other car over there. The other one had a slightly lower charge, but a higher condition. In the trunk, I'm going to toss the windshields I just picked up. Muffler is a regular. I don't really care about seats. I'm not worried about seats right now. So I'm checking the other vehicle for brakes. Yeah, that's it. That's all I care about. Yeah, I'll probably inflate the tires. I do have a tire pump with me. Muffler is about the same. The brakes over here are regular. However, they're in such good condition that I kind of want to steal them. I mean, I kind of want to steal everything over here. Windshield is only 76. I'm gonna steal everything over there. I'm gonna disassemble this other sports car. It's in such good condition that I can't pass it up. So what I'm gonna do to do that is windshield goes into the trunk. I'm gonna take off my armor since I'm done with the big fights. Battery into this vehicle here. Okay. So if I want to do the brakes, so 42.11 allegedly made it so that tires no longer get deflated by removing them. If so, then this is actually not gonna set us back several hours just by trying to swap the brakes. So what I'm doing is I'm taking the rear left tire off and the rear right tire because the brakes are kind of low condition and there were almost perfect condition brakes on the other vehicle. If I can swing it, I'll get a better suspension too. But only if I can swing it. just got to my bedtime here. Oh yeah, we got some good... they're only regular suspensions, though. I prefer performance. So I'm going to take the tires off, leave them on the ground. Now these brakes are only regular, but they're in such good condition that I want to take the 3 of them, since they're all over 80% integrity. Alright, and I don't care about the suspension because that's pretty low quality. You know, the trunk lid and the hood, they're both also in such good condition that I'm not taking them with me, but I will swap them. Okay, that's all the good quality parts off of this car right here. So I'm just going to swap the hood and the trunk, and then the brakes, and then this car is ready to go. Braking force is almost 100 since we've got regular. So I'm going to put the tires back on momentarily here. Let's redo the hood. %. Trunk lid from 74 to the high 80s. Okay, and now we put the tires back on. Here's the moment of truth. Let's see if the tires, as advertised by the game, they are still inflated. Beautiful. Alright, and now I just inflate the tires the rest of the way to top them off. Everything looks surprisingly aligned, too. We've got a high and a mid on the left and right both. So there should be minimal drift while driving long distance. It's not perfect. There's going to be an ever so slight drift to the left, I believe, because the left has a little bit more... It's going to have a little bit more friction. Whatever. Okay. Now it's just a question of what I want to bring with me. I never even looked in the trunk of this van. Nothing that I care about. However, there is gas in this vehicle, so I do want to siphon that. I've never been somebody to leave behind a partially full tank of gas there. Tools back into my backpack. We'll leave it run for a minute to get the battery charged. Looks like we're at half capacity, so we can do another, probably another 2 tanks of gas here. Oh, I wanted to do the gas can. Yep, it's always If it's build 42, you're gonna run out of you'll run out of time eventually. It's fine. I don't let that prevent me from assuming the mentality of my character is gonna live forever. I know the whole theme of this game is you know, ooh, this is how you died. This is how you died. This is how you died. No, that the whole concept of this is how you died. You could see that when you're born. You know, this is how you died. You lived your entire life. The end. I mean, it's a really stupid and meaningless phrase. It really is. You know, I'm currently living my life. This is how I died. This live stream, it's how theoretically, this is how I died. That doesn't mean I'm going to die anytime soon. That just means that, you know, I've always been very cynical on the people who are like, oh, you're not supposed to live forever in Project. Fuck you. I'm going to live forever. Don't fucking tell me what to do. Sorry if I sound salty about it, but I don't like people telling me that I'm not gonna live. I'm not gonna live, you know, a long, healthy life just because most of the world around me has died. Nah, I'm gonna take my chances as everybody should. Now I am very tired right now. I'm way past my bedtime. However, I'm in a Corvette. I really do not want to be running into zombies. But I'm also in one of the most maneuverable vehicles in the game, so I should not have to run into zombies. Shit. That's a lot of zombies. I talk some shit. Now I gotta not get hit. I have an idea. Just a minor bump. Woo! We're navigating, boys. We're navigating. I have an idea. So I toot the horn. Now the reason I do that is to pull them from that side of the road to the opposite. And then go around them. Navigated successfully. And we're out of that bitch. Okay. Woo! That's not the only large group we got to deal with, but that was the largest by far. See this one here? We got a lot of maneuver space on this side. Mount the curb! Jim Gordon's voice in the back of my head right now. Right now, the thing I'm afraid of most right now is not the zombies. It's accidentally hitting the E key. I'm not used to WASD. I will never be used to WASD. I hate WASD. But for this particular game, I deal with it. We're almost to the highway. Starting to see tornado damage. That's good. Tornado damage means we're almost there. And here we are. Back to the highway. Easy peasy. The heist has been a success. The cones. I don't want to hit the cones. I've already hit the cones several times, but I still don't want to hit the cones. Speaking of the obstacle course. Woo! Alright, we're at it. We're out of here. Back to open roads. This thing moves so much faster than every other vehicle in the game. It's kind of sad. I got a lot of stress from being around those zombies. Like, damn. I'm up to 40... I got to 48 stress. That was almost tier 2 stress. I think it was just from the zombies hitting the fences next to where I was driving. B42 bicycle mod. Bicycles should be a part of the base game. It's utterly baffling that they're not. It took the 7 Days to Die devs so long to get bicycles added. Bicycles are just such a basic thing. Especially if we're going to live in a world that's going to be, you know, post petroleum industry. Yeah, bicycles are going to make a huge comeback. the global petrol industry collapses, yeah, you're gonna see a lot of people on bicycles. Not even just because they have to, just because it's easier than expending gasoline. See, in a world like this, gasoline would be way too expensive for joy rides. Well, way too valuable, not expensive, just valuable. Actually, I would see high-octane gasoline becoming a trading currency for a while. It wouldn't be a very perfect currency because it would be very easy to, spike it. You'd have to have a very good, robust way of verifying that what you have is real good gasoline. Yeah, that is one thing. Now, gas cans don't have any evaporation. Personally, I prefer to just build my base within a stone's throw distance of a gas station. Not directly on top of it, but really close. Best of both worlds. My collection of gas cans is just stored at the gas station itself. And here's my turn. We have returned to Riverside. This is why I've not been going top speed at all. Zombies are still dotting the roads occasionally. Swerved a little bit there. These wheels are rather sensitive. I like them for that, but also makes them dangerous. Try to take those turns a little too hard and you'll whap. Okay, so this vehicle needs a little bit of engine work, so I'm just going to park it right here. And I'm going to leave the tires that I picked up with my other sports car parts right here. So this side right here on the floor is sports car parts, and on the other side is regular car parts. All of the rest of the heavy-duty stuff is in the vans. I do not yet have a dedicated van for sports car and normal. Damn it. Gotta place them one at a time. There we go. Alright, so our sleep schedule is a little mucked up. That's fine. We're just gonna go to sleep, wake up as soon as we can, and then go to sleep again as soon as we can, and it'll be partially corrected. Good enough for government work at that point. Alright, so there's all the parts. We're leaving this here so we can do engine work tomorrow. Sprinting back to base. Yeah, I mean, honestly, everything in it is about high 80s. There's a few things in the 70s. It's the engine quality that I care about the most, because the engine quality is You don't get to, you don't change that. Engine quality is innate. The condition, engine condition, I can fix that very easily. Just gotta get enough parts. Ready. Off to sleep we go. Oh, look at that, I had a nightmare. Thanks, game, I fucking hate it. I have a lot of stress after that nightmare. I'm gonna go pet an animal and then read a magazine. So, if you get a lot of stress, go pet an animal. Petting your animals gives you reduced stress and also gives you happies. So I pet my good chicken because she's a good chicken, and that was like 30 stress removed. There's a cooldown to that, so usually I'll pair it up with petting an animal and then reading a magazine or something. Apparently it's too dark to read, despite me having a flashlight out. You know what? I'll read it tomorrow morning, I guess. Again? Really? Twice in a row? Fuck you too, game. One nightmare is enough, but 2 nightmares in a row is just fuck you. I'm mad about it. I'm gonna read a paperback. And I'll go pet a cow. And then I'll try one more time to sleep. Can I pet it through the gate? He's sticking his head out the gate to be pet. He's a good bull. Alright, you know what? I'm going to read a magazine on top of that. There. Now, I'm going to get another nightmare. Watch. It's just, for some reason, my character is having a... Can't get back to sleep. Try again later. F, 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 F. Come on. There we go. I hate Restless Sleeper when nightmares get into the mix. Because Restless Sleeper, I can deal with the can't get back to sleep, try again later bullshit. I can deal with that for most of the time. But when nightmares randomly wake you up 10 seconds later, and then the cooldown starts over, that really pisses me off. That really pisses me off. I am going to have a drink of cow's milk, and then I'm going to read a book really quick. I have to step away IRL for like 2 minutes or so. Give me a book to read. How about Animal Care Level 4, or Volume 4? We are ready for Animal Care Volume 4. So I'm going to sit on the ground right here and read a book. And back in approximately a minute and a half here. BRB. Alrighty, I am back. Alright, let's empty some of the extraneous stuff we picked up. Extra armor. I'm going to hold on to the extra armor for the field kit in the vehicle that I just picked up. I'm going to put this locket in here. Cologne and perfume. Decorations. Empty gas can in here for now. Piece of tape and cigar. I'm putting tobacco up here now. And then just the adhesive tape. Couple of lighters. Okay, everything else that's in my backpack here needs to go back into the Corvette. So I'm going to head down to the Corvette now and get the engine repairs effected. Went from 56 to 86, and now from 86 to 100. So we now have, I got to screenshot this just for posterity, we have a 100% condition, 100% quality engine. It's beautiful. Alright, the gas tank is already big, so that is already the best gas tank there is. Now, let's get a performance muffler and a, I think I have a 100% quality battery over there, too. Yep, have a 100% quality battery, 100% quality performance muffler. Unfortunately, I don't have any suspensions in my collection. Overall condition has been brought all the way up to 84.4%. I like it. I like it. This makes me really happy. It's that previous screenshot I just took was before repairs. Alright, so now I'm putting the jack, tire pump, tire iron into the glove compartment here. In the driver's seat, I'll put my armor, so bone choker and bone fingerless gloves, and I'll put a spare mace there eventually. I don't have a spare mace right now. I'm just going to carry the one I already have. Yeah, it's good. Let's take these vehicle engine parts, put them back in here. we now have a Corvette in pretty good condition. The fleet grows. It's great. I love it. Okay, what's next on the docket? Next we are... Crops are looking good. Oh, I want to engage with the new leatherworking system. So we've got some unprocessed leather here. We've got a bunch of small leather and medium, which means I need to go make another leather drying rack. Right now I only have a large one, so I need a medium and a small drying rack for leather. For that I'm going to need some long sticks and twine, and I think a couple nails, right? Let's do a search through the build menu for drying rack. Literally, we just need 3 nails, a bunch of units of twine, and then we're going to need a total of 10 long sticks. So that, the long sticks are the most annoying part. I think I have some nails on the floor over here. Yeah. 2, 3, and then some twine. Literally too much twine over here. Alright, so now 10 long sticks. This is going to be fun. I might have to actually cut down a tree. Ah, 3 saplings over here. Good. 1, 2, there's 3 long sticks. 7 more required. That needs to go away right now. I will not acquiesce bushes in my area. Alright, we got 1 sapling here. Whenever you cut down a large tree, you're guaranteed at least 1 sapling. Actually, no, it's 1 sapling every time. There's no randomness in that. On the flip side, some of these piles of tree cuttings have already been raided of their long sticks. Okay, we're up to 5, 6, 7. We need 3 more. I no longer have the ability to carry anymore. At least not in my backpack. We'll just hand carry the rest. Hand carry. There's 2, and we need 1 more. Hello. All the saplings over here have been used up already. Hang on, there's one. I think I would have memorized them by their 3D object appearance by now. Okay, that's all the long sticks. We are now building a medium and a small leather drying rack. Because no, you cannot put medium leather on a large one, nor can you put small leather on a medium. No, you gotta have a separate one for each goddamn size. Medium leather drying rack. Just put it right here next to the large. And And small leather drying rack next. Okay, so this is a new crafting menu. It requires 7 days to dry small leather. Before I can even get to that point, I need to process it. So, we've got rabbit leather times 5. Let's start with the deer leather first. It's our only medium leather. We're going to need some brain tan over here. I do not have enough brain, or do not have enough, yeah, I don't have enough brains out here. I'm going to need to go get some more brains. The zombies ate all my brains, I guess. Can't wait for those to become an item that rots away. You know, like brains actually do. Brains do rot away. I should just keep all of my brains outside. So to process leather, first you need a bowl of brain tan, which is why I keep some bowls out here with to capture the rainwater. Then you just need a brain. So 1 bowl of water and 1 brain. Now I'm going to take this deer leather and remove the flesh. And then remove the fur. Now we've got crude medium leather. We want to open the tannin barrel right here. Use the bowl of brain tan to get it tanned and now wet. So now that it's wet, we need to dry it. We go over to our medium drying rack. In progress. Oh. Okay. So, just for the people who don't have 4K monitor and can actually see that text, I'm going to zoom it in right here for you. So, time required 7 days. In progress. Time remaining 7 days, 0 hours, 0 minutes, 0 seconds. Drying rate paused because it's fucking cold. It's spring. It's 27 Fahrenheit. It's below freezing. I'm not drying leather anytime soon with this bullshit. Oh, please tell me that I can stop it. It doesn't look like it's letting me stop it. What happens if I pick it up? Has items in container. Can I fucking get the items out? No, it's just gonna be fucking stuck there. So, it's not gonna dry for months. Literally not for months. If it's too fucking cold right now, then it's not gonna dry for months. Don't, lesson learned, don't put your leather working infrastructure outside. At least not in the, not when it's winter. I guess for the rabbit leather, put this inside. I'm mad about it. If it's not sufficiently obvious, I'm mad about it. So now I would have to process some more leather. So I'm going to go process some of the the small leather. Let's take these bowls and make another couple bowls of brain tan here. It's flesh and fur, the shit. Alright, now we can go dry it. I'm putting the empty bowls back outside on top of the crate to get filled up by rainwater. Now what I want to find out is, can I queue multiple leathers at once here? No. Okay, so temperature rate, it's still considered cold here. So even though I'm indoors, basically, don't bother with this shit in the winter. That being said, because this one is just going to be stuck out here if I don't do something about it, I'm going to start a campfire. For a campfire, you just need 3 stones. I hate the devs of this game sometimes. I really do. So now it can't dry because it's wet. Because it's snowing. I mean, if I want this shit to finish sometime this fucking year, I need to... You know, you would think it's logical. Don't put a drying rack outside where it can get snowed on. Yeah, I get it. Except this game has not operated on that kind of logic. Like, it's had massive gaps in that kind of a logic for the longest time. Now, what do I do when I want to put a roof over something? Can I, like, just grab a tarp? No. You can't grab a tarp. The only way to roof something in this game is to build a fucking set of stairs. Or, you know what? It would probably be cheaper. It would be cheaper to just use the stairs that I already have. It's fine. It's fine. Alright, there's 3 logs. Here's a 4th. That's 12 planks. Making a staircase leaves you with an odd number of planks. So if I get an extra log, that will resolve that. I forgot the nails. Forgot the nails. It's getting more wet by the second. I hate this game sometimes. I really do. So, to recap, if I want to cover this stupid thing up completely, this is one thing I have to do. Because the only way to build a roof in this game is to build a goddamn set of stairs. Now, this is going to get a roof over it, but that might not be good enough. I might need to put some goddamn walls around it, too. I might just be I might as well build a whole fucking shed just for leatherworking. Might as well, depending on how bad this is. It's already pretty bad. I knew when I was reading the patch notes that it was too good to be true. I thought this was one of those rare patches where everything they change is for the better. No. See, a mechanic where something must remain wet or must be remain dry and warm. A mechanic like that does not belong in a video game that doesn't have fucking electric heaters. It doesn't. This shit should not have been added. Okay, the wetness is going down. The wetness is going down, so the roof is enough. So this dumb bullshit roof we built, it's keeping the drying rack from getting snowed on. I shouldn't have had to do this. I should have. Let's just back up before all this dumb shit I'm talking about with the snow and the temperature and all that. I should be able to pick this stupid rack up and bring it inside. But I can't. Stupid fucking bullshit. The Andy Stone just... They just do things. They don't think about what they're doing. I mean, they think about what they're doing. They just don't think about it in a broader context. Because they don't play their own fucking game. They just add... They get these cool little ideas. Ooh, wouldn't it be cool if we did this? And then they do it. And then they just fuck off and do something else. They're not going to fix this. They're not going to fix this shit. They're going to fuck off and do something else, and this is going to be left exactly as it is. Mark my words. They are not going to bug fix this. They're going to leave it exactly as it is, and just move on to something else. This is feature complete right here. Alright, I've got... $7 hours of fuel in there. I'm gonna need a little bit more. Wetness is still going down. I'm gonna preempt this situation and just pick up the next drying rack here. Bring it inside before I forget about it. This cot should have been moved a long time ago. I'll put it in one of these backpacks over here. Duffel bag with a cot in it. They match colors anyway. Alright, so I'm not really concerned about the one that's already inside here. This one... It's progressing, I guess. and the rate is only going to keep going down. But I mean, at least it's making progress. I don't have to keep a fire lit next to it to keep it progressing. The one out here, I have to keep a fucking... I don't know if I'm going to have the fuel for this. Like, it would be less wasteful in terms of wood for me to literally enclose this entire thing. Because if I were to keep this campfire going for the whole 7 days that it needs to and remember, that's not going to be 7 days. It says 7 days, but its drying rate scales based on the temperature. So that's not happening in 7 days. This is going to be more like a month. Yeah, I'm not keeping a fire lit for a month just to dry some fucking leather. I'm going to build an entire shed around the stupid thing that I can't pick up. For that, I'm going to need more logs. For that, I'm going to need my my axe, which I left on the ground over here. And my axe. Looks like the handle on this thing is right about to bust. That's fine. I've been in need of making a new wood axe for a while now, but when it breaks, it breaks. Can we cut down the tree, please? Thank you. Alright, so there's 4 logs. That might actually be enough. Depending. Alright, I should be able to at least get the back walls with this. It's gonna make me put... So as you can see, it let me put the wall frames, but it's not letting me put the wall. The only way to put the wall is going to be to put some wooden floors on the ground behind this thing, which is going to mess up the shoreline permanently. I hate this. Hate everything about this. Out of planks. That sounds like another tree. I probably have time for that before I gotta go to bed here. Alright. Campfire is fueled for another 8 hours. Let's get rid of that, and let's go inside and sleep. Okay, the campfire is actually full, so I'll place these sticks over here. Make a door frame, I suppose. I think a door is going to be another 4 planks. So I just need 2 and then 4, so that's 2 more logs. Now I need to get a couple of hinges and a knob, which I should have some of. If I don't, I can literally make them at this point. Yeah, here we go. Knob to hinge. It didn't seem to work. That didn't seem to work. It is now so cold that the drying rate is 0.0%. Closing the door does nothing. This is not an indoor room. I literally made it worse. I literally made it worse. Because for some reason now it's not actually exposed to the campfire. Huh. Yeah, I mean, we're gonna get okay weather in March by the end of the month. It's also tiresome. At least I didn't waste any knobs or hinges. We got a full return on investment on those resources. Okay, whatever. I'll just leave the campfire running for a while. I'll probably forget about it, and it'll shut off. But at least this way, as long as I keep that campfire going, it'll continue. I mean, I'm not, like, hurting for leather. It's not like I just want to finish. I want to get that inside where it belongs. But I can't, because I can't pick it up. What if I put 2 campfires? You know what? I want to test the limits of this system. I want to test the limits of this system. Will 2 campfires be better than 1? I've never even built in build 42 since they changed the way campfires work. I've never even built more than 1 campfire next to each other. I can't wait until they do this to charcoal. Right now, I can just walk outside and just get charcoal. They're gonna do the same thing that they've just done. They're gonna make it it takes time bullshit thing. I don't think it's gonna work. No. So, I mean, like the temperature in the area has not gone up significantly. Nope. Two campfires is not better than 1. You would think that it would increase the temperature significantly, but no. No, it doesn't. I mean, then again, the base temperature is 17 Fahrenheit, so yeah, we're fighting a very uphill battle here. Okay, whatever. I need to stop thinking about it so much. It's only going to make me more and more angry. What is this one getting? Oh, it's 0.0. It's making no progress. It's 40 degrees Fahrenheit indoors right now. Whatever. I don't fucking care. I genuinely don't. I'm done with that. I'm done with leather right now. The devs don't want us to do leather. I won't fucking do leather. I'll deal with it elsewhere, elseways. Have they done the same kind of bastardy with the drying rack, the large crop drying rack here? No. Wait, what? I think they have, actually. I might just need to pick it up and put it back down. Yep. 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 What is the ambient temperature of a basement these days? I'm gonna check the closest basement. That has made me curious. Alright, 19 Fahrenheit outside. Oh, I missed it. Here it is, down in the basement. 40 degrees, even, downstairs. I don't think that's any different from upstairs. Yeah, indoor is indoor. It doesn't matter if it's lower floor, upper floor, basement, ground floor, whatever. It's either indoors or it's outdoors. This game is nowhere near granular enough when it comes to indoor and outdoor temperatures. This game is a meme when it comes to indoor and outdoor. An absolute meme. This is why I'm getting so angry about this. The devs wasted God knows how much time on this stupid drying rack problem. And they don't even have the foundations for a game that should have such a system. They don't even have the foundations for it. Where are our electric heaters? Where are our propane heaters? Why is there a mechanic in this game that relies on temperature being maintained when there are so few options to maintain temperature? God damn it, these devs. They are so I'm gonna stop. I'm sorry. I really am. You guys can't enjoy my streams without at least once a stream. I'm gonna crash out of the fucking devs of this game. And what makes me so mad about them, right, is the opposite of love is not hate. Right? I love this fucking game, but I hate what the devs do sometimes. You see, I can see what they're going for with this. It's not a bad thing in the long term. It doesn't belong in the game yet. The game is not ready for it. This kind of shit needs to be added to the game after they figure out how to get the game to tell the difference between indoors and outdoors. This is a game that still doesn't fucking know how to do the difference between indoors and outdoors. And when they do, they have no concept of heat retention whatsoever. There's no concept of insulation. There's fucking nothing. There's just you're either indoors or outdoors. That's it. And the indoor temperature just goes down proportional to the outdoor temperature. But no, we've got to have a floating point multiplier on the progress of an essential crafting item based on temperature and wetness. I'll remind you guys that the only way to put a roof over any building, the only way to put a roof over a building, is to build an entire fucking staircase. That is how incomplete this goddamn game is. And they saw fit to do this dumb shit. Fuck you, Indy Stone. God damn it. I need to watch my blood pressure. I'll probably make a Reddit post about this shit later, so the devs can ignore it over there, as opposed to you guys being subjected to it here. Nobody deserves to hear some nerd crash out over some dumb shit he has no control over. I'm just gonna go out and kill some zombies right now. I'm way too pissed off about the dumb leatherworking shit. Can we drink the cow's milk this time? Like last time she pulled it out and didn't drink it. There we go. Yeah, they really like this particular part of the map. I would discharge the firearm, but that could result in them coming from every angle. I don't have a clean angle of approach here. I need to establish one first. Ah, her name is Belle Friend. Yeah, she's a friendly person, all right. I like that hat. That's the pink summerflower hat. Taking that. What brings you all to this doorway, huh? Alright. Let's see how this plays out. I'm expecting some from the north. Need to keep checking over my shoulder constantly here. Alright, that is a rather large group. I'm going to need to reposition multiple times, most likely. Interesting. We got a... It feels like they just played the wrong track for combat music, but whatever. I clocked 1 north by the taxi. Unacceptable. That's a lot from the north. I knew that was coming. It was a question of when, not if. Repositioning. I don't know what's going on with the music right now. In fact, it sounds like the music is broke. So, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to tempt fate. I'm going to tempt fate. We're going to listen to 3C2 again. Lovely track. Love it a lot. This is also one of the tracks that I was listening to when one of my characters died, so tempting fate. Here goes. I need the spear. Axe is not doing me any favors. Hello. Okay, we're gonna get a lot of action over the fence here. Let's see how much I can take this. He's gonna rush. No, he's good. I'm not paying attention to my magazines. I really should. We're full empty on 7. This way, please. Another to the north. Blending in with the corpse pile. A good school area patrol. I'm predicting there's still a couple up to the north here. Backyards are always a bit of a dangerous thing to... You know, I could turn this corner, there could be 10 of them. I hear mouth breathing, but I have no idea where it is. It could be in those trees, it could be in the basement. Around the corner, looks like. I don't care for this situation at all. There's not enough room to maneuver around that side. I'll approach it from the other side. Just one. No, none. I shouldn't have left the car running this whole time. I'm gonna go back to the car. Hello. Almost ran into those guys. Silly me, I thought I might actually have an opening. Yeah, I see one on this side. There could be more. She's gonna pop out of the trees here. The hell? Where'd it go? There was one around that corner. I'm not going insane. You're going insane. Okay, maybe I am going insane. That's fine. Good question. To be entirely honest, there are there's a tool for every situation. I like having an axe on my back if I'm gonna be breaking down a lot of doors. Otherwise, I like a sword. But lately, spears are better than swords. I mean, you see, sometimes it takes me 2, sometimes even 3 hits with the sword to kill a zombie. The spear is almost guaranteed one shot all the time now. I'm pretty sure the devs are going to nerf that once they see exactly how powerful somebody is, you know, with high strength, high fitness, and able to build a long metal spearhead. Yeah, the devs are absolutely going to nerf that. It's a question of when, not if. But if we're going by the current balance, then spear is yeah. I mean, fire hardened spear. It is what it is. It's nowhere near as good as the this bad boy right here. The long metal spearhead. Almost a guaranteed one shot on every zombie. I mean, I can't remember the last time it wasn't a one shot. I'm pretty sure I can handle the front end Gigamart infestation with this one spear. I almost feel like I should tempt fate and go for it. YOLO, I'm gonna do it. What is the integrity of this spear? It is dull and it needs... So I'm going to build a new spear. This one is coming up on its last leg. It's not a question of whether it will kill a bunch of zombies, but will it break in the process? So what I'll do before I do that is I'm just going to come over here and toot the horn a little bit. There's plenty of them over here, but they're not grouped up very well, so... If I go all the way over here and do a little toot. Alright, that'll group them all up nice and neat. I'm going to go back to the base really quick and make a new spear, and then come back and pick up where I left off here. Woo! Don't go too fast in inner city streets in this game. Could have a bad time. One of the only times I've instantly lost a character, like instantly, has been, I was doing a perishable speed run in Build 41. This is just a silly little meme I had at the time where I was just chasing down the map in the very first couple of days, trying to get as many perishables into the freezer. Just any local freezer. Trying to get as many as possible all at once. So that required me to find a really fast sports car and then attempt to make it across the map in like really fast time. But in an attempt to do so, one of my characters I just plowed straight into a tree at like 90 miles an hour. She instantly fucking died. It was rather shameful. But that is one of the very few ways that you'll just literally instantly die is a car wreck. Alright, we got ourselves a new long metal spearhead. And there's one long stick left in there, so we're going to assemble the spear. Now, this is how we're going to play it. We've got the spear that we're currently using is in our hands already. What we're going to do is sharpen the new spear that we just made, and then put it on our back. So the moment... Hello. Sharpen it, please. There you go. We're going to put it on our back, so that the moment this current spear breaks, We've got another one staged and ready to switch to. I'm just going to get another reload for the M9, and then we are out of here. Another 2 M9 reloads. There we go. All right, back we go. You know what? I have another soundtrack that is almost guaranteed to be copyright free, and it is from a very old retro game. Check my recommended. Sometimes when I start listening to music, it just automatically shows up. Where did I leave it? There it is. Robotnik dances to unfitting music for 10 minutes. It's a soundtrack from Sly Cooper. I don't know exactly which, but I love it. It's great for just constantly killing zombies. No, I'm not going to do it. You can get an insta-kill guaranteed if you sprint into a zombie. as long as you don't miss. Because if you miss, they get the insta-kill. Out of my road. And there's the group right there. They've assembled. Oh yeah, there's a large group to the south, and several coming out of the church. I'm in danger. I don't care for these trees. I'm going to tell you exactly what I think about those trees. Block my line of sight, why don't you? Oh, I hit the wrong, that was the M35. Whoops. Alright, I caught one north. Left is clear for the moment. North is not directly going to me. Kind of flanking a little bit. Flanker, no flanking. Yeah, this is a forged spear. Level 4 metalworking, and then you gotta find the recipe. I was not able to get the recipe just by leveling. I was level 10 metalworking already when I learned this. Where did it come from? A group of 3 out of nowhere, though. Alright, south is clear for the moment. Fatigue just kicked in. As fate would have it, I have a safe house just right around the corner there. It just has to, all the zombies have got to be dead before it's safe. So the one time I've failed to insta-kill a zombie with this spear has been because of fatigue cutting my damage in half. Now you might think, because I'm fatigued, I'm going to stop. I'm just going to take a quick little rest here. This is one of my field safe houses right here. just going to do a little perimeter sweep. I do believe I hear a mouth breather. Close quarters combat weapon out. There she is. Alright, we're clear. I ain't gonna let a little darkness stop me. I'm on a roll. What we got headlights for? Oh, you know what? I'm gonna run out of food soon. Didn't bring a lot with me. Yeah, when it comes to cutting down trees, I use knapping instead of metalworking. At least in early game. Late game, once I have metalworking, it ain't no thing. With knapping, when you get it to level 4, you can make a large stone axe. All right, there goes our spearhead. All right. Well, right as the music is done, that's unfortunate. It's all right. We killed a ton of zombies. We have crested about 7,000 kills now. We've survived for 8 months. It's about almost 1,000 kills a month, despite the long lulls in between my combat sessions. Pretty good, pretty good. I'm happy about it. Oh, that one's got a gun on her. Fascinating. Ah, another bicycle helmet. Yes. I need one of those. Thank you very much, sir. Okay, so he winded up a grab animation. So I don't know what the pretext was for this, but it's not working very well. I'll wash that helmet I just picked up. Now that covers all of my gaps. So now all of my protection levels are at least 30% and higher, with an average being in the 60s. Interesting. I really wish I understood that. I still don't. I still have no idea how jaw stab actually works. I honestly think that it's supposed to happen more often than it actually does. Like, I think it's just bugged. I think as long as your character has her hand raised, it's supposed to trigger, but most of the time it just doesn't. Get out of the street. That looks a little, I don't know if I would ever want a zombie's face that close to mine. I would, want to pull that thing a different direction. Alright, the hunger has officially kicked in, and we're out of milk. Hello. It's a lot of zombies for this area. Thought I just did a patrol of this area. Oh, sword's out. This thing needs some new headlights. Yeah, 82 and 76 is not good enough. I want something brighter for a patrol vehicle. Fortunately, 100% condition bulbs are always up in the nearest house. Got one from the exterior light. That's going to be a red bulb. I don't want to waste that. I think there's going to be a back porch light. No? Huh. Well, maybe not. There's another one. Alright, let's get our Corvette some new headlights. So take note of how far the headlights currently reach, and then watch how much they'll reach after we replace these. Check that shit out. That is a rather substantial difference. The light bulbs that we just added in are not that much better. I mean, they're just 100% versus like 84 and 72%, but it makes a significant visual difference. This is one of the reasons I get so mad when I run into something with the hood, because it's not just the hood that's getting damaged, it's the light bulbs. Get the generator up and running. Should get some light. Hey. Alright, I am breaking down my wood axe because it has mostly run its course here. So this gives me a broken handle and a new axe, or an axe head that I can smelt down here at the furnace. Or can I? Am I low on charcoal? Oh yeah, I don't have enough charcoal for this. Tossing it in the bin for later. So we have established that more than one campfire does nothing. So we're just going to relight this campfire here. Like I said before, I'm not going to bother trying to always keep it lit. But if I'm in the area, why not? You know what? Maybe what I'll do is move the campfire one step closer. Does that actually put the building at risk of catching on fire? Possibly. I don't know. Honestly, if it catches on fire, I'm just gonna watch it burn. I'm gonna go get some popcorn or some shit. That's right. Flashlights don't count as light anymore. It's also tiresome. I'm gonna be real with you guys. I actually kind of hope the fire accidentally spreads. I would very happily watch this thing catch on fire. Just out of spite at this point. We're getting a better rate because the fire is closer. Good to know. Alright, I'm gonna read the book for the rest of tonight here. And then I want to go to sleep at around 4 a.m. Okay, I slept in my armor before, but not this time. My character has been miserable for long enough here. So it is 4 a.m. We are hitting the sack. Alright. After we wake up here, I think I will, I think I'll complete the patrol of the local area, and I might call it here, because it is, coming up on 10 hours, and it is a weeknight for me, so... YouTube cuts me off at 12 hours, so... I'm, already skirting in the general direction of the limit here. Alright, I'm going to patrol the north this time. We've gone back and forth several times on the roads up here, but that does not a patrol make. There probably is some more lurkers in the woods out here. That's how you know I need a fucking break. I almost broke my damn windshield. Thankfully, no major injuries to myself. I don't know why it was I thought I could take that corner. I was going a little too fast for that. Hello, look at all that. They really do love their bar. I know how to get their attention. That's a lot of zombies. A Z behind every leaf of tree. Come on, get up. I don't have time to be shooting you while you're ragdolled. Sometimes they really don't want to stand up. See, when they're ragdolled like this, for some reason they take a lot less damage from firearms. You gotta wait until they're trying to stand up. Oh yeah, we're already set for another reload. We're getting closer. We're about 2/3 of the way to the next level of firearms. Nothing beats a good old-fashioned knockdown, though. Definitely nothing. Well, if there were any more in the forest, that should have brought him packing. Well, that was a bit of a doof. I never even got a refill of milk in my bags here. Look at that, there's a convenience store right here. How convenient. Ooh, vinegar. Hell yeah. That's more jarred food right there. That's what I was looking for. Candy. Cinnamon rolls. I did hear a groaner. I think she's going to be around this corner. Hello. She, he, it, whatever. Alrighty. Interesting also how my character's aim seems to snap a little bit when the zombie starts its getting up animation. Ah, reload time. Perf. Oh, we're getting there. We actually made almost 100 experience with firearms just with the recent kills we've got since I just last looked. Maybe I'll make that my end goal for the stream. I got a little bit of time left. I'll do it. I saw you over here somewhere. There you are. Seven rounds. Base lights can be shut off. Funny thing is, the one that's outside is gonna finish faster at this rate. The one that's inside is 45 degrees is so cold that it's making no progress. But I have complained enough about that. Alright, searching for a few more firearm victims. It would be pretty cool if I could get to aiming level 5 by the end of this stream. Got another hour and a half. I shouldn't even need that. I just need to find a lot of zombies to kill. And I need to kill them efficiently. Okay, that was funny. She ragdolled and then died. Here's some more. Ah, this guy's got another bicycle helmet. On my 6 times 1. And some white knee pads. Thank you, Eva Kirkpatrick. Photograph of something horrible. Well, she was an interesting fellow. I do kind of like the fact that the animation lock on kill happens when you kill him in the middle of a getting up animation after a ragdoll. Oops. I can really piss through these magazines if I go firearms exclusive here. I'm expecting the gunshots to bring some out of the backyards and probably the park too. My M9 brings all the Zeds to the yard. Oh, there goes the fun. Repositioning, there's one behind me. More than one. Should have known that it would be a bit of a shit show if I started discharging the firearm willy-nilly out here. This is a very populous neighborhood. It just doesn't always seem like it on first pass. Shit. Fucking spear stunlock animation. That was... Why did she poke at the ground right there? Spears are not perfect. Not in the slightest. The insta-kill stunlock is really worse than it, I'd rather it not happen, to be honest. I'd rather have to hit them twice and not get stunlocked. And that ghost poke at the ground, I don't know why she did that. That's just Zomboid being Zomboid right there. Okay, we're good. I think I'm out of ammo. Yeah, both of these need reloads. And I only have one magazine to reload, so... You might be wondering where the fuck they're all coming from. That's a very simple question. They're coming from the trees. If a zombie spawns inside of a tree and nobody sees it, does it make a sound? Time for your regularly scheduled Call of Duty last mag moment. On my 6. Not a very safe neighborhood here. You'd think the gated community makes it... No, it doesn't. No, not in the slightest. I'm surrounded. I'm in danger. Everything about what I'm doing right now is reckless. I'm not making very good decisions at the moment. Three shots left. Two, 1, 0, and I'm out. Now, why did that poke to the ground fucking miss? Do not try to use spears on downed targets. For some reason, it just does not work right. The M36 is quieter than the M9. Well, that was a Reddit post I read once. And that is all of my bullets. I have yet to meet one who can outsmart bullet. Alright, we mop up with spear now. We're very close. We didn't quite make it, but we're very close. We are at 1,380 out of 1,500. So we only need like another, I don't know, that's another dozen kills maybe? Something like that. Get off of my car. Alright, area patrolled. We go back to base, we get some reloads. So I wasn't expecting there to be so many, because otherwise I wouldn't have discharged all my rounds so quickly. I need more magazines. I just back entrance is easier, really. Alright, M9 magazines that are empty are being transferred to the top right, whatchamacallit, container here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I got 10 magazines, and I'm going to do a reload while I drive. Open 3 boxes of 9. Multiple in this direction. Another from that direction. Fuck. I hate not having my mouse. I hate it so much. This mouse is functional. I don't like using the keyboard number keys to equip hot slot. I prefer having everything on my mouse. Hell of a lot faster. My thumb is so much faster than my index finger. We have opposable thumbs for a reason. See, I thought this area was clearer than it actually is. And you can thank the trees for that. Why? Why? Why are you shooting? The one right in front of me is not getting hit. This one with the green shirt all the way back there was the one that was... This fucking neighborhood to the south was not clear in the slightest. I don't know what delusion made me think that this... Oh, she's doing the look at the ground thing again. That's what I'm talking about. No reason to stop, but I do want to test something now that I'm aiming level 5. Five rounds left in this this one right here. Alright, and my girl's getting depressed from wearing all the armor for so long. I had to back up really far. All thanks to the stupid trees blocking my view of the backyards of those neighborhoods. There were a lot of zombies back there. Didn't notice. By design, the devs implemented the tree growth mechanic specifically because of that. Oh, yeah, there's gotta be trees. There's gotta. You can't see very well because of the trees. There's a zombie on the other side of the tree. You can't see it. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh, you can't see it. It's Andy Stone right now. Actually, need to use the right side. There we go. This one has got an incomplete magazine. Yeah. But I think that's all the zombies in the area. So I want to say that, you know, speaking a little soon there, always. But I want to say that if there were any more, they would have been attracted by the discharges before that one. Alright, so I'm going to cure my unhappiness by petting a cow. My cows are good cows, and when I pet them, I get happies. Alright, so I've got my M9s reloaded, and I've got my Alice kit reloaded. Empty M9 magazines, can into the box in the corner here. Full ones back into the main box. Now, what I want to test next. Now that I'm aiming level 5. I have not been aiming level 5 in all of build 42 as far as I recall. Usually after I get to aiming level 4, I kind of peter off. So what I want to try now is a MSR 788. I want to try an MSR 788 with... And I'm going to add some attachments to it. What are we going to add to this bad boy? We're going to add a recoil pad. Recoil pad and an X2 scope. Yeah, that feels good. X2 is probably alright for medium range. But we're going to find out. Well, I'm not going to be fighting while I'm tired. That's no good. Even gunshots do less damage when you're tired. Because that's how that works, right? Alright, let's see how this plays out. I've now got an MSR 788, very, very powerful rifle. I want to see how well it does against zombies. What's my average number of shots that I'm going to need? Here goes nothing. Alright, that reticle is shit. Interesting. Okay. But it did not one-shot him. He's just been ragdolled. That one shot. This guy has taken how many rounds now? Way more than a... See, he's still not dead. What the fuck is going on with that? I have no idea what's going on with that guy. He just didn't want to fucking die. But yeah, it seems like it's well, it's, as the kids might say, it's a bit hit or miss. A bit hit or miss, huh? Fucking RNG. I'm gonna take the scope off. I'm gonna take the scope off and see if that has an impact, because I might have been just shooting him a little too close there. About the same average number of shots as an M9. How does it behave with a fence? I do kind of like that. I would like to see how that plays out outside of their lunge range. Okay, I think we found our niche with the 308. Yeah, okay. So the range on the MSR 788, it's okay, but you're not guaranteed at low level aiming here, level 5 aiming it seems. You're not guaranteed a very good shot on a moving target from a distance, which is literally what the gun is designed to do, but whatever. Fences seem to work really well in this scenario though, because you can get a good shot off at them from outside of their effective range. Lunge range, as I meant to say. Where was I hearing a chain link fence rattle from? I guess not anywhere over there. so I'm going to stand way outside of the potential lunge range. Oh, I didn't reload it. That was a bit of a goof. Now he's going to lunge at me because he's really close. Or maybe not. Okay, that was not a one-shot. That was not a one-shot. What the fuck? So, even with fences, it's still inconsistent. Okay, that's ridiculous. Nope, not a very good weapon. At all. Because, I mean, if you think about it, every round with this gun is way more expensive than a round of M9. God damn it. Also, the low magazine is no fun. Really? Nice. I don't know, for some reason it feels like right when I switch to the weapon, the aiming reticle is smaller than when I haven't switched to it. I don't hate it, it's just, it's not that much better than the M9. It's not that much better. Am I out? I'm out. Wow, okay. Come on, come over the fence already. Bitch. There's no point keeping this on my back if it's empty. No, like I said, not bad, just not good. MSR 788 is definitely not where it's at. I want to try the M14. I want to basically try everything except shotgun. Shotgun just feels like a meme right now. It seems like they do the same damage. M14 and MSR 788. Just looking at the bar. Alright, starting with a 2x scope and a recoil pad, just like last time. Alright, I'm not going to go nuts with this. I'm going to go ahead and, I'm probably going to end the stream tomorrow morning in-game. So I'm just going to spend the rest of the evening taking a look at what the M14 feels like at aiming level 5. And we'll see how that plays out. I think there were a few Zeds in the street right down here. Is this thing in single fire mode? Yes. See, the ragdoll without the kill. I actually hate that. I have come to hate the ragdoll. I don't like it. It's pissing out ammunition just as fast as the MSR 788, and yet it seems to be doing the exact same damage. Where was it that I saw more? Was it up in the cul-de-sac here? See, I would have thought I pulled everybody out of here. But maybe not. Look at this guy coming up to my house. This is my house because this is where this character started. Okay, that's not too bad. But they're not all going to be like that. The bone war hatchet stuck in her. I definitely like it better than the MSR 788. It feels like it's snapping faster. For whatever that's worth. Three shots? Two. How do they like the fence? Will they take offense to this? I always like the fences. No. Okay. Well, it means long guns are not effective yet. I should have expected nothing else. It's not the worst thing in the world. I'm sure shotguns are great. You don't want to use shotguns against a single zombie. Not in this game, I don't think. I don't think did I ever... I never once found an M16 in this game. 175 something out, probably 180 hours at this point. Yeah, 180 hours in this run, and not a single gun that shoots 556. We've hit a military checkpoint. We've hit Jamie-Town, 3 police stations. Nothing. Cartons and cartons of ammo, but nada. I'm not mad about it. I'm just disappointed. That's RNG right there for you. Alrighty, folks. It's been fun. We're at the 11-hour marker. It's a weeknight. I gotta get going. We've gathered some useful intelligence on firearms in B42. For the uninitiated, the firearms if you don't have any starting bonuses with them, they're unkind to you, to say the least. Before I leave, I'm going to clean my inventory up, because I got a bunch of random stuff sitting around here. M14 magazine back in here. I have a CD that goes in here. Some photos and some ID cards. I found an apron that is blue, that goes in the blues. Duplicate magazine, got 1 million of these. Yet another hatchet. And then we'll just wash the girl up here. Next time will be a fresh start in the literal sense. Alright, folks. Good game. And the last thing you always do after ending a long play session is back up your save. We've had quite a few backups now. This is the 20th save backup. Our save file size is 630 megabytes across 245,000 files. So not too different from last time.